think we are live.
Are people excited?
I think so. We have 9 people viewing.
Are you ready to sacrifice your bodies and your characters for charity?
I am ready to sacrifice my mind for charity.
Alrighty.
And probably my body as well.
Fantastic.
Let's see.
So my Alpaca character is mostly
I'm
done.
gonna tweet this shit.
Can
Can I say that on
And
here?
I totally haven't even looked at my module. Woo!
Yeah!
Because I fell down the rabbit hole that is the White
The
Wolf.
White Wolf Wiki. Jiffy Pop.
I didn't fall so much as I totally swan dived into that shit.
Swan dive into the cake.
Oh yeah.
Where's Menard? Is he asleep?
No, he's here.
Yeah, he's here, and so is Paul.
Yeah, I saw Paul. He's like working or some shit.
I might need to go grab some food.
I brought some chips and some pizza bites. The pizza bites need to be microwaved.
I will not eat either of those things.
I understand, but
Yeah.
I didn't do it for you.
The rest of
I
us were,
appreciate
the rest of us were thinking there was
Greetings.
complications were not going to happen, but complications happened.
Right. Complications always happen.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
So, what's the rules on
42.
music?
Well,
Well, it's Vampire. You have to play 90s music.
yeah.
Well, I mean, when it's streamed.
I mean, they're going to
And
hear whatever we
do
play.
have
So.
we do have an EDM DJ in our group.
I think what he means is legally, if we
Oh,
air
yes.
stuff that is copywritten.
Well,
I mean, we're not asking for money though. So.
Right, and now
Well,
we
we
are.
are.
It
But
is still
donation.
it is still a Twitch stream.
Yeah, because
And they
that.
have really
well,
weird rules
true.
around that.
I know that they will automatically bleep out copyrighted stuff,
Yeah.
but it's a live stream and it's, you know.
Alright, so once Paul gets here, we can get started.
I don't think anyone told him to come here though.
He knows.
Is he at his desk?
Yeah, he knows.
I like to grab some stuff on my desk also, so I'll get him when I get up there.
Okay.
Hey, using
I will check sound. Sound is clear and loud.
So I should have said about that.
Wow. And check it out, we were at $395.01 out of $500.
Nice.
That 1 cent was from that $35.01
Yeah.
donation, wasn't it?
Yep. So the chat is asking if we all took naps.
Oh, that's rich. Naps? Who does that?
I,
Paul and I did not do that.
I took an hour and a half nap.
Well, you're also a loser.
I think I got about an hour nap. Maybe.
Alright, so you see you need to get stuff from your desk,
Yes.
and this, it's D10s, right?
Yes.
For
All $10.
yeah, all the 10-sided dice you could ever have.
Fortunately, so they'll have art. I have a lot of D10s.
I do not, so I'll be borrowing some.
Is what, and that's special dice, right?
Yeah, this game is special dice, so
It's not gonna help me.
I think we have enough to go.
I think you have enough to go around.
What is the URL for this?
It is twitch.tv/Ragnats, RAGNATC.
HTTP colon. Why did you do that? I'm correct. Don't treat me like I'm.
Tell Jesse I said hi and that I wasn't playing with my dolls again. It says cookie cupcakes.
Okay.
Oh,
I know it doesn't. Twitch.tv
I guess this is what happens when Maria tells people that we're doing things.
Ragnats.
We'll get some of her views, which is nice.
Oh, that's not a bad thing.
We're going to be doing this for 24 hours, so we're going to be getting a lot of viewers coming on and off.
So what are we at right now for viewers?
We have 9 people viewing.
Alright, let's get that to 10. Come on.
Someone tell a friend to join. Now we're down to 8. Good job.
Hey, it's called a stretch goal for a reason.
That's my D10. I mean, I mostly only need ever like 10, right? So 2, 4, 6, 8. I have like 12 D10s. 12.
Break out the cup of luck.
Oh,
I've
you should not use that. You really shouldn't use that.
No?
No, because it's not luck. It's anti-luck.
I was gonna say I have
Just fuck
12
away.
D10s, but then I actually really have 11 D10s and an R10.
Fair.
So I brought the books for Age and Destiny.
Age and Destiny.
So Edge is pretty well committed to memory.
All right.
Falls en route.
Just a couple minutes. He's wrapping something up, so his character will be late to the party.
Is that my death?
Fine,
Or
because
is
it's Torior. Yeah, it's not mine.
They have to make it fashion.
Mine's
for
source.
entrance.
Okay, you can still use mine.
This table is so tiny.
How tiny is it? If it makes you feel any better, Brian was suggesting we use the live stream room, which
Yeah.
has even tinier of a table. So I'm like, I think this would be better.
Yeah.
The whiteboard thing right there is really useful.
Really
Whoever's
handy.
I figure whoever's DMing can just move to that spot and use the whiteboard as needed.
So Menard, you need a name
Uh,
because we're filthy role players here.
okay.
You can't just be, well, he could be Chris, I mean, if you really wanted to.
What's a suitable name? Because I need a vampire name.
Well-
I mean, whatever your human name was.
Who were you?
Yeah, you can use
And
that.
do you still use that name or not?
I don't know. What's some good names I could use?
Chris,
You
Jesse,
Don't.
John.
don't use one of our names because
That will just get weird.
that will just lead to confusion. Okay, Chris, what do you wait? Whose turn? No.
You could use your name though.
Yeah, you could use your own name. Your character could be a thinly veiled pastiche of yours. So.
But Chris is not a badass name.
Okay, what's a badass name? Brock.
Brock Sands.
Torque.
Rock Bama.
This is why we can't mess things.
Watch this entire live stream. It's
Also
gonna be
because I know.
24 hours of us just trying to figure out Chris's name.
Oh, boy.
You don't have a random name generator?
We have the internet.
Look up random vampire.
You know what? Streamers, give us a name.
Oh, that sounds like a plan.
No streamers, don't give us a name.
Too late.
Yeah,
It'll be
what
like
is said cannot be unsaid.
Once it has gone to the
Dingus
internet,
Bottom.
that'll be your changeling character.
Oh god.
Right. Fake name generator. Generate a random. There's actually www.fakenamegenerator.com. Okay, gender, male, right? Name set American.
Sure.
William E. Thompson from 1149 Mayo Street, Lexington, Kentucky. 40107.
Is this just looking up random people on Spokio or something?
So the names that the chat came up with are Delacroix, Princess Beauty Blossom, Joe Jessica K. Fed.
Thanks, Cookie.
Wait, what was that last one again?
K-Fed.
Princess Beauty Blossom, Joe Jessica K. Fed.
That is
There's a
fucking amazing.
specific problem
And-
vampire
and-
calling yourself a princess.
And the next name and the next response was, "We have a winner."
Seriously.
So your options are Cookie wants to know how you do that.
Know your audience.
So you can go with William E. Thompson or Princess Beauty Blossom. Or Delic. Or Princess Banana Hammock, apparently.
Whoa!
Perhaps if I were a different character.
Under other
This is what you get for not picking a name.
William what's his face was actually not a bad name.
William E. Thompson?
Yeah, William E. Thompson.
It's deliciously vague.
Exactly.
Give me the one.
Yeah.
I like options.
Okay. Paul T. Jackson from 2866 Locust
Everyone's
Court.
named Tiberius, you know? In their middle name.
We
From
can't do
Irvine,
Paul.
California.
Yeah, we can't do Paul.
Oh yeah, we can't do Paul. Ricky
Right.
R. Castillo.
No.
What, you don't want to be a Latino singer?
Walter N. Medrano.
Ricky, you so fine.
So let me text messages. John B. McAtee. Oscar M. Hopkins, John L. Armenta, can't use John, Perry M. Perkins, Perry Perkins, come on,
PP.
Edward J.
He's wearing
Barmore.
like a pinstripe suit.
Come on, Chris, this is not supposed to be, this is the easy part of
Anytime I have to pick a name and I play online or whatever, the name is the part that takes like 3 hours.
Gary M. Hardy, Charles L. Hodgson, Neil D. Taylor, Dudley Harvey. Curious what Dudley means? Click here to find out. William G. Lawrence Glass. Lawrence Glass actually sounds pretty cool. Don't call me Larry.
That's not a bad one. Can I just go by like a single name?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could just have a total single pseudonym.
I'm George the Saint.
Cool.
That might cause you some problems, interestingly.
I'll just.
Oh, another name. Alonzo K. Rolfonso.
I'll go with Slade.
Slade. Slade it is. Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
your car is ready.
We can get Paul. He is now taking officially too long.
He's doing some sort of raid or something.
He's now
Really
officially
now?
taking too long.
God, hey, I made sure to take care of all my rating beforehand.
Rating is complete right now.
What was that?
The rating is complete right now.
And you need to pick the class of people that you succeed on. As a Ventru, you are limited in some way. And generally, it's 50% or less of the population is going to be palatable to you.
Okay.
But you can make it up. You can say, I can only feed on women. I can only feed on rich people. I can only feed on Republicans. Whatever.
Criminals.
Criminals it is. Fantastic.
Someone breaking into that.
Skills here. Skills here. And 3. And that's your son's name, of course.
So it'll make me feel less bad about having to kill people.
There we go. You generally don't feel bad about killing people. You have
Well,
no
at least he's playing hard game.
Oh, really?
Oh, he's playing stout? Okay.
Yeah, he's
Right.
playing Lost and Found.
People are paying money for this
Yeah, so we
shenanigans,
should-
so we're gonna get rolling.
Let's start.
Alrighty. So the first game for our
What, 13 people already?
fun times.
Yeah, we
Yes.
get 10. Way
Nice.
to go, people!
13, one for each clan. Woo! So
Who's dying first?
playing Vampire the Masquerade, some slightly tweaked 20th anniversary version. And so shout out to my homies from White Wolf. The olden days, especially Justin.
You want to drop out a little for your homies?
Pour out some blood.
40 on the curve.
Trust me, he'll be dropping bloody blood for them.
Yeah. And tonight's session takes place in the city of Portland, Oregon, in my own particular spin on the world of darkness in Portland, Oregon,
Okay.
the Vampire Society. And so our cast of attendees for the moment are, this is a great time to introduce people to the audience
Right.
as well.
So I'm Ryan, and I am playing George the Saint, a Bruja. Should I give like more information about my character? Or?
Just a little bit.
So I'm a biker Bruja who was actually sired by the Savant. But when told to kill my biker buddies, I said fuck no, and now I've tried to run off to the Camarilla. They don't trust me, but I'm still loyal to them.
Right. So favors were traded at some point in the past, and as a result, you're tolerated in the city of Portland.
Yay!
But of course, anytime something looks like it might be Sabat, you're the first one that they question.
Yeah.
And
So
steady,
I'm John. I'll be playing Alex Langlois.
also a Bruja.
Yes, also a Bruja. He is a modern-day information broker who was sired recently being 5 to 10 years ago, on the East Coast and has recently relocated over here.
Guidance.
Ooh, it's a big
It's you.
I'm Chris, and I am playing a vampire.
What's your vampire's name?
Oh, it's Slade.
Yes.
Oh my
And
god.
So
Wow.
Slade, much as you might expect, is he is a Ventru. However, his sire is an established member of the city, and he has a couple of background points that indicate that he still has a good connection with her, albeit somewhat tenuous because she's a fairly distant figure. Slade, as you can tell from the pronunciation of his name, carries 2 pistols and wears body armor.
Yeah, just so everyone's aware, there's only one game we're playing today that I've actually had any experience with, so this is completely new to me.
Yeah.
Entirely.
We're doing blind RPG playing.
Yeah, this is like, let's play vampire. Okay.
No merits, flaws, have not purchased any equipment or anything like that.
Okay, is your mentor someone you contact online, or are they local?
Little of both.
He has to go to a planet that has a storm and a ship. That's where he gets.
I was thinking she would be more Seattle.
Okay.
So a storm.
So some of the remarks from the audience. Von Hader says Jesse back in the White Wolf fold brings a tear to my eye. Sir Wilbur says living in Seattle, I can say Portland is a bunch of vampires. And Schrodinger style on resources 5 because why be poor?
Isn't that like every venture ever? Resource 5, pretty much.
So shout out to Von Hither, of course, is Ian, who is the developer currently for all of the Trinity, Aeon, Adventure, Aberrant type stuff. For those who remember their White Wolf days.
Nerd!
Yep. And an all-around fun guy. It turns out that in this particular version of the World of Darkness, the city of Portland and the city of Seattle are both controlled by the Camarilla, and they have sort of a mutual agreement brokered by their respective princes that people from one city are allowed to visit the other as long as they remain on their best behavior. Neither prince really has the political upper hand on the other, and generally travel between the 2 cities is uncommon, but since they are only 2 hours apart, and they are in different states, which means there's different laws that can be exploited and whatnot, it does happen from time to time. And of course, you've got Microsoft in Seattle and Intel in Portland, and people who are in the tech business are interested in both of those sorts of things.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right.
I have a lot of resources, I think.
Yeah.
I would hope.
What does that mean?
You have 3 dots of
Means
resources.
you're rich.
You're not rich, but you are well off. You have
I can get things done.
money that is squirreled away, so
Okay.
that even though you are dead and your legal existence is a fiction, you have a small amount of cash, valuables, convertible stocks, bearer bonds, things like that you can call upon.
You're comfortable enough that you can if you need something that's legal, you can probably get it.
You have a car, you have a cell
So
phone,
like a fake ID.
and you have made arrangements. Yes, you have 1 dot of influence as well,
Okay.
which means you have a little bit of pull with political and legal authorities in the city. So it's kind of like if you remember seeing the beginning of the movie John Wick, no relation to John Wick, the game designer, who's far more awesome. The bit where the police come to his house, everything's cool, John, and there's a body on the floor. It's like, yeah, you working again, John? I'll sort it out. It's okay. All right.
Okay, so it's like that.
So it's kind of like that. You have a certain amount of leeway. You probably have a fake ID that you have someone on the city payroll backs up. You probably know someone who handles brokering a bunch of accounts for you, even though you're legally dead. They don't care, and they're just sort of handling it all under the table, and that's how you manage your money. And it means that you have a regular income. So you don't have to worry about your resources running out because you went and bought more ammunition. You have the equivalent of a vampire 401k. It's earning interest for you.
Okay.
Okay, let me get a couple of notes here. And I have a note on where our game begins, and I just have to get my silly iPad to look it up. Oh. I see that they're tweeting about me running Vampire 20. Uh-oh.
Danger.
Someone inevitably is going to ask, but why aren't you running Mage? You were the Mage developer before. Ask the internet. I ruined Mage.
Confirmed.
I was there.
Okay. So tonight's gathering takes place in the Crystal Ballroom. This is a historic building in Portland. It was originally built in 1914. Survived the Great Depression. In the 1960s, it started being a host to pop, rock, folk, blues, and jazz artists. It's a 3-story building. Architectural style is Romanesque. And on the 3rd floor, there is a large dance hall. It has a floating dance floor, possibly the only one on the West Coast, meaning that the floor itself has cushioning and springs underneath it, so that it gives you a better dance experience. And then it has a nice little 20 by 20 cutout on one side that has a fire escape to bring it up to modern code. The lower floors have a brewery on the 2nd floor, along with a newer dance floor, and the 1st floor is a bar and restaurant. The bar and restaurant is doing brisk business in the evening, as always, but the 3rd floor is a special event, invited guests only, with large gentlemen at the door, making sure that anyone who is not on the list does not come inside. And in this historic building, there's a large gathering of predators of various stripes. The various groups include the brouhaha. So there's a lot of brouhaha in Portland because Portland is living the dream of the 90s, and they're keeping that dream alive.
Nirvana and all.
Yes. So there's a significant group. There's 1, 2, 3, 4,
Is this
5,
like
7 of you guys.
Does this take place like today, or is
Yeah.
it like okay?
It's today. It's 2015. Got a
Okay.
cell phone.
Okay.
There's Wi-Fi. Elders don't understand this stuff.
Probably mute myself. Huh?
So, yeah, a whole bunch of brouhaha, and you can always tell them because of the leather jackets and the tattoos and the piercings and all of that sort of stuff. There's the prince, of course, Eli St. Peter, which means that you are the other saint. The prince is a very particular man and very orderly. He is extremely punctual, and he makes the vampire trains run on time. He has an associate, friend, clanmate, who knows, named Jerome Piles, who's a crazy cat person, who actually has a cat with him that he's carrying.
Gangle.
So, no, it's Malkavian.
The other type of crazy cat person.
There's only one Nosferatu visible tonight. And he is typically called Gibber because he has sort of this flaccid flesh, and he has multiple mouths all over his face and neck, and whenever he speaks, the other ones wail and moan.
All the other Nosferatu are just standing in the corner like this.
Yes. And then the gang girl over in the other corner wearing hoodies and going, "Don't talk to me, I'm just here for the XP."
That's Minecraft.
There is a large piano that has been brought up into the room, and it's being played by a woman, a willowy woman who's in sort of this frilly dress, the sort of thing you'd have for a cotillion, and she's just playing away. Let's see who else would be here tonight. There's a snappily dressed fellow in a business suit and tie who just looks like the stereotype of bad stereotype of Ventru. And then there is Serene, which is your sire, the city's executioner. She's a well-dressed Ventru woman. She's doing the pantsuit sort of thing. She's got the pistol holster underneath her shoulder.
Like a Secret Service agent in person.
Yeah, very much so. But she doesn't wear sunglasses at night.
Your dog, she likes to execute while she executes.
Yes. She's kind of a cross between the professional and Kate Beckinsale's character from Underworld. So, you hear that? Taking it back, Underworld. So, and now Sonny's going to tweet lawsuit.
Minus the lichens.
Yeah.
Lichen, it's a type of moss.
So, you are here with your sire.
Yes.
Because she is introducing you formally to the prince.
Okay.
She has explained to you she has received permission for favors owed to create a new child, and she chose you for the dark gift, immortality,
Sure.
whatever you want to call it. And she gave you sort of the crash course primer on what it means to be a vampire, and specifically a member of the Ventru line.
Yeah.
Don't fuck this up. When I introduce you to the prince, as a sign of respect, you're going to give him this gift. She gives you a small box, about about this big. It's the gesture that's more important than the object. However, the object has significance to him. So, once again, same refrain, don't fuck this up. Prince would probably appreciate that. His own sweet way.
What is the prince's claim?
Supposedly he's Malkavian.
Okay, so it is a Malkavian.
Fun times!
It's just like all the danger senses everywhere going on right there.
I don't know shit from shit.
Malkavians are all crazy.
So,
Every single one of them.
I don't know that.
okay. When our scene begins, it's shortly after sunset. Through various connections, friends, mentors, the internet, or whatnot, you've been dragged to this particular assemblage of the luminaries of the local Camarilla society. And there are several other Camarilla vampires that you may have heard of who are not here, but you might meet as the evening wears on. As people are sort of assembling into their little cliques and chatting with one another and getting to meet each other and so on, Serene, looking severe but dapper at the same time, sort of gestures for you to attend her. And the prince stands up and he clears his throat. Thank you, assembled kindred, for coming, he says. I trust that the notice was adequate and I appreciate the punctuality. Oh no, we have a drop in
Nice of
seven.
you to join us.
Yeah, especially I'm not here.
Okay.
I'm gonna do some fun stuff
Oh, fun stuff.
Oh, here we go.
in case it gets hot as balls in here.
That is likely.
That is very likely.
Thank you.
Webcam on microphone.
Yeah, okay.
So the prince says, thank you all for coming, and I appreciate the punctuality, especially from certain groups. The purpose of this meeting is twofold. Only two
The
things.
chat's now going, hey, Zero!
You guys are gonna like
Uh-oh.
You're
It's already-
taking off your
It's already heating up in here.
Where's that dance music when you
Yeah.
the Benny Hill music.
Here.
Punctuality, especially from some people.
Yeah,
Yes.
who are not here.
It shall remain nameless, but will be shamed and lose status. Someone want to put on some music that's appropriate for the 90s?
My laptop is terrible.
It's a vampire game. Of course the music's from the 90s, even though it's 2015.
Yeah, the 1890s.
I don't have.
I mean, I could do it on my iPad, but I really would like to be able to read my notes.
Don't do mine or
I don't think I have a lot of 90s music. But I do have something special that will help with the music
What's that? A whole bunch of dice.
speakers. Oh, Bluetooth.
I'm going to go ahead and put some names on the board, just so you guys can go, oh, that. Okay.
Awesome. Oh, that. Oh God, Bruja's there? Hey, it's Paul.
Hey.
Oh,
Where am I sitting?
right there,
Right there?
right there.
Right there.
And the prince was just talking about everyone being punctual.
Yeah.
We never
Yep,
have to
yep.
be fashionably
I was gonna
late.
say, the corridors are totally gonna be fashionably late.
Like as the prince is talking, you show up here, everybody.
Actually, while Jesse is writing on set 10, if you want to introduce yourself to the audience, add a character, name character, you know? Just, you know, quick
Who are you?
name and who's
Why
your
are you
character.
sitting there?
Who am me and why am I sitting here? I'm Paul. I'm sitting here because I am about to unleash Toreador awesomeness.
Or so he has been led to believe.
These are all the people who are in attendance.
These are folks who are there, yes. And you can ask about any of them, and then if you want to take notes, just put them on the whiteboard so everyone can see them.
So there are 5
There are
Bruja,
5 Ruha plus you two.
and yet it's Malkavian City.
Well, a Malkavian prince.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You know, we could play.
See the Hannibal Lecter kind of crazy?
So far, he isn't.
So right now, the thing is only picking up from the microphone. Yeah, so I haven't told her.
What was your guy's name again, Steve?
Alex.
George.
Alex Lenoir?
Langlois.
Lenoir, okay.
Langlois.
You're French even in this game?
Of course.
The other white saint.
You're not really French.
I am partially.
Yeah. What's your last name
It is
again?
not
How is
that.
it French?
The T is silent. It's actually spelled Steadyt. Steady.
No, the
I
I sound
probably
of
should
the
have
end is
written
short.
this on the whiteboard in advance, but I really didn't
Steady.
find that, now did I?
No.
I have a perfect music
Some of
coming
us
up for
do
y'all.
enjoy trying to embrace cultural heritages.
So I mainly just have Star Wars music on here because we use it.
Just for the record.
Fabio.
Oh, I'm probably too loud.
Oh, I have internet.
Am I too loud, guys?
What?
Eh?
This is gonna be amazing in about 12 hours.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, by
It'll be
by
better. I won't
11:30,
be here.
we're gonna be ridiculous.
11:30 tomorrow morning?
I'm gonna go grab a quick coffee along the
Okay,
lines.
add them as well.
Okay.
Coffee.
You're back.
Slade,
I wish I had a
Hello.
board. This is like
I'm attaching you to Serene up here on the board.
Okay.
Cookie wants you to know that indeed that was
And
very
your character's name is?
Paige.
Paige, huh?
Correct.
All right. Okay, so the prince has just finished his speech about people being punctual and in attendance, and then Paige arrives. So,
and then leaves apparently.
she goes past the ghouls at the front door, sees that the prince is speaking about punctuality, immediately turns around and waits out in the foyer. So,
This is not the time to be fashionable.
yes, returns with a rock star. So, the prince says, the first order of business brings me great pleasure.
You're with it's with you. When we're not
Is that
playing,
Casey
we're
Kasem?
It's supposed to be like
disturbing.
Well,
Pandora commercial.
It's a commercial.
Live, you're ready to do it.
So you can't even
I can't
watch
skip it.
a live stream of gaming without commercials.
Yeah. Well, this is a playlist, so it's going to happen more than once.
Yeah, well, just hit mute on your speaker whenever it comes up. They can't tell that your speaker is muted.
Yeah.
You look a little tired.
I took a nap.
Maybe
So-
it's why.
The prince says, the first announcement brings me great joy to welcome and recognize a new member to our society. And Serene, at that cue, steps up to the prince and says, may I introduce to the assembled kindred my child and protege, Slade. And she gestures for you to step forward.
Sure, I step out.
There's some polite applause, and the one who's playing the piano
Starts playing zombie on piano.
stops playing music. And the prince says, it is my great pleasure to recognize you as a member of our society here, a probationary one, of course. I am sure that your sire, who has served this city in great stead for many years, will do a fine job of educating you in the laws and rules of our society.
Well, I want to be kind of slightly intimidating. Like, I want to have a presence.
Okay, so you've got your presence active. So Slade steps up to the prince as the prince starts to make this announcement, and he looks cool doing it. Just he's got the 3/4 pose. He's got the Neo trench coat sort of hanging back in the non-existent wind. So
You have a ghoul, a ghoul,
You
a
just
little
make
fan. It's just blowing.
The camera pans back a little bit.
Follows him around with
Did you
his
just
theme
make an
music.
impressive entrance?
Yeah.
he's made an impressive introduction, and the prince says, "Serene, you take your duties as sire seriously, and you promise and swear that you will teach your progeny to uphold all of the laws and rules and traditions of this city and of our great society, Camarilla." And she says, "I do so swear." Says, "Slade, I welcome you as a probationary member of our society. When you have, in the fullness of time, proven your loyalty and your value to Camarilla, you will be elevated in our standing and in our eyes, and made a full and valued member of this city. But we afford you now the opportunity to choose to stay within this domain and to find solace within the sheltering wings of the cabaret. Serene can go now.
Oh, that's well, allow me to present you with this gift. Is it from me or?
It's from you,
It's from, okay.
essentially. Like your sire gave it to you, but
Yeah, it's like give this to the boss, he'll like you.
yes.
So I just basically say it's a token of my esteem or whatever.
Okay. So the prince carefully
Nice.
takes the box, and he gently unwraps the ribbon from it, and he opens the box, and he takes out a like 19th century gold-plated pocket watch. He glances over at Serene, and then he looks back at you, and he says, "Your gift is generous and well-timed. It is greatly appreciated." He holds out the box to the side, and the servant rushes up and takes the box away from some nameless ghoul. And he takes the pocket watch and sticks it in his pocket. And he doesn't have a waistcoat, so he's not really sure what to do with the chain, and finally just clips it onto the side of his belt. And he says, "I will remember this night with this memento, and hopefully it will be a symbol of many fond reminiscences to come of your valued contributions to our society. Slade, welcome to our number." Again, there's some polite applause. Yay. The second piece of business, it pains me to say, is somewhat more grievous. Serene, if you would see to that as well. She nods. And she turns on her heel and goes to the fire escape area with the cutout in the dance floor. She goes down the fire escape. And then you hear her dragging something back up the fire escape, and you see her dragging up a person who has been like chained and manacled with their hands behind their back. And you recognize this is another vampire.
Wait, so this person was chained and manacled, just sitting outside, like waiting for her.
Out of view.
Basically been stuck, like the cutout for the fire escape is literally inside the building on in the dance floor, because it was done later after the building was built to bring it up to code.
Right. I'm just
So,
wondering.
so he's
no
actually
one,
indoors.
no one who shouldn't be seeing it
No one who shouldn't be seeing
downstairs.
him would have seen him.
Okay.
So
Would you say he was on tenterhooks?
something like that. Anyway, so Serene drags this fellow back up, and the prince says, "It is my sad duty to inform you that this poor kindred, who had been otherwise a promising member of our society for several years here in the city of Portland, has transgressed against my laws. In specific, he has been making overtures to the creatures of the forest and the woods. I think you know of whom I speak. It is strictly forbidden for kindred to interfere with such beings, as they risk bringing ruin and death upon all of our heads. Serene, if you would do the business." She pulls out her pistol, which anyone who's got a firearm recognizes as a .40 caliber Sig Sauer. She just sticks it up against the back of the guy's head. The little servant ghoul who took the box away runs out and unrolls a large tarp and blows off up the top of his head. He falls forward and keeps twitching, and she puts 2 more bullets into the back of his skull, completely obliterating his head, at which point his body starts to shrivel and contort. So that, if you decapitate them, they will die. A sufficiently large caliber round can eventually decapitate someone with enough applications.
Well, yeah, because I was asking before, like, what are the killy things of vampires?
Right, and guns will slow vampires down. Swords, axes will kill them if you chop them to smaller pieces and cut their heads off. Right, fire totally kills them.
Okay.
Claws of supernatural beasts.
These are all things I
Sunlight.
know.
Yes. So she executes this guy, as is her duty, and then puts the gun back in the holster. She says, "The task is complete, my prince." The prince says, "With the destruction of lands, I have decided in my magnanimity that because there has been some strife among the younger members of our society over control of various profitable and prestigious locations within the city, that all of the domain and territory that was held by this kindred is fair game for the next 24 hours. And whoever controls it at the end of that time controls it.
So whoever controls
Anything
the
that
slice
is
controls the-
uncontrolled will revert to me. That concludes our business for the evening. Feel free to mingle and discuss your plans with one another as to the division of these spoils, like the vultures that you are. This concludes the conducting of my business. Thank you. With that, he makes his way over to the front door. One of this guy, one of the other Ventru, runs up to say something to him. Just literally is like, talk to the hand. He stops at the staircase, he turns around, pulls the pocket watch out of his pocket, flips it open, grins slightly, shuts it, puts it back in his pocket, and then he walks down the stairs.
What was the name of the guy who got murdered?
His name was Lance, and he'd been in the city for about 10 years, and he was, by all accounts, kind of a Ventru who handled things like car salesman type business, you know, very low end business things, low margins, the sorts of stuff that a society Ventru would tend to spurn. So, no friend of the Bruja, he tended to play him at his station being higher than it was, not really well accepted by the Ventru, and now apparently he was accused of trying to cut some sort of a deal with a werewolf, which the prince has said is right out. So
there's a second Malkavian in the city other than the prince?
There may be other Malkavians.
I see you said there was a second one on the kind of.
Oh yeah, there's the crazy cat guy.
One of the princes of the music starts right now again.
Yes.
And is Colin the head of the Bruja in the city, or?
The Bruja don't really have a head. They all tend to just sort of hang out together, and each of them has some things that they are interested in, some things they do, some things they don't do. Colin is kind of a de facto leader in that he's very intelligent. He has a broad set of interests, and he's generally pretty level-headed. Sahara also tends to wield a lot of backroom brokering influence. She's good at getting people to listen to her. The others are various shades of thumbs. Crank is a drug dealer and a petty criminal. Supposedly he feeds on drug users in order to continue his own habit. He apparently is a former biker who makes meth and crack. Daryl Auger is a fairly sensible, slim, muscular African-American. He has a reputation for sort of talking down other Brujas and really bad ideas. He's pretty young, but he's fairly charismatic, and if something were to happen to Colin, he'd probably be a natural leader.
Okay.
Leroy White, his alias says it all, he is a white supremacist skinhead. Obviously, he and Daryl don't get along at all. They constantly are getting into fights, and then Colin has to break them up. And how you guys fit into this is up to you. The other Malkavian was Jerome. The guy who carries around a cat every time, everywhere he goes, and it's usually a different cat. Apparently talks to them. Okay, so with that, the prince has left the building, and Serene says, we're free to socialize, but this is an unprecedented opportunity. Lance had control of some low-rent properties, car dealerships, parking garages, things of that nature, and they might be of some value to younger kindred who have not established themselves in the city. This is an excellent time for you to stake out places to build your own domain and to acquire feeding grounds. You have to understand, trespassing upon another kindred's feeding grounds and being caught feeding there is a grave violation. You would owe that kindred a great favor if you were caught doing so. And since you have your particular set of tastes, she says tactfully, those sorts of areas, parking garages and things of that nature downtown would be ideal feeding territory for you.
Right.
I think that you should take the opportunity to acquire some allies. She glances over at, who would she look at?
Giver.
No one glances at the other.
She glances over at Cozumel and she says, well, it's likely that some of the other established personages of the city are making their own moves and already carrying out plans in order to try to take some of this territory. Over in the Brewhop corner,
I know Bruja.
yes, Colin says, well, this is unexpected. I would never have thought the prince would declare open season on prime territory like that. I can't say that I understand why he's doing it, but that can only be good for us. There's a lot of us here in the city. Having more territory will ease up some of the problems that we've been had getting enough of the precious red fluid that we need in order to continue our existence. There's so many Bruja that it makes it a little bit crowded for everybody to get enough blood. Speaking of which, now's the perfect time to see how much blood you start with. So everyone roll a 10-sided die. 9. You're no fun. That's not going to be hard to manage at all.
Oh, well, don't worry, I'll take care of that.
Got 3, huh?
I'm feeling hungry.
You just get a 10.
So I just add that to the.
So 8. Under blood pool, mark off 8 boxes. Remember that I described to you earlier that for vampires, blood fuels everything. It's just like getting calories for a human. You have to use up the energy in your blood in order to wake up in the evening, and you use it when you do strenuous things like exerting your disciplines or healing yourself. So as you do things like healing damage or
Using your powers.
temporarily bolstering your physical abilities, you spend blood points. And every night when you wake up, you spend a blood point. If you run out of blood, you fall into torpor. It's a vampire coma, essentially. There are ways to wake you up, but it's not great. Well, getting to 0 blood does take work because you generally will frenzy at some point along the way. You'll have a hunger frenzy. But something has to trigger that frenzy. So like the sight of blood while you are hungry, very bad. You may flip out and kill someone. But if you are, at 1 blood point and you manage to stagger back to your haven and you fall asleep the next night, if you run out of blood, you're in dire straits. You need to feed. You will frenzy if something provokes it, and if you don't get any blood, you will fall into torpor.
And then
So-
you don't wake up until someone feeds you.
I got
So
8.
with my tastes, does that mean I can't do like a blood pack or like a
For her?
no like
Well,
a
It
like,
will
can
make,
he drink banked blood?
it will
yeah.
probably make you ill.
Now, if you wanted to go to all the trouble of setting up like your own refrigerator and getting the influence to run a blood bank and then specifically going, okay, this is stuff that we're getting from prisoners that we are allowing to opt into a blood donation program because you can't legally take their blood without their consent. Well, this is the world of darkness and shadier shit has happened. Then you could get stuff that you know is the right vintage. So. Okay, so yeah, Collins says, yeah, this seems like a good opportunity. We could spread some of our territory out a little bit and acquire more space for feeding grounds. But we're going to have to be competing, says Colin, with the other clans. Everybody's going to want a piece of this action. And you can bet that even the clans who weren't here tonight, word is going to get out to them, and they are going to be trying to move on this sort of stuff.
how does one secure a claim? Like, because he said that if we're still holding it by morning, it's like
Well, it's been left deliberately vague. Like many vampire laws, these sorts of things are left vague by the people in charge so that later they can decide what they think is the appropriate scenario. So what the prince considers like you having control of an area, since he's left it vague, it could mean like get the mortals who used to answer to Lance to answer to you. Or it could just mean find Lance's haven and dig up his Rolodex of numbers and then go, I have the Rolodex of truth. I have the power. You don't know. And part of that is going to be convincing the prince that you are the right person that should be in control of that territory. And so that means that, for instance, if you go downtown and you just start murdering people and breaking shit up, the prince is not going to be super happy with that. It's a violation of the Masquerade, among other things. And he is unlikely to allow that territory to fall under your sway. So this is a good time to segue into talking about the geography of Portland. Portland is broken up into 4 quarters, and it's typically referred to as Northwest, Southwest, Northeast, and Southeast Portland. got the Willamette River runs through the city, and the Willamette River goes to the ocean, hence the name Portland. They borrowed it from Maine, and it served as a major port until Seattle got its deepwater port installed. The west side of the city has the Tualatin Mountains cutting through part of northwest and southwest, and there's a lot of super wealthy people who live in the homes up on the mountain sides. The mountains are covered in forests. Portland was famous for being a major hub of the timber industry in the late 19th century. It was also considered an extremely rough port at the time, and anyone who lived in Portland pre-1940s or so remembers that the town was completely overrun by criminal organizations. Some of which continue to exist today in the world of darkness.
Hooligans. Hooligans.
So this means that the territory that Lance has largely consists of stuff that's kind of near the confluence, the center of the city, near areas that consist of things like the docks, parts of it, several parking garages, low-rent motels, bail bondsmen, car dealerships.
Scummy stuff.
Scummy stuff, but it can be your scummy stuff. And that means a lot in vampire society.
Especially to the burrito.
And having territory is a step up on the ladder of the Camarilla, because once you have territory and you can get blood of your own, you're established. And then you can support ghouls. And maybe someday you can get the prince to give you permission to make your own vampire spawn, and then you feed them and control them and have minions. And thus the pyramid scheme continues.
And then you beat them with the whip and then you're flame use.
I'm dead. Amway.
Okay, so you were waiting outside because the prince had just said thank you everyone for being punctual, and then you arrived right at the door with the two guard ghouls. And they kind of looked at you like, and then you immediately turned and waited in the foyer. The prince finished his business, and then you see him as he comes down the stairs. And he was like checking the watch. He smiled at someone, puts the watch away in his pocket. He says, "Oh, Paige, you missed tonight's business. I'm so sorry. You should go and make some friends. There are some opportunities on the table this evening that are once in an unlifetime. Just not for you." And then he makes his way down the stairs.
It's never for me.
So Paige arrives.
Always a
Let's get a little bit of physical appearance. We know what you look like. You look like you were in a vampire movie. Probably played by Keanu Reeves.
I have a trench coat.
Are you sparkly?
So he's not sparkly
Oh, God.
at all.
Oh.
But he does have a trench coat.
I do consume those that sparkle.
Vampire pants.
Doing
He's from a good vampire
service.
movie.
What does your picture
am
look like?
wearing more business attire. I have wireframe glasses. I am light blonde hair. 5'6".
Okay, so short, scholastic.
Yeah.
Okay. Other Bruja know him as being kind of like a cold fish. He's a weirdo by the clan standards. He's got a limp handshake and he's,
Oh, it's not that limp.
well, yeah, but he just doesn't seem to be into anything in the way that most Bruja are. George, the other same.
Large build. I have that kind of Hell's Angels-y look. I do have a trench, but it's more torn. And yeah, I have that very bikery look.
Okay, so Crank is constantly trying to hang out with you because he's like, hey, we're biker bros and we come from the same subculture and so on. But he's also like constantly like tweaking or got DTs
Yeah,
or
he
whatnot.
kind of disappoints me because it's like he's forgotten the point of being a biker.
Right. So, and Paige looks like
Let's see, I'm 5'9", slender. I have platinum white hair that mostly sticks straight up, the sides of my head are shaved. I don't wear regular clothes. I wear things that are just mixed and matched and strange and weird. So like right now, I'm probably wearing like a Hello Kitty visor, a tank top, and mismatched striped yoga pants, and orange Converse.
You guys are living the Portland dream.
Quick question.
yes.
Does humanity affect appearance in the whole world? I forget.
Yes, as your humanity goes down, you become increasingly uncomfortable to humans and more cadaverous.
So do you want to know what our humanities are at?
I only care if your humanity is less than 5, which it's not. So,
It's not.
the
I follow a path, luckily.
he's
Oh my.
he's a weirdo.
Yeah.
So he
So
gives
the
off
character.
this vibe of you do not want to be in an elevator with him.
Who's this?
My character.
His character. That there's something wrong in his brain parts, and you can sort of tell. And it's not like Malkavian where they have this twisted, cracked view of reality, but like if you've seen the what was it? Oh, it's the movie based on the Frank Miller comic. It takes place in LA. It has Elijah Wood as the
Sin City.
Sin City. Thank you. God, I can't believe I couldn't remember that. Elijah Wood's character, the serial killer with glasses who doesn't talk. That's what he feels like to be around.
Wow,
That's previous.
yeah, you're actually right. That
Yeah.
would be about what this character would feel like.
Are you Paradox? Paradox?
No.
No.
So the
Very obscure one.
so yeah, so Paige comes in. You guys, the Bruja, of course, recognize her because she's an EDM music artist and she runs stuff at some of the local nightclubs and raves and sorts of things.
We appreciate her.
Cozumel, who's sitting at the grand piano playing it, she sees Paige come in and her tune shifts and gets more sharps in it, and it feels like if you could stab someone by playing the piano at them, that's what she's doing.
You can if you're Asian, apparently.
When she does this, I start like walking in time to the beat that she's playing on the piano. And I'm like, look, is there still a corpse in the middle of the floor?
The ghoul that had been taking care of business is wrapping it up in the tarp and then dragging it off downstairs.
Who
The back of
ventilated
the
him?
staircase.
Serene.
Serene just raises one eyebrow. You've seen her about. She is not to be fucked with. She generally doesn't say more than 3 words at a time and is the prince's executioner.
I'm like, oh, so it was official then, and nobody just got their, drawers in a twist.
Well,
She just says 3 words at a time. Most of them are yes, my prince.
we'll call them A, we'll call them B.
As you
Cozumel says acerbically while continuing to play the piano, if it were not official and the prince were just leaving the establishment, I think that there would have been a bit more of an uproar, don't you, dear?
What is the story with Gibber?
Gibber is a Nosferatu. He has this kind of saggy skin, and he has multiple mouths all over his neck and face. And when he talks, the other mouths murmur, and sometimes they wail or moan.
I have decided that I love Gibber.
Okay.
I go running over and give Gibber a big hug.
All right. So
Because Gibber is the bestest Nosferatu ever.
okay. So she runs up and actually throws her arms around Gibber, and he's kind of this spindly guy, and he looks like he doesn't really know how to take it for a moment, and then he just sort of orlocks his arms around her delicately, and he says, "Why, Paige? I didn't know you cared."
I so want to sample you. Like, could you yodel out of all of your mouths at the same time?
I can't control what they say while I'm talking.
Even better. I pull out my phone and hit record. Just I don't know, say happy birthday or something.
He says, "Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb." And
This
just
is the
giving
best.
these eerie, echoing sounds from his other mouths.
I willingly enthrall myself to this and just sit here and hold.
Okay,
and
so
hold
she's just
this.
Are
sitting
you
there
naming him
listening
Reaper?
to these reverb
well,
recordings.
I will consort with my mentor.
Okay.
If you have any words of wisdom, what should I be doing?
She says, "I have some other important business that I have to take care of tonight, so I can't deal with this directly. What you need to do is find yourself some allies. There are going to be other people who are looking into doing this. Orange," she points to the other Ventru, "he's going to be keen to acquire these properties so that he can flip them for money or status. The Tremere, can never tell who's in charge there, but Probably Winsklaus is going to try to, as soon as he gets word of this, try to make a move on it as well. And you know that their entire clan will move in lockstep once they do so.
So the Tremere aren't actually at this
They're
event.
not actually here.
At least I was late in
How-
my
How much of a Tremere presence does this city have?
There's at least 3 Tremere. She says, I don't think that the Nosferatu really care all that much, but you can never tell. Parking garages do go underground, and they like doing things in tunnels and the like. And you guys are sort of seeing him like conferencing with Serene, and you're like, she has never talked this much in 10 years. It's unnerving. She says, Bruja, honestly, I don't expect them to be able to get their shit together.
That's a challenge.
Is this audible or is this a conversation?
If you have Auspex, it's audible.
I do have Auspex.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
When she says that, I just look and then turn back around and get back on the phone.
I do not have one.
I've also been informed that there is a pair of Giovanni in the city. The Giovanni are not members of the Camarilla. They have a neutrality agreement with us. They are a large incestuous family.
Literally.
They are financially powerful, and they have their own secrets in the closet.
Can I start whistling the theme to The Godfather?
I suppose you can. There's nothing stopping you.
I do so.
Jibber says, "Why are you whistling the theme to The Godfather?"
Someone said the G word.
He says, "Jibber."
Close. Think more Sicilian and incestuous.
Oh, right then. She says, "So it's
All
not
right.
clear to me whether the prince would allow them to take this territory. Typically, they're left to have a family estate in the city, and as long as they don't cross paths with anyone or cause problems, we leave them alone and they leave us alone. But this is a rich opportunity, and the prince is being unusually whimsical tonight. This is extremely out of character for him. So my recommendation is find a few other young kindred who are hungry for territory, make a deal with them, and then start scoping out the areas that you think would be good to try and take control of. That, or spy on the other people that are the competition."
Okay. So there just happens to be like 4 properties.
Yes.
Convenient.
Conveniently.
While they're having this and I get to the last bar of the Godfather theme, I'll ask Jibber what I missed. Since the prince
Okay.
looked a little cranky when I came in.
He says, "Since I enjoy your company so much, Paige, I'll tell you this one for free. The prince acknowledged this new kindred in our society. He is a child of Serene, the executioner. I know, quite a shock.
Dangerous.
Yes. But that means he'll be hungry. He is new. He will need friends and influence. And the prince had Lance, he's a kind of a low-rent, 2-bit gentry that's been in the city for about 10 years, executed. Apparently he was trying to consort with werewolves or something like that.
Ugh.
Lance was executed, and the prince, in an uncommon show of generosity, decided that all of Lance's properties were up for grabs for the next 24 hours.
Really?
Yes.
How, interesting. Used car lots? Wait, doesn't he have parking
He owns a
garages?
parking garage, he owns a parking garage, he owns a car lot, he owns, what were the other two things I said? It was,
There's
Motel.
low rent
I like
motel,
parking
Yes.
garage.
Motel
right?
6?
a no-tell motel,
Yeah.
and then there was like a
And we're back to you
a
again.
bail bondsman.
Bail bondsman, yes. Okay, so
I could use the Motel 6.
everyone could use a hotel.
All of those are good.
Well, as a nomad, having a place where I can.
Where you can hang out and sleep is a good thing.
Yeah.
So because you are Serene's child and because you actually have Dots in the mentor background, you get to stay in her haven,
Okay.
which is basically like staying in Sarah Connor's armored compound. However, she is going to expect you to eventually, spread
Yeah,
your
I
wings.
mean, I have to get a
and
job
leave
and
the
leave the house eventually.
Like,
Right,
get out of
yeah.
mom's basement.
You're gonna have to pay rent or move. So,
I have a dog mentor too.
I do not.
you do, but your mentor is decidedly not showing up for this event.
Yes.
Um,
She's in Seattle currently,
yes.
where she resides.
Yes.
By the way, in case you haven't
Mhm.
seen the look on my sheet, I traded a dot of cookies for a dot of fortitude
I saw.
with a gangrel at some point or another
Right.
in my backstory.
All good. Your mentor is Bob McKay. He's not at this party, but you have no choice. He's not your sire. I'm going to let you decide who your sire is and what they're like. Bob McKay is a lumberjack who's been in Portland for 100 years.
He's okay.
He does chainsaw sculpting.
That's really hard to do.
He's an artist,
Yeah, it takes talent.
but
Unless
he
you're
wears, he wears plaid and flannel and stuff like that. Fits in the grunge movement.
Yes. He's
Big beard.
only until the last 10 years, the Metro, the lumberjack look was not popular, and now he's
Now he's all the rage. Yeah.
which is probably driving other fashionable Toreadors crazy.
The music situation is not there yet.
That's fine.
That's
That's all right. Yeah, I'm currently on the phone with
Your Seattle-like mentor. Okay.
with Helen. Yeah.
Okay. So
Mirren?
So I look at Gibber and I say, so what do you think about these new spaces on the Monopoly board?
well, I think that everyone is going to have a particular thing that they want, and the trick.
What do you want?
Well, the thing that works best for my family is probably going to be the parking garages because they're partly underground. They're going to have connections to sewer tunnels, storm drains, underground access, all the kinds of stuff that my family likes to crawl around in and make our homes in.
So, what do you think about this? I don't have any real aims to rule a parking garage, but I would so love to throw a king-size rave there. And, people are gonna wander down to the lower levels and get, stoned and lost and could disappear into your tender waiting arms while, the crazy fun is happening up on the top floor. We could be like a Marvel team up here, right?
I see what you did there.
Perhaps we have some mutual interest in common. I'm actually going to send a message out to some other members of my family. We might be able to make some sort of a deal.
All these.
Very good. Let me go and find a convenient rodent through which I can send a telegram. The Nosferatu are enough to talk to animals, get them to do their bidding.
That was the best. Can you make it do the little dance like you did the last time? That was so great.
So, Gibber says, I'm going to have to go out the back. If you would excuse me. With a flourish, he clambers down the back staircase and disappears from view. Well, he, as a Nosferatu, once he gets out of line of sight, it's out of mind. He's got that vampire mind trick that makes you just not realize that he's there anymore. And so once he starts coming down the staircase, all the mortals out on the streets just don't even realize he's there. And he just quietly, puts on a hat, pulls up the brim of his coat, and makes his way through the rainy, darkened streets of the city to go and talk to animals to send messages to his compatriots down below the city where the Nosferatu reside.
In the world of darkness, the Northwest rains even more than it rains normally.
Yeah, that's right. It's over 250 days.
And non-California.
Once
So,
he leaves,
You hear this sound of shuffling feet behind you as you say, I love it when you do that thing where they sit up and beg like that. And then you hear a strident voice say, that's not very nice. Animals are friends and they have important things for us to learn from. They're not there so that we can make them do tricks. You recognize that it's Jerome, the cat guy. You can smell the cat.
I turn around and just smile a very winning smile because I'm a really nice person. And I'm like, oh, it's not like tricks for my amusement. It's expression of the animal's inner artistic soul.
Jerome looks at you very suspiciously.
I'm
Let's
not-
get our first die roll of the night.
Yeah.
All right,
Roll your manipulation plus subterfuge.
all right.
Difficulty is a 6.
I have no dots in subterfuge because I'm
sad.
basically a horrible liar.
You're an open book.
Awesome.
But I do have 3 dots in manipulation.
Okay.
So, a 9 and 2 4s.
Okay, the 9 is a success. So Jerome looks at you very suspiciously, and then he pets the cat and he says, "What do you think, my dear?" The cat looks up at him and doesn't even meow. He says, "Yes, I agree. Let's not waste any more time with this one. He doesn't understand us." Then he turns imperiously, walks away to sulk over in one corner of the room. Now all of the corners are taken, because the Brewhar in one corner, Jerome's in another corner.
Okay.
I guess actually one of the corners has been vacated. So
One corner has the fires.
I
will go
look
take
I
that
look a
corner.
little
Try to
sad
privacy.
for a split second, and then go over to the piano. Is Cosimo still at the piano?
Cosmo is still playing at the piano. She seems quite engrossed in what she's playing.
I'll like slink up towards the keys where I can go. Dun, dun, dun,
Okay.
dun, dun, dun,
So as you start
dun.
slinking close to the piano, she says, "Stop where you are. Don't even think of interfering with my playing."
Interfering, that's more like enhancing, but okay. So, cranky McCranky Pants.
You're not winning yourself any friends or favors that way, you know.
I've been mingling. I mingled with Gibber, who's the sweetest person, by the way. I don't know why everybody makes such horrible comments.
He's a disgusting monstrosity like all of his clan, and he should be purged from the face of this world.
You know, one person's disgusting is another person's single, unique, beautiful snowflake.
It is the Toreador who revel in pain and disgust and despair, who are our counterparts in the Sabbat, and she stops playing and slams down a discordant.
Somebody
Sound.
said the S word.
I didn't do it!
Wouldn't want to associate yourself with those sorts of monsters, now would you? And everyone here knows that association with the Sabbat is a quick trip to a private meeting with Serene, of which only one vampire lives.
I blink a couple of times and say, well, you know what they say about art. Anyway,
That mention drew my attention, so I have at least paying watching attention to mine.
Right.
Can I use my awareness to figure out which of these jokers I can work with?
You have politics, right?
I have one.
You have 1 dot of politics. All right. So you sort of cast your gaze around the room, and basically your big problem is everything that's worth a damn in an established city is already controlled by some elder vampire. So the people that you can work with are the ones that are youngsters who don't have any property of their own, who, much like you, want to get out of the house and have their own place to call home. Which means these yahoos.
Yeah.
Because they're all the young vampires
So,
that don't really have their
So
own.
at this point, what I would know that
Like-
we're at the kids' table.
By hook or by crook, we have created the party. So
that's
yes.
right.
Okay.
So,
Well, I want to figure out who do I gotta slap to get the thing ball rolling here.
Pick one. Slap your balls.
wow.
Slapping a Bruja is not a buff.
These
But-
nuts.
2016.
I'm not sure how to.
Serena's sort of giving you the go fly.
Well, I want to see if I can determine like who would be the most amenable. I don't want to have to crew pants.
Probably her. Paige.
Paige is kind of annoying.
Paige
She's-
looks extra desperate.
She's digging
Yes.
herself in a hole.
Keep your pants.
Conversely, because of the prestige of your sire, you might be able to basically throw her a lifeline and get Cozumel to back off. But maybe not. Cozumel is known to have a very barbed tongue, and if she is displeased with someone, she will spread scandalous rumors about them that generally result in them being the not very favorable talk of kindred society. In some courts, these people are called harpies because of their barbed tongues.
Mhm.
Theoretically, I mean, I can't say for certain. If you are able to make Paige less of a pariah, she might owe you one.
So,
Can't say for certainty because it's a PC and PC.
this would be something that Celine had previously discussed with you.
Sure.
Vampire Society runs on favors. Vampires call
We
them
like
boons. Because money, given enough time, anyone can get money. Mortals, they're going to die of old age someday.
Right.
The only thing that's worth anything is favors from other vampires and their esteem.
Unless
So, trading favors, playing hardball over it is how you get ahead.
All right, fine. I'll go over to Paige
Okay, so you go over by the piano.
and I'll put my hand on her shoulder and be like, even I know not to mess with this one. Come with me.
Hi, you're the new kid.
Cozumel kind of gives a gentle smile at you, and she resumes playing her regularly scheduled tune. And then he puts a very firm hand on your shoulder and gently but firmly guides you off away from disaster.
I glide away elegantly from.
And it affords you a
disaster.
dignified exit from your conversation with Cozumel, who seems to be more than happy to let him take you away.
Yes. So, what can I do for you, strong hands?
Well, apparently we're gonna have to team up to do this.
Bruja guys, Leroy White checks
Team up
his
to
cell
do
phone
what?
and says, "Shit, I gotta run."
Acquired some properties.
Runs downstairs.
Oh, right, from the dearly departed used car salesman who
Ask,
decorated the floor with the inside of his head.
Yes.
He says, "I always have to worry about that boy."
It's not exactly what I'd call art, but you know, I'm
Like,
not gonna
Darrell leans over and he says, "Normally, I would say we're kind of in this together, but it's going to be difficult to do anything together because we all have kind of different priorities."
I say, if we can get a group together, we can probably get all of these, and then
all of them. Wow.
we can
Think
get
big, huh?
we can get a competent group together.
Wow, you Ventru really like to go for the gold ring. All right,
So,
sounds fun.
do you
Where
have
do
any
we start?
do you have any recommendations on which of these yahoos would be amenable?
Well, let's see. I look over at the piano. No. Crazy cat guy. He's already mad at me. Let's see.
You have a knack for that.
I don't understand why either. It's just strange.
Perhaps it's your approach.
I don't bend the knee enough, I guess.
Little
Maybe it's-
rebellion in there, huh?
Maybe it's my hair. And then I look over at that Bruja corner, and I'm like,
The mob. And
wow.
And the one Bruja that is conspicuously not with the others in the corner. He's in the other corner.
At which point
Well,
in time, after like muttering a bunch of words under breath, quietly, oh hello, crinkle a lot of bags and open a lot of bags and make
Bags?
a noise.
These have to go in the microwave, but
Ooh, bagel bites.
I
give them that real gamer.
oh yeah. So as
Yeah, we should
as they're
actually,
doing that, I close my phone and
What?
walk up to them.
we should actually do these because they're melting.
Oh, okay. Well,
Oh yeah, good point.
They're melting.
oh, yeah.
Well, they're frozen.
They were frozen.
They were
need to
they
be
were once frozen.
They're more
isn't there a
fun.
microwave around the corner?
There's one right around the corner.
Yeah.
Something like
Correct.
that.
So we do have an extra person that maybe could take care of this for us.
So,
if she
a
might be
producer,
more
Wow.
honest.
Produce-
Well,
Oh,
Wow.
the producer might produce something.
Oh my
or,
God.
or not.
I'm off the fucking clock.
I'm gonna hide under the table
So,
with that.
so that's pretty much the
It's
kind
for
of look I just got
charity.
from Cosimo.
Yeah,
a real producer's never off the clock, Maria.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Mic drop.
Wow, someone
Chris, I
is.
think your schedule just got a lot harder.
Expect new
I think your schedule
Zero
just started
tickets.
with go make your own fucking bagel bites.
That's a new, that'd be a fun Zero ticket to get.
Yeah.
Make your own
Produce
fucking
these
bagel
bagel
bites.
See, if I was gonna make them, they'd be in the kitchen in the toaster oven. You probably wouldn't eat them for hours. It takes a long time. And also,
So they have toaster ovens.
clearly
So
I'm pressing a surprise.
We're planning to be here all night.
Yeah.
Not that much of a surprise.
So
There's
yeah,
one
let's
person
go to
who
the
gets
toaster oven.
If you're just made, how long have you two been around? Because I've been around since 2000.
So you've been here 15 years. Okay.
Yep.
So even longer than Lance, who just got axed.
Yeah, I.
Does this have the whole
And I
like
still don't fit in.
older vampires just automatically powerful than you?
Well, older vampires
So-
usually have more experience. They know more.
Well,
So
I know like
I've
someone
been
who's like 500 years old, I
in
expect
the
a lot.
last few years, but I am nomadic. I do lead
generation as well, which
Right.
is
So-
inherently strong.
You're-
No, but
you're
like, the
no.
stuff I'm used
I'm
to
real.
is
I'm
like
very real.
if you're a year older, you are just
But
automatically
The
better.
likelihood
No,
is at
not
some
at all.
point in the last,
Okay.
how long have you been here?
I was made a child. I was embraced 10 years ago.
Like
So
Cranks is
my
now almost
my
on the
focus
side
has
of
been
the
more
option.
Seattle than this.
We should totally
Ah.
go in on one of these things, man. Maybe we should get that bail bond. And it would be great for, getting out of jams and not having to spend the night
So
in
you've
prison.
walked over.
And just like scratching
You've
your back
walked
and
over.
neck, scratching his
Beautiful.
face.
Did you-
Yeah,
You're like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
it's
it's
that
that
you're looking over at Craig and you're like, I could totally take that guy. He's been a vampire for what, 20 years or something? I could just ruin him.
I mean, the motel sounds more useful to me, personally.
I
Colin says, well,
So,
as you know, meaning that you don't know, but we're explaining for the audience. I'm well situated, and I already have property situated among some of the museums of the city and associated areas around there. So I feel like I'm going to recuse myself from this particular territory grab out of an egalitarian sense of brotherhood with my fellow Bruja brothers and sister. He says to Sahara, as she kind of balls her fists out, and allow you this opportunity.
All right.
I look at you
You're like,
like,
man, all the
wow,
vampires
well,
are
we
being really
better
magnanimous
start thinking of what we're going to do quick because Team B is starting to mobilize.
right.
The rebel.
So then yes,
Craig,
as
did
you're
you
saying
explain
that,
the
I
ice
want
water
to walk
again?
up to you.
Speaking of,
I swear,
Hey,
I didn't.
you.
My teeth are wiggling.
He needs territory and you need territory, and I would like to get additional material funds. Therefore, I propose that the three of us work together, probably also with him as well.
It's
That's my interesting. I'm feeling this. This is really coming together for me. Yes.
Most of my
let's-
status is currently tied up in Seattle and online. This area, I'd like some inroads in.
he has a very, very popular Reddit channel.
No, I don't.
So
No, I
let's go over to the unoccupied corner and have a little confab, shall we?
Sahara kind of grabs Colin's elbow, the Bruja list there. So let's get back to the university and have a little chat about these developments. Colin nods and says, sure, let's not get in anyone's way.
Enjoy your chat.
Well, I think that there's some higher level things that are going on, says Colin, but I haven't sussed out exactly what the prince's game. Doing something like this out of the goodness of his frozen heart seems a little uncharacteristic. We need to try and figure out what the real game behind the scenes is here. But in the meantime, this is still a good opportunity for you, so,
If this is a trap, you have my number.
right, I'll let you know, he says. And he and Sahara take off. Daryl says, shit, this party is getting weaker and weaker by the second. I don't have anything else planned tonight. I can help you guys out if you want, but otherwise I'm just gonna go back to playing pool.
Whose it is?
Daryl Auger, Bruja, the African American guy who's generally pretty level headed and good at talking other Bruja out of doing dumb stuff.
It would be useful, but we probably are supposed to be proving ourselves or something. So if we need your help, I got your number.
Alrighty, I'll be back at the pool hall. So, good luck. Seeing that the gathering is breaking up, Cozumel unceremoniously finishes her piece and also gets up and leaves the party without so much as a look backward at anyone. And that leaves James and Jerome to file on out, leaving the room to you guys. What do you want to do? Where do you want to go? Who do you want to kill?
Yes, yes, and yes.
So is it's just the four of
It's
us?
the four of you guys.
Okay.
The-
While
crazy
while
cat
Daryl
man.
is leaving, I would basically at that point, after telling them that I'm working with the two of you, I would then walk up and be like, you should join the three of us. We are going to attempt to acquire these properties.
Oh, well, that works.
It's fairly typical for young vampires to form coteries like this. So,
Sure.
you know,
So-
the fact that I have contrived an artifice should not cause you to hesitate.
So, fun fact, we might be getting inadvertently, with a little help from me, some help from our friends in Nosferatu. They like parking garages.
Yes. Easy access to underground routes.
There's also a non-0% chance that we're all about to get murdered by the elders, given that somehow every elder has decided they don't want these properties.
That's always a possibility.
That's why I said non-0.
Well, you don't know if that's true. You're pretty sure that Cozumel might make a play for some of them, just so that she has something she can trade to someone else. It was already mentioned that the Tremere are probably going to try and take these just because they do that sort of thing, just to dick people over.
You're saying Menominee does a little bit of a terrifying
There-
trap.
There's certainly something, well, not certainly, there's most likely something weird going on. But
Alright, let's prove ourselves then.
You know, the prince is a Malcav. I mean, this could just be the equivalent of board game night for, you know, his highness. Maybe he's bored. I mean, he's been around for like ever and ever.
This is probably a cat and mouse game of some sort. But
You know, it's like
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nintendo for the vampires.
Okay. Oh, we get another one.
This is where you are right now, Crystal Ballroom.
Okay.
These are up for grabs.
oh, we now can like do a point and click adventure and be like,
Okay,
Well,
Just
let's
because
see.
he's Malkavian does not mean that he's generous.
It does mean he's probably a little bit, you know, pun intended, bats in the belfry.
Well, that's a given.
Anyone who's read the Damnation Alley source book knows that cities will have lots of other general neighborhoods and blocks. So you have things like the aforementioned museum, which apparently Colin has influence over, or
So,
Portland State University, which Sahara has influence over,
so are these?
or Howell's Books, the largest bookstore in the U.S., I believe. That's the Tremere control.
isn't there a coffee shop or something that?
There are, aside from Seattle, I think there's more coffee shops per square mile here than anywhere else.
Coffee shops and strip clubs.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Boston has a lot of Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh, I miss it.
You were there!
Dunkin'.
And I had more than enough to last a normal person's lifetime.
Alright, so.
So I have a question. Are
Mhm.
so these locations that we can grab, are they like? Is it like oh, there's a parking garage or whatever? Is it just that building, or is it this? So is it like a video game where you take over a territory and now you own the?
You take over a territory. So you're gonna basically start by taking over this parking garage and then also acquire like the shitty apartments across the street from it
Okay.
and some of the surrounding territory. So the general gist of this is that you would control.
Soda?
I'll take a 0.
Always a good choice.
Some kind of 0? Or were you joking?
No, like the Coke 0.
Diet Dr. Pepper.
Diet Dr.
That actually
P?
does sound good.
Diet Dr. P?
Yes, please.
Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew.
Like a true gamer.
Yeah.
So
Like a true gamer.
Mountain
Okay, so what?
So the basic idea is that you would have sort of like the museum or the university as a linchpin, and then you have a few blocks around it that are also your territory there. And that affords you not just an area that's got some sort of notable attraction to it, like Powell's Books, but also some apartments or houses or whatever is in the area that gives you some feeding grounds where you can blend in with humanity and find likely victims for your habit.
Alright, so where are you interested?
I have a proposal.
I'm listening.
Yes.
So here's an option. Instead of individually assuming control of these areas, we share them. So I know it's a faux pas to, eat in someone else's table, but
Well, coteries can have their own table. I mean, that's not uncommon.
I'm all about sharing is caring.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
like the Tremere
that's-
all apparently jointly control Powell's, and it's just, that's the territory of the blood sorcerers, do not mess.
So we could share them, be like, you know, if someone technically owns the motel, but someone else visits, they would get a free pass.
Well, if we are sharing, that means we do need to become an official coterie and actually have a name.
That can be dealt with after, we've already wasted, and
Yeah,
like, I would be like,
There's
we've
no
already
such
wasted
rule, but
this
you probably
many
don't know
minutes in this process.
What's that?
There's no such rule, but you probably don't know that.
Well, we'll be the super high intensity action.
we're an anarcho syndicalist collective. Yay!
Anarch has an entirely different meaning.
Right, well,
So
shall we saddle up?
Is that, is
How
that
are we
kosher for
gonna lay claim to some of these places? I mean, the bail bondsman is a single person, right?
Well, it's a store.
It's a business.
the business?
Sure, but it's generally gonna be like, you know, a guy plus, you know, maybe, you know, a secretary, whatever. Parking garage is a big ugly stone building with probably maybe a guard. Car lots, you know, I mean, the one I think that could be
I'm
Also
tougher to hold that, I mean, the nice thing about these is that none of them have a lot of like personnel on site to like, you know, get in the way. But the problem is a lot of them are big. So there's only 4 of us.
I'm told, I look around, if we can find, what's his name?
Lance.
Lance. We can
Lance
find,
the deceased.
if we can find his office and get like his list of contacts.
He was a car dealer, was he not?
What was he? He was a venture who was mostly involved in a lot of these kind of sketchy businesses.
So he may have controlled them through dominate.
Through dominate presence, but also possibly just through like
I followed
natural
the
resources,
directions
blackmail.
exactly. I'll write those down before I make the next.
When you mentioned that point, I'm like, that sounds like a good idea. I'm gonna start typing on my phone and trying to look up where his business offices are, where any registered properties that he owned were, and where any unregistered properties that he owned were.
Okay. So, like most vampires, Lance is not the official owner of record for a lot of these sorts of things,
No,
as far as the city is concerned.
His
it's unofficial.
However, what you do find is that for 3 out of the 4 properties, the car lot, parking garage, and the bail bondsman's office, they all shared one owner of record. That is all held by one Watney. Turnbuckle.
That is a fabulous name.
You were using my random name generator, weren't you?
Maybe. Doing business as Schiff Properties and Holdings.
Is that Peter Schiff?
And the Motel 6.
Motel 6 is not under that owner of record.
Is that Motel 6 a franchise or is that a?
Motel 6 is a franchise operation, so it has to deal with the corporate franchise roles and whatnot, and presumably has some other guy who's considered the franchisee.
So basically we'll be walking talk, and then my phone trying to then proceed to once I figure
Alright,
that out.
alright.
Dig
Put another
deeper,
longer.
dig deeper, dig deeper.
Alright, so you go downstairs, and you get into his Lexus.
Yeah.
Amenable.
The shaded windows roll up.
Are we
Bulletproof
following
glass.
along? or-
Being the executioner's child, that's first.
I mean, you actually have, is it enough room for all of us? Comfortably?
Yeah, it's a Lexus, it's a sedan.
There's a large trunk.
I mean, well, I assume he's a chauffeur, so where is the chauffeur gonna sit?
No, he did like,
No retainer?
I like to drive myself.
Okay.
Safe that way.
Alright, well,
I'll plop down.
So
I'll
obviously-
plop down in shotgun.
obviously we can
Alright.
try and hold it by force, but once the Tremere get involved, we all die.
Not necessarily.
Well, if they can get us from a distance, we all die.
I'm like, I sit in the chair and I'm like, ew. It smells like Calvin Klein in here. I mean, I know we don't exactly have an odor and we need to kind of make ourselves pleasant for mortals to be fed on, but really? Obsession? Who's wore that since like 1989?
Sorry.
Starting to see why nobody hangs out with this particular corridor.
Yeah, I'm.
I thought we were in Lance's car.
You're in his car.
Oh,
No,
Wait.
Lance's car is probably going to be toast.
He has no idea.
oh, okay. So then I won't get in your car because I barely know you. I heard somebody say they were getting into Lance's car, like
No.
stealing Lance's Lexus. I'm like, that's a great idea.
Well, if we are supposed to be working together,
You could steal Lance's car if you want. It's a used 1978 Plymouth
Wow.
station wagon. No one would ever suspect a vampire driving this.
I don't know if, I mean, wow.
Probably for good reason.
It's got a little air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror. It's a pink elephant.
Nice.
I say we check out the car lot first. Maybe his primary business.
Yes. You know, that's the thing though. I'll bet everybody else is going to go there.
That is the problem. Like, if you run afoul of other vampires, according to the prince's rules, you can't kill each other, but nothing says you can't really fuck someone else up.
And so are we all standing around outside the club?
You're sort of standing around out in front of the crystal ballroom. People are giving you a wide berth, mostly staring at him as they walk past your group. And you're standing in front of Alexis that is apparently his, because he pulled out a dongle.
Okay. So I don't make any comment about Counting Club.
Right.
I thought it was
Sorry for the confusion.
No worries. Alright. So we could go stake out the car lot, but I'll bet you
Serene comes out of the building and says, I have to go to a meeting. Call me if you need anything.
You'll be the first to know.
Stay out of trouble.
Oh, I'll just clarify with her real quick. What are the rules in this situation? Like, do I go? What is my
Go ahead.
my kill level?
Don't kill other vampires unless you can guarantee that you can convince the prince that it was in self-defense.
So it's basically just dismemberment.
Convince them to walk the other way. They're minions, mortals, ghouls, things like that. Kill away as long as you can clean it up.
Oh, and don't eat any other vampires.
that's why would
Why don't you go ahead and explain
He's
it
new,
to
he
him?
needs to know the rules.
Why don't you go ahead and help explain it to him? I'll consider it a trivial boon.
So,
She's just signaled that she's going to give him a favor if he teaches you the rules correctly.
okay.
If he lies to you or fucks up, she's going to take it out of his hide.
Firstly, feeding off the blood of another vampire can make you enthralled to them if you do it enough times. So that will fuck you up. 2, if you completely consume the blood of another vampire, it becomes very hard to stop from what I've heard. And if you keep on going, you consume their soul. You become more powerful, but everyone will know what you've done, and that is one of the #1 sins of being one of us.
the D word.
the process of diablerie is easily marked, easily identified, and it takes generally 3 drinks to become bloodbound to another individual.
And if you do it, your mom's going to kill you.
I'm going to be nice and assume that this
I-
conversation happens after you get in the car instead of standing out on the street in front of a busy club.
Sure. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. If you do it, your mom's being sent after you.
Okay.
Yep, that would be
You really
bad.
are fresh.
And you guys have no idea why he was picked by Serene, why she would even choose to have a child now, what favors were traded. This is all a huge mystery, and
The 2 of them,
it's
I
kind
had
of
some
like-
records on. You, I had nothing on.
he just came out of nowhere.
And he's presumably useful because she doesn't
And I did
desire
say that
royal
in
milk.
front of the
Yeah.
2 of you as well.
I
It's like, yes, I had records on you.
Really? What does mine say?
You basically demonstrated it during the meeting.
Sweet. Well, hey,
It's like my prowess is
nothing
well
wrong.
known.
Nothing wrong with helping you confirm what you already suspect.
I know it was.
Appreciate
Where to?
Well, let's.
As I said, trying to dig up information on that Watney Toro.
Turnbuckle.
Totally not a
Alright.
not a false alias. Not at all.
All right.
Word is- word is-
Intelligence plus computer.
I-
Let's begin with what you are made to do.
Considerably harder.
Ah, excellent.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Maria.
Thanks very much.
I'm also really stoked that you're totally getting into the spirit of everything.
Intelligent computers, you said?
Intelligence,
Well, like you
plus
said, considerably hotter.
it's gonna be-
Prettier.
I got it for you guys.
What's my difficulty?
Difficulty just 7.
That's a sweet rig you got there.
So yeah, you were using what, an iPad or something? Something
Yeah.
portable?
Something.
Samsung Galaxy, whatever.
For successes.
Advertising for someone. The
Get your iPad today
That's what I use for my vampire.
at
nerds.
participating retailers.
Okay, so he pulls out some sort of electronic gadget. You know nothing about how computers work. You are aware of their existence. You can use a cell phone or a smartphone, but like Candy Crush is about the limit of your ability to make them go.
Is it? So I thought it was like.
I'm not much better.
If you have no dots in a knowledge ability, then you've never been trained in that.
I thought you had like average person knowledge.
Well, I mean, there's things that are like common knowledge. That's why you can like turn on an iPad and you
Right.
can play Candy Crush. You can
Right.
send your email.
Okay.
But like,
You are, you are a casual.
Yeah, like I can't hack the Pentagon.
right? He is currently apparently he's hacking all IPs simultaneously,
Okay.
as they say in
I'm
Die Hard 4.
diving into like some core networks. I'm
Yeah.
doing multiple things along those lines at the same time.
Having a fun time while you're just sort of cruising in circles around the downtown Portland.
You notice me watching what you're doing intently, and not what they look on my face of like, oh, magic on computer thing. It's more like,
Right. So you're like craning your head because you're in shotgun around looking at the back seat at what he's doing.
Tilts.
And all right.
I'm
So-
not comfortable in the car. I'm just being distinctly.
No
uncomfortable
offense.
in the car.
Did you want to bring your motorcycle?
I mean, I kind of feel like it makes sense for me to be
Secrets.
part of the group, but
You have your strengths, I have mine.
Here's what you managed to dig up. Mr. Watney Turnbuckle, obvious pseudonym, is in fact, it's the pseudonym for William Trask. No relation to anyone from the Marvel Universe. 2,
I don't give a rip.
I do.
came to Portland about 10 years ago. Same timetable as Lance. If you can't read this, too bad.
If he's bloodbound,
3
he knows something just happened.
actually works at the bail bonds place.
Mm.
Might want to explain to him about ghouls.
Like another boot for that? She doesn't know.
He's not in the car.
Yeah.
Basically.
Well, we haven't actually, unless
You're
our
familiar.
hacker friend tells us these things, he's the only one that's privy to this knowledge.
Well, I mean, I assume at the very least, he's mentioned that there's a holdings company. Maybe not all the
I
information.
wouldn't have mentioned anything yet, as I don't have a complete picture yet.
Fair enough.
Apparently, this guy has a record of several petty and financial offenses in such diverse locations as Los Angeles, St. Paul, and Austin.
But we don't know this yet.
So
Right.
I'm doing this, and all you get the slightest glimmer of a smile, which very quickly goes away.
I saw that.
I don't know what you're talking about. I suggest that we go to the bail bondsman first. The individual who has filed for most of these properties works there and has something of a record which we may be able to use against him.
He works for more than one property.
He is filed as the owner of a company which owns these properties.
Think he's a ghoul?
I would expect so, if he is not the individual himself.
Ooh, that means we can bounce him around a little bit without breaking him.
He arrived at the same time that Lance did, approximately, and
Gas.
either is Lance or is a ghoul, obviously.
One thing I don't know, or at least I don't remember, Jesse, is if someone's bond breaks, can you bond them to yourself?
Mhm.
Okay. So we could go into us.
If the said individual is actually a ghoul.
Correct.
Metal to the metal.
Alright.
Alright, so you head off to the bail bondsman's office. Okay, so let's get everybody to give me a perception plus occult roll if you have occult. If you don't, no roll.
Don't roll.
No roll if you do not have the occult.
Aspects.
No roll at all.
You may add aspects.
Alright, I have perception, I have aspects, but I don't have occult.
No roll.
Alright, no roll for me.
Yep.
No roll for
I do not
So-
sense the
How do I
trigger
do this?
You take your number of dots in perception.
Okay.
You add that to your number of dots in occult, and that's how many dice you
One
roll.
die is
Oh.
not enough for this game.
Yep.
They might have.
And you're looking for 6s or better. There's a 6 and a 7.
6 and 7.
Okay. 2 successes.
Three successes.
Okay. You pull up in front of this bail bondsman's office, Aladdin Bail Bonds, and you're getting out of the car, and you're just like looking up from your pad, and you notice maybe 6 seconds before he does, there's a car parked across the street. It's a little silver Prius, and the license plate is a vanity plate that says Warlock.
The Tremere here.
Oh crap. Who's strapped besides me?
I assume I am.
Yeah, I did not give myself a new
Yeah.
start.
You have probably 3 guns, because you use 2 at a time and you have a backup in case something goes awry.
Right.
There's probably a section for equipment, we can write it in. Weapons there. Someone's got a book.
Yeah.
You do, it's right in front of you.
Well, yeah, but
You can just append to a system with his
I need to get myself.
guns and katanas.
Yeah.
No.
Do I have?
All right. So yeah, you guys don't recognize the significance of the vehicle, but you guys do.
When he told us the Tremere here.
So and then he goes the Tremere here.
And I said, who's strapped besides me?
Right. So you're sitting in the car
So are
in
they,
front of
are they the
Aladdin
next
Bail
car
Bonds.
over?
It's literally across the street. So you guys have like pulled up. You've got a bail bondsman shop here. Aladdin Bail Bonds. It's next to a liquor mart, and over here
Get your drink on.
is Hiram's Guns.
Oh.
Wow, this is like the shadiest
Guns,
block
guns.
ever.
Welcome to the world of darkness.
And it's gonna say and
And then across the street there's a pawn shop.
Pawn shop and a strip club.
So yes,
and
Exotic dancers.
a nail salon.
pawn shop.
Nail salon
Nail salon.
and a Subway.
And then a Tully's.
Of course, for good measure.
Subway.
Where's
the
Eat Fresh.
You're in Portland?
Yeah.
There's gotta be some kind of coffee shop somewhere.
Tully's, right?
Also true,
Oh.
there needs to be a coffee shop in there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Subways or-
I don't know.
Is it-
Because it wouldn't be Starbucks, it'd be Tully's, right?
Yeah.
or an
There's
SBC.
there's a walk up here that goes to a second floor that has a Tully's.
Yeah.
So, okay, so right here, there's a car, and it has a license plate that totally unassumingly said
Warlock.
And it's a Prius.
Yeah.
Is he
It's a silver Prius.
Is there anyone in the car?
Is he a level 15 Warlock?
You don't know.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
I can never remember where equipment is actually located in this book.
Maybe
Page,
It's such a weird
page
glossy.
1. Actually, look up armor because it is 209, I think, or 214.
Ah!
I think 214 has the actual equipment.
Nothing is wrong.
209 is the armor rules.
And me without a banana to put up their tailpipe.
Good. Yeah, the 2 pages of it. Yep.
It's like I may have been doing this
Yeah.
this
you might
morning.
have just met. Okay. So I will have.
alright, so
you're
there's
wearing like what, a trench coat, right? Or do you
Yeah.
have armor equipment?
The lights are on. There's that sort of nasty yellow neon light, the sign overhead, Aladdin Bail Bonds, and it's got a picture of a flying carpet.
Yeah.
You know, it'll get you right out of
Want to
jail.
get the card code?
Um,
Are probably
The Warlock car. I don't.
What am
know if
I-
We need to
we can
get
try
in that kind of
this.
trouble with the wizards.
There's,
Well,
there's armored shirt and there's a Kevlar vest. Which
you probably don't have a Kevlar vest. You can certainly have an armored shirt.
what does that mean?
Means you have 2 armor.
Yeah, so it makes it so that it's easier for you to soak damage.
Okay.
So it will help stop bullets, knives, things like that. So your clothing, in addition to being well tailored, is reinforced with padded armor. And
Okay,
stuff.
so it's armored clothing.
And like I said, you're probably carrying 3 pistols. You know, 1, 2, 3.
What was the gear disposition for all this anyway?
He's got resources 3, and his mentor / sire is the executioner.
And I have resources 1, so
So yes, you might have a Saturday night special with a mistake.
Glock.
Yeah, I was resource 1, so I just took
So
basic armor and I took a pipe and a stick.
Yeah, you got like the equivalent of a leather jacket or something.
Yeah.
And it's-
My
pipe
trench
magnets.
coat is reinforced.
Okay.
And then
I'll stick with something like that.
Yeah.
heavy pistol,
Yeah.
light pistol, and else.
I'm probably packing a Glock that was acquired,
Yes, fell off a truck.
fell off of a fell off of
Easily
food.
concealed
Right.
J requires a jacket, T is
Okay.
requires a trench coat to hide it.
So
So there's no one in the car.
going in the
I'm
car.
gonna
The lights
Big
are
neon
on.
lights on.
capacity.
Let's see. Everything along this road is open, I think,
Okay. Well,
except for the gun shop is closed.
Yeah, 24 hours.
How many bullets you
Uh,
have?
Someplace probably-
Someplace closed. It's dark. Well, you know, it's
have
like
they correctly?
What time of night is it anyway?
It's only like 8:30 on a
No
weekday.
damage.
Yeah, so some ways in a bad neighborhood probably close up at
But I
night.
have
There's a
Right.
subway here
Right.
that's open 24 hours.
Yeah, some of them do. The one in my, the one
It's
next,
obviously not public transit though.
the one close to my house closes at 9. But anyway, so the nail salon's probably closed too.
Yeah.
But that's fine. I
So
can
half
have
the
them.
stores are closed, but the Bell Bondsman shop is open. You've got
Require a
Osmonds, right?
maximum of
I
2
do.
shots in
Alright, so you sort of focus in, you look through the front window, and you can see inside that there appears to be some sort of a heated discussion going on.
Is it a nice film noir, like, see a couple of shadows and people pointing and a guy behind a desk doing this?
It's kind of like that, except instead of a guy behind a desk doing this, there's a guy who's behind a desk who's agitatedly talking with his hands, and then there's a woman on the other side of the desk who's sort of similarly pointing at him and saying something. Can't hear it from here because front of the building, some distance, car which has bullet glass windows. So
I'll look at the judge in the back seat and say, you see what I see? I spy with my little eye, trouble inside. Bet this place has a back door. Bye.
ooh,
I get out of the shotgun and will celerate
okay.
so I can get
So-
around to the back quickly.
Open, closed.
Liquor
Open.
store.
Yeah, they're open. Liquor mart. Closed. Closed. Open. All right. You use celerity here. There's some traffic.
I'm on the passenger side, so I should be
Yeah.
on the sidewalk next to the in front of the bail bond store.
Just want to point out that the audience has told us, fun fact, Portland does have a strip club billed as a vegan strip club.
yes.
What?
One of my friends
The
was
buffet.
Why am I not surprised? Naked girls and kale.
I was figuring it out.
You don't know where that kale's
You
been.
couldn't.
I don't,
Yeah. Moving on.
I can't even right now, I need a moment.
So,
Only are,
The
can't even.
the champagne room provides
Alright, so
vegetables.
you dart out of the back seat of the car with your shotgun sort of under your coat, make your way into the alleyway in between these buildings, and then start moving with preternatural speed.
Yep.
It costs you 1 point of blood to activate celerity.
So noted.
Yeah.
I have 8 of them, or I had 8 of them.
You move around to the back, and sure enough, there is a back door, and it's got big metal bars over it,
Mm-hmm.
and it's got a heavy lock.
And it is not guarded by anyone.
Doesn't appear to be guarded by anyone.
It is
You sort of
now.
look up and down the alleyway.
You're like, okay.
It's like this back alley, some sort of large apartment building here or something like that. A couple of dumpsters. There's like a cat going through the garbage over here. There might be some sort of wino over here.
Sort of just
I'm not really sure. It's piled with something disgusting.
Right. I will go near the cat dumpster. Put myself on the opposite side of it, so it is now cover for me.
All right. So you get some non-supernatural obfuscate.
Are you wearing a trench coat?
Yep. And I'm going to be keeping an eye on that back door in case.
All right.
I will also have my Mr. Glock
Okay.
accessible.
Ready to go.
It's not in my hand, but it's basically in my.
The cat yowls and runs away from you. So you can tell there's something horribly wrong with you.
Say hi to Jerome.
Probably will.
I look for a cinder block.
So I'm going to cover the back door. And I did say to everyone before I left that it has a back door, and I
And
take
if
off.
you have any potent sense of
Okay.
honor, success.
Go
Yeah,
get 'em.
none of your disciplines use blood. So
Convenient for you.
All of mine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My cat right now.
Go get them, fellers.
alright, so you're looking for a cinder block? Sure, it's the world of darkness. You go and you pick up a cinder block from the old construction by the liquor mart from the last time someone drunkenly actually ran into the front of the building.
Alright, I'm gonna climb on top of the
So,
wall
like,
shop.
2 days ago.
Right. So you come around over here and you decide that you can go up the second floor to the Tully's and then shimmy along a little back fire escape, and then you climb up onto the pawn shop. Roll your dexterity plus athletics.
Okay,
Target is a mere 5.
that's how many dice.
Then you can just automatically take 1 success.
I will
Because
automatically.
your pool equals the difficulty.
Okay.
Alright, so there's a little bit of struggling and grunting, and you climb your way up on top of the pawn shop, and you're crouched down there like a Batman, looking out over the street. Alright. What about you guys?
What's going on? Because
Oh,
was
okay,
helping with.
So,
we've started.
So,
basically-
So they've started
so we
creeping-
started splitting the party already.
Oh, that's good.
Paige is behind the liquor mart. I'm on top of the pawn shop, and you guys are somewhere.
Screwing around by the
So
bar.
prior to me leaving, I talked to you and I said, you see what I see with my little eye? I bet this place has a back door, zip.
I just picked up a cinder block and went upstairs.
When you
Wait,
said, I
drop
bet
on
this
the
place is a back door, I started to like get on the computer and then I noticed that you left. I was like, but.
alright, Where-
So I will basically,
I think you guys are going to the front door.
yes, but I'm gonna let him go first, effectively take cover behind the car right now.
Okay.
Yeah, always use the launchers of each shield. Makes sense.
So,
They forged it.
He can probably take the next better than I can.
They
what
forged
what
it,
I'm
right?
gonna do,
I don't,
because it's cool,
and I don't have an
give me
armored
like
coat.
5, give me like 2 seconds here.
Wearing a Hello Kitty tank top. That doesn't stop bullets.
Not the face, not the face.
I am an attractive person.
So you're yelling, not the face, while you're shooting.
I need a,
But why now models?
what would be a good backup gun?
Some sort of like.
But
this
why
to
now
keep it on an
models?
Ankle holster.
That was such a great movie.
Yeah, sure.
Is that good enough?
Just like I hope the sequel isn't such.
I mean, you'd have to shoot a vampire a lot to really hurt them with that, but
Well, I'm
I
having a lot of
appreciate
stuff,
the
so.
fact that I'm never playing
Not
by
necessarily.
today.
yeah, potence. It's not like encumbrance is a problem.
There was something else I was
Well,
gonna say,
so
and I
here's what
debated
I'll do is,
for a while.
again,
Oh, I was gonna say it's a long road.
piece of paper.
I was gonna, it's a long road.
Jadwin did.
Did he?
Mhm.
Then I'm glad I did.
And then the page before is a bunch of.
I was gonna respond to you, laying down
Okay,
and smacking you.
Anyway,
So, give that piece of
It
my.
matters.
Do what you're doing.
yes, so I will, I see everybody kind of like fucking Spider-Man
Taking up
around
positions.
and like, alright, I guess I'm going to the front door.
Alright, so yeah, there is light traffic that is going back and forth on this street.
Yeah.
So be advised that like if the front of the building suddenly explodes out in a ball of flame,
People might notice.
people will know.
Yeah, so
Someone comes
I
throwing
go
out the
around to
window.
the trunk of the car
Okay.
and
Yeah.
and I pull out a sword.
Alright,
And I'll just kind of tuck that away in my coat
okay.
and
Works by the Highlander principle.
The moment he opens the door, I'm dropping the cinder block on the hood of the car.
Okay.
And I'm gonna use potence to drop it as hard as I can.
You're gonna give it a little extra
A
gravity.
little bit of extra gravity.
so you want to
You
piss
are
off
not
the
making-
people that can kill us.
Oh,
We're not making friends.
I'm
They're not allowed to kill you any more than you're allowed to kill them.
right.
Okay, but you're gonna piss them off by fucking up the ride.
He just did.
I mean,
Okay.
the thing with the Tremere is
You know
that
what?
sooner or later they're going to be enemies.
Go for it.
Yeah.
I want to give us at least one advantage,
Right.
and I'm not going to touch the car to do it because that won't end well.
Okay, so am I the only one on the street now? You're
I took
cowering.
cover behind the car.
He goes and stands over on the other side of your car.
Yeah. You got the info on the
We
alarm?
all just told us a newbie in the front door.
Pull up.
Right.
Gotta learn
Silence
sometime.
the alarms in the area.
I'm going to
Okay.
kill the two-pack. You don't have to do the alarm systems.
Okay. This place does have an alarm system. They're contracted with a private security company, and they also have an alert that goes to the police because bail bonds, lots of rough types go through here.
For some reason.
You can easily, with your intelligence and computer total, without a roll, you can disable their private security contractor alarm. The one that goes to the police would have to be physically disabled, which means going to the junction box in the back of the building.
Okay, I will continue to do so then.
Alrighty. So,
And stealth it.
So I'll make my way to the back of the building.
so you guys all come around to the back side of the building.
Do these two just come walking around the back?
Well, he's doing his best to hide in the all-concealing shadows. He, on the other hand, is just like, I'm needed.
I'm walking around like I don't give a fuck.
I'll like be cute, but like reach for the sky, honky. When you come out into the alley.
So
I thought I was covering the back. What the hell, guys?
does that surprise me?
I'm going to cut the alarm to the police precinct.
That's a really good idea. You've got the smarts.
So I just walk past you.
What did you guys already like wipe out the people inside?
So you're going to try and disable that using intelligence plus technology.
Can I convince?
How many score? Like how many successes?
Absolutely.
Like what's my difficulty?
Difficulty is a 7. Do
And
you have at least a 7 total?
6.
will we
So I got
have a
this.
7 total if I convince? Because I have intelligence and technology.
You can roll and try to improve his.
I will do so.
Right, 6.
Oh yeah, these are not strength.
Your successes also 7. Your successes will add dice to his pool.
There's a 10. Another 10.
Right. 2 successes, 4
That's
successes.
You
5.
just put in here?
Yes.
In D20 there's 2 successes.
Oh, there's
So
just two
I got 3
successes?
successes.
I'm pretty sure.
I got 2 10s and a 7.
I'm going to call it like that just because it's easier.
So it's worth 2 as a.
For tonight, I'm just going to say it's worth 2. I'll look it up later.
So
I know that it's
You
worth
have
2
5
like
successes.
I have,
Scion
and I have,
and
and I have 5 successes.
And I have 3, so it's
Don't worry about it. All right.
disabled.
Okay,
disabled.
So Paige is sort of leaning over your shoulder, not that one, as you're
Good point.
dealing with the circuit board and messing with the wires and whatnot, and eventually you manage to get it in a position where it isn't going to be calling anyone. So the circuit's jumped with a little piece of foil from a gun wrapper or whatever, and you're ready to go. Hopefully this didn't take too long.
So open the door.
Because it's locked.
I open the door.
All right.
Oh,
He pulls the door open with the sound of bending metal.
I could have picked that.
Thanks for letting me know.
Whoop! Out comes the clock.
I heard a door open.
All right, there's a loud smash. Whoop, 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 from somewhere on the street.
Oh, hell yeah.
Just I'm just.
So I look around at the person who's not here. It's like, well, she's figured out who the moron in the group is.
Agreed.
I look at you like, go, get him,
Okay.
Tiger, go!
So you charge into the back room, and it looks like this back room is basically.
I'm gonna before you say, I'm perceiving.
Actually, you
As
guys
I go
are really good distraction.
and where-
Yes, it is
what
a
happened
big.
in the front?
Well, it is a really cramped office, and it's filled with a combination of legal books and file cabinets that have old school file documents in them. There's a computer that's sitting on a desk that looks like it's maybe a 486 and has a giant CRT. Little 2-button mouse, no scroll wheel.
I don't.
And there's a doorway that goes here to the front office, and then you know that the front office has a restroom.
I should go get mine at some point.
You should go get yours.
Well, yeah, we're kind of
Like
in the middle of something.
Okay,
Once the first stop's flying, I will go get mine.
so yeah, very cluttered office, door that goes to the front office. You know the front office also has a restroom in it. And then you hear, "What the? My fucking car!" A woman's voice shouting from the front room.
And I've totally like celerity back to.
You use celerity, spend a point of blood.
I will.
Alrighty. And so you've gone back to
Like just like I'm
down
right.
out of sight.
Yeah, I'm near the trolleys of this.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
oops.
I'm a distraction.
I pulled a Jesse, I'm wearing my food.
Oh no.
So you basically drop and dash. Nice.
I don't want them to know it's me. I just want to cause a distraction and
Oh.
fuck up their ride.
I think you
You wanna
probably
push
hit
open the
that
door
on
to the
all
front
cylinders.
Yeah,
Okay, so you sort of push it open so you can see what's going on.
I'm being quiet.
Cautious. Okay. Got stealth, right?
As do I.
So,
You have 2 dots of stealth.
Oh, so now we're
Yes.
being quiet after we've made all this noise. Now we're being quiet.
Well, he made noise while you're quiet. It's a distraction.
Rip the door open.
Alright.
I did it
Stealth
quietly.
plus what? Stealth plus dexterity?
Oh, snap.
It was, I basically just
What's your total?
6.
kept turning the handle until the lock was off.
Yay!
Okay. So,
I'm a sneaky little minx.
what's your total is at least a 6, so you're fine. Dex plus stealth total?
3,
Okay, so
but I just made a success.
great. Okay. So you quietly push open the inner door. You see a tall, skinny, almost cadaverous looking guy who's standing behind the desk of the front office, and he's leaning forward, kind of squinting. And standing in the front door is a woman who's about 5'7", and she looks like a stereotypical Portland goth. Like, has the big black platform boots, has the pegs in her ears, the nose piercing, the tongue piercing. Well, you can't see the tongue
It's a
piercing
shame
from
we
here.
can't kill these people.
I like her already.
So, and she is standing in the door going, "My fucking car! You've got to be kidding me!"
How many of us see this besides him? Is he the only one who sees this turn?
You're sort of doing the
Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, Scooby-Doo.
Do we recognize?
And you know she's a vampire.
right, but we don't know who
You
she
know
is.
she's a Tremere. She looks like a Tremere.
She could be anybody.
You actually probably you've been here for 20 years. You probably know exactly who she is.
Do I?
Yeah, she's one of the Tremere. There's,
Well, yeah.
There's-
Okay.
you know, there's at least 3 Tremere in the city. This is one who goes by the name of Windy, and she is very much a stereotypical goth chick, except that she eschews all of the Wiccan pagan type stuff. She's like, I'm not a pagan, but just because I practice blood magic doesn't mean I'm a pagan.
Do I know
One of the
her, generation?
She's a free to pay.
you don't know her generation or her position. The
Just microtransactions.
The Tremere in this city are super weird about how they handle crisis situations. They just seem to pick one of their 3 Tremere at random whenever something comes up. Nobody's really figured out who's in charge or what their relative generations or ranks or relationships are or anything. You're pretty sure that they do it mostly to fuck with people.
Because they're Tremere.
They're Tremere.
Keeps us on our toes.
So, okay.
So
So there's at least one vampire for sure.
Yeah.
The cadaverous looking guy, is he a vampire?
No.
What?
He's just creepy.
That's
looking.
probably William Trask.
probably William Trask.
Okay.
He's the ghoul.
He's the cool.
He's hopped up on vampire blood.
Okay.
Goofball.
So what's
So
my training is gonna kick in here. What
all right.
what
If you're the one, you already know what to do.
Well,
right.
I mean,
There is no spoon.
what is your approach going to be? So
You're in the
Wendy's
front.
turning around to talk to Trask. Your ultimate goal is to get influence over Trask, and then through him get influence over these various properties that he's got this DBA under a false name that he does work with. So you can do that through a show of force, you can do that through bribery or whatever, and you have to get this Tremere out of the picture somehow. And that might mean scaring her off, it might mean putting a couple of rounds in her chest and making her think better of being involved in this business, or it might mean cutting a deal with her too. But Tremere notoriously have plots within plots within plots. You know, they do blood magic, they do weird stuff.
Yeah, sure.
So we don't know how powerful a Tremere she is.
Right, she apparently has at least the rudimentary blood magic skills that Tremere are rumored to have, and
So what is
has done some mind control on mortals in the past. You've seen that, but
Do I get the sense that she could fuck me up if she wanted to, or?
She doesn't.
Given the
I mean,
chance.
Given an opportunity, you probably don't want to give her an opportunity. But
So I don't know, so how fast can I move? Do I have like vampire speed?
you don't have vampire speed.
Okay.
You do not have Slayer.
Yeah, you don't have super speed
Okay.
yet. But
Do you have Slayer?
I was better and worse.
So I'll
I'm weird, remember?
I will quickly defer.
I have temporal.
Right.
Do I have
did
time?
the traps just light up?
Actually, no. Well, they're behind us, so.
Okay.
Do I have time to be like ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
So like, what should we do here?
I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of anything she might be cash.
She's reacting to her car being destroyed.
I gave you react.
If we incapacitated her, it would take the Tremere out of the question, but in doing so, we would be on the Tremere's hit list from this point forward.
Alright, so the only thing Klingons understand is a show of force. So
You being the executioner's child.
I put my hand on his chest saying like, don't
This
get
is,
tired.
You got
this is
this.
effectively a free-for-all at this point in time. Such an action will probably be acceptable. You might be able to pull it off.
I'm like, I got your back. Nobody likes me anyway.
Alright.
Sure. Yeah, I will. I'll go in the bust
Alright.
in the room,
Gonna bust in.
looking awesome
Yep.
and fearsome.
Alright. Wits
And-
plus alertness, everyone. This is how you do initiative rolls.
Got my guns.
Wits
Oh,
plus
yeah,
alertness,
sword.
difficulty 4.
So
Oh, you're going with the sword.
And I have 4 in that, but we need to roll for this. It's no automatic.
so wits plus what?
Wits plus alertness.
Automatically succeeded.
So for
I automatically succeed in having the willpower to move.
what's the
Difficulties of 4.
I have 4.
Look at that.
This is not a thing where auto success
Okay.
is
It's
important.
initiative.
Because yeah, more successes, you go sooner.
Is 7 or higher success?
4.
4 is difficulty.
Oh, so 4 or higher is success.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, either way, I have
Yep.
5
I
success.
got a 4
You are going first.
and 2 10s.
Right, and if you have activated celerity, like
I
I
have
have
not.
blood, then you go before people who don't have celerity.
I have 5, 5, and 6.
I also have 5 successes.
2 successes.
5
Okay,
successes.
3, 2, 5, 5?
Yeah.
Alrighty, so you guys are first. You're on the other side of the street hiding. Are you
Um,
waiting for him to bust in and make a move?
He's kind of in front of me and he's large,
Right.
Big McLarge huge, so I will defer until he goes in.
Alright, so you push open the door and you make your grand entrance.
Right.
With the sword coming out.
The only thing that's glinting in the room is the sword.
Okay.
And
And
I'm in the
somebody
back
to
going,
kill
why
Bill.
is there Marilyn Manson?
So
Yeah,
yeah,
Somebody to
you
kill
step
Bill
in
soundtrack.
The
just
Kill Bill
as
soundtrack.
Wendy is turning around and she's like pointing a finger to point at the guy that you presume is Trask. And she sees you like pull out the sword and she shit.
Let the murder harboring
Just say-
begin!
You don't want to be here.
Had to drive away, but suddenly my car.
You're about to learn what pain really is, neonate, she says.
And then I step in at that point since I was holding her like, Lily Munster, go back and hang out with Herman and Grandpa.
Alright.
Or I would almost add, it's like, you do this the easy way or the hard way.
Well, she apparently picked the hard way.
Then
Alright.
I'll say the hard way.
So she like lunges for you while saying some weird words in a twisted language that makes no sense. You go first.
So she's lunging at
She's
him.
lunging at it.
Pop, 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 get.
Okay. Dexterity plus firearms is what you are rolling.
I hope I do well at this. So Dex plus firearms.
Yeah,
that's
she is
3 plus 3.
Close range. Got her outnumbered.
Alright,
It's
6
not a
dice.
melee fight for you.
Once we get nothing but
Looking
ones.
for 6s.
Okay, there's 1, 2, and 3, and 4 successes.
Alright, so that totally hits. Just boom, boom. The gun blasts past you, past the bail bondsman, and slams right into Wendy's center of mass. So, what's the damage rating on your gun?
Whatever a 9mm is.
Is that a light pistol?
Yeah, it's a light pistol.
Then it is 4.
Yep, 4 damage. Glock 17 9mm is in fact the sample weapon for light pistol.
4 bashing damage.
So it's 4 plus you got 4 successes total.
Correct.
1 hits, 3 become extra dice for damage.
Okay, so 4 plus 3, 7 dice total.
I'm stealing this.
And we're looking for what's on the
sixes.
6s. Not as good of a roll, but still 2 successes.
2 bashing, yay!
Alright. And she soaks 3. So
0 bashing, yay!
So this bullet goes kaboom right into her center of mass. She sort of goes ugh and staggers slightly, and it leaves a ragged hole that does not bleed. So right in the liver, which she doesn't need. 3 successes. You're up.
I'm still 5.
You're 5, but you're
hiding across
on the
the
other
street.
side of the street, hiding back here.
Well, I'm gonna start approaching.
When you hear boom,
Yeah.
gunfire. Alrighty. So you start hustling. Alrighty.
You still got your super speed on?
It's
Or-
just for the 1 round.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I can open.
Yeah, super speed burns through resources really fast.
And I didn't activate it for this round. So.
Okay, so 3. You're up next.
Okay. So she's reaching out at me?
Yeah, she's reaching out at you.
Cut her fucking arm
Alrighty, take your swing.
off. So what do I roll?
Dex plus melee. 4 and 4. So 8 dice. And this one you want to roll because more successes means extra damage.
He's gonna hurt. We hope.
What do I need?
You need 6s.
Is it 10? 9.
10's count for 2.
That's a 1.
Yeah, that's
Oh, it's a 1?
That's a 10.
Gotcha. I didn't see that.
You fucking cheater.
It's not-
We don't take kindly to cheaters around
I
these
need
parts.
6s?
Yep, so it looks like you got 5 of them.
Wow.
Alright, so 4 extra levels of damage on top of the sword.
And the
Which
sword.
is like a strength plus 1 of 3.
So
If I have to, I'm gonna do something
sword
very
plus
dangerous
strength
next
plus
round.
2.
Plus your
And your potence adds an extra point to that. So
What does
3,
willpower do?
5, 6. Spend a willpower. I'm gonna play this like classic vampire. You spend a willpower, you get 1 success on something.
Oh, so no, it says it's not only for defensive things, it's for anything.
It's essentially an early form of dramatic editing.
Okay.
It's when you really need it
Yeah. So
to come through.
3, 4, 5, 6, and then 4 extras from the other successes. 10 potential levels of damage.
Oh,
So I-
roll well, we get
Yeah.
a Jedi.
Do I roll 10 dice now?
10 dice.
I need 2 more.
Yeah, you're kind of a murder machine. I like.
Like that. I might not have to do what I was gonna
and you got a 10.
Now I got a 10.
Oh, that's
And
2.
2 10s.
Oh,
And a 9.
oh, that's 5 successes already.
What do I need to, what's my
That's
threshold?
6.
6?
Sixes.
That's a 6. And that's 1.
What determines threshold? Is it armor?
He chooses it.
most attacks are difficulty 6. There are certain things that can modify it, like when you gang up on someone, or if you attack them from behind, or if you go after a specific area.
Gotcha.
So I guess you're trying to lop off her hand, so that actually would increase the difficulty to 8 if you want to do that specifically.
I just whack her.
So
Well, you still have 4 successes on
Yeah.
cutting off her hand.
I definitely had, I had 2 9s.
yeah,
So,
And at what?
Wendy's not gonna
And
be
a
happy.
10. 10 counts her.
Wendy's not gonna be happy.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I at least succeeded. But I got 2 10s.
okay,
So.
alrighty, yeah. She doesn't have fortitude. Come here. So she soaks 1 level of lethal damage.
The 10s explode, right? If I roll those again? Or
For just for speed, I'm keep counting a 10 as 2 successes.
Okay.
Which is actually better than them exploding. Because
Yes.
more times than not, you don't get a second success.
Yeah. So it's also sort of a guarantee. Yay! It's always awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you just.
So you take a chunk out of her.
So I just Evil Dead this shit. Like, he's coming at me.
Alright.
Or Kill Bill than Evil Dead.
So how much
Kill Bill
damage
has
total
a
did you
shot.
do?
Well,
How many levels of
the-
damage did you get success on?
I
5.
got at least
5.
He did
Okay.
5.
She soaks 1, so she takes 4. Puts her down to wounded.
Did she lose a hand?
Oh yeah, her hand comes right off. It's probably still gonna latch onto you. Sure. It's very creepy like that.
Oh, that's gross.
Yeah.
The hand's like.
Alright,
Estate
so
from the Addams family.
yeah, so
Or it's
So-
like that scene from,
okay, so
Window
basically
Dead,
to put the whole
that
scene
keeps going
together, what winds up happening is you boom, boom, put 2 rounds right into her center of mass. It leaves like a bloody hole right where her liver is. The
Unbelievable.
well, there's a little bit of blood, but it doesn't bleed.
Yeah.
Right.
And then she lunges forward in spite of the knockback, grabs you with a hand. You cut her hand off as she's saying these arcane words. She lets out this horrid scream, and her hand continues grabbing onto your shoulder, but nothing seems to happen to you.
Okay.
Because
You broke her concentration.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll take that.
so,
I don't know.
Yeah.
alrighty, so she looks really surprised, and she grabs the stump of her arm, and she says, "That's going to cost you."
I mean, remember, you picked the hard way.
I'm like, how many? You got one left.
She focuses. The wound seems to sort of bubble a little bit. Then she thinks for a moment, looks over at the guy behind the counter who's like, "Don't want none of this," and she says, "This dispute will be resolved at a later date."
Get to step and
Backs her way out of the front door. Goes ding ding. She goes out.
bye, Morticia.
Now,
And she fumbles around in her black purse with her left hand, pulls out her phone.
They are
Send
two
a
outside.
I was
cab.
just saying, can I act before she can finish the call?
You're
He is
I don't know, you
outside.
move. You're probably over here.
I'm
On
going
the
to
stairwell
I'm going
mark.
to spend celerity again.
Okay, what do you want to do?
I want to stake her.
From across the street?
Well, I want to run up to her and stake her.
you get
Well,
super speed, right?
Yeah,
So I get 2 actions.
you're gonna
I
dodge
can't
some
do it.
cars.
I'm sassing
So,
her. So
um,
instead of bye Felicia, it's
So
bye
you
Morticia.
move with one action across the street, and then try and jab her with a stake as your other action.
Yeah.
While dodging cars. So roll your Dex plus Athletics to dodge traffic.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm gonna hit you with a car, and you're gonna take a bunch of bashing damage and fall down.
Ow.
Is willpower to be called before, or can I do it in response?
Call it before.
To be hit by a car is not pleasant.
Then I will use a willpower for this.
Alright. So you're like, I'm totally gonna stake this chick. Alright, so you dash across the street, and then you pull
And I'll
out
use a willpower on that.
a
too.
chunk of sharpened wood and attempt to stab her.
Is willpower like a destiny point?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
As you can see, you have quite a bit.
And
Yeah.
doing actions that are aligned with your nature can restore them.
Given that my nature is bravo.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to have a nature as meter, but I didn't pick those for him.
My demeanor is probably won't.
My demeanor is badass.
What am I using for senses?
That
That
is
yes,
technically
makes
zero.
perfect sense.
4 successes plus
We'd have never guessed.
On your head.
Okay.
That's generally what I like to play.
I believe the threshold to
I have
stick someone is 5 successes to hit. So
So that is
It'll
5
hit.
successes,
I
right?
think most gamers do.
Oh wait, yeah,
Well,
it's 4 plus 1. So
okay,
I
that's 5.
appreciate
so
the
hit
people that like to
has to
play
be at
like
least 5 levels of
characters and
damage as
whatnot.
well.
Okay.
But it's like
So I
I
have
play
3
a
tokens.
normal fucking
Okay.
person every
That's
day
right,
of
3
my life.
levels of damage.
Right.
I'd like to experience
And
being
then when I
The
roll
weapon
the
itself
awesome.
is strength plus. I don't think that stakes necessarily has
Right.
strength.
Plus 1.
We'll see what's done.
Okay, so 5 dice.
Soldier.
So I just need 2 successes on 5 dice.
Right. Damage is just 6s.
I roll 2 10s.
Alright, so
And a 9, and an 8, and a 6.
jam a chunk of broken off furniture up underneath her abdomen.
4.
So
it's
So that goes up underneath her ribcage. She collapses to the ground like a rag doll. You hear a loud screech, bam! And a car that's driving by slams into the back of your car.
What the fuck?
And someone like cranes his head out the driver's side and goes, "Holy shit!" Because you're standing in front of a building.
So he basically broke
Well,
the
my friend
rules
is
that's fucking hard.
Well,
about,
As far as any mortal
guns.
knows, he just killed
Well,
someone by stabbing her with a chunk of wood.
Right.
he's a
That's
he's
what-
a gun man.
The mortals have
Yes,
seen
I'm
so
playing
far.
someone who's
Yeah,
not
it's like
The
Did-
situation is salvageable, but it is tenuous.
Did you forget that we're in public and we're not supposed to kill other people?
I did mention that there was traffic going both ways. So, okay.
So is that his plan? Just assholes? Is that
Hey, so
They're,
what's
let's say,
they don't care?
they kind of have anger management issues, poor impulse control.
what's the proprietor doing? while
So the
I'm
proprietor's keeping his hands up.
Additional
And it's like, I don't want any of this.
visionary.
Also, the hand that's on your shoulder starts to shrivel and then it turns into ash, which crumbles away.
My souvenir.
Yeah.
So that would probably be the point in time which the rest of us noticed that he just staged her.
You just staked her, and then you heard a loud bam as someone that was driving down the street
I
saw
look at
that
you, I'm like,
and ran into
oh,
his parked
snap.
car.
Did he
Chased
just
him behind.
do what I just do?
Yeah, quickly run out. Did you just?
I keep an eye on traffic.
I run out like, did you
Get fucking car!
Yeah.
So the guy that has rear-ended your car backs up,
Yeah.
and then he like
Take them.
pulls out his cell phone and goes 911.
The people with the car. Take them. Take them out
What?
now.
No,
So another car coming the other direction sort of slows down, sees that there's like this altercation, a woman missing an arm who's apparently been impaled with a chunk of wood lying on the ground, and speeds
Do
up
any
and
of
keeps
you-
going the other way.
I walk over angrily to
Okay.
the guy that's dialing, and I will.
Would you be so kind as to try and convince those mortals to not make phone calls right now?
Why? There's one guy making a phone call, right?
Yeah.
I would try to
Tell
run
them
over
not
here. Truly one of them is a social
Uh,
skill.
Yeah,
So
Alright.
I think I have that.
social
You have
skills,
dominate.
frankly.
Yeah, so I'll be like,
Yeah, I figure you probably have presence
Like,
or something. You
oh,
probably
single
need to
word
calm them
command.
down.
I have presence.
But often
I
you
have
can bury it in a
personal
sense
rapport.
and emphasize the specific
I
word.
wasn't too worried.
But you can just like walk up and like
Keep
knock
an
on
eye
the window. You have to
on,
have eye contact.
King
Right.
Cobra.
So he looks at me and goes, stop,
Yeah.
or whatever.
Well, I'll knock on the window.
Okay, so you knock on the window and this guy's like, doo, doo, doo. And you're 911, please state the nature of your emergency. And he looks up at you and you say,
Right. I say, what was it? Basically, like also like you were mistaken.
You have one word.
one word.
If one word,
Whoops.
Stop is a pretty good one.
stop.
Okay, so you go, stop. All right, your intelligence plus intimidate, I believe is the pool for Dominate 1. We'll take a look. Is probably higher than his willpower, which I think is what it's listed by. Let's find out.
Alternatively, it could be
One second.
4 too.
So where is everybody now? Are you two both outside?
So,
I know you are.
Yeah, I know.
Just-
You
Things
just
have gone
stay relative.
It's
I just
off the
shanked
rails, which is awesome.
Am I the only one inside with trash?
There's another car.
I'm probably
Yes.
right at the door right now.
Yeah,
Trying
so
to get the body
you're-
inside.
So Alex is probably like here talking
Actually,
to Trask.
I'm gonna tell him to freeze.
okay, freeze.
You are
I'm still in the store with Trask.
here. Okay, Paige is also here.
Actually, I think
I'm actually covering him.
Manipulation plus intimidation versus their.
At least that's my
Manipulation plus
desire.
desire. Okay, you have a good manipulation.
Oh, it's even better than.
And his willpower is 3. He's a mere mortal.
So I do it then.
So you just do it. Okay.
So basically, I want him to, either like freeze or sleep. Probably sleep's better.
Okay. So Slade is standing right here,
Yeah.
and you are right
So these are
over
all
here.
one pick one as, but nature is your inner self, demeanor is your outer self.
Okay.
Nature.
Okay. So,
hybrid.
with the state
It is-
one armchair.
If you have a weakness to show others what you should.
I'm surprised. Look what I've got, Mama.
I'll have to.
It's like the vulture bringing back. That's funny.
So I start pulling out my cell phone to start texting.
so-
That or you just start teabagging her and taking photos.
Oh,
Yeah. So, can you deal with this?
Okay, so you shout
I'm-
freak, you shout sleep, and the guy just goes.
While
Yeah,
you're saying
so-
sleep, I'm
You
punching the
know,
body inside.
because you're a big technologist.
Yeah.
If 911 is dialed and you do not answer, they automatically send a car to investigate.
I'm not done with my
Okay.
actions.
Okay.
So I'm gonna take the phone
Okay.
and I'm gonna.
Since he had rolled down his window and sort of craned his head out, it's down. You
Right.
sort of gently take the phone.
And
Hello?
when the
Are you there,
operator-
sir?
It's like yes. I just got into a car accident.
Sorry about that.
But
Uh,
can
actually,
you
no,
give us
I-
a straight and cross street?
I'm gonna. I'm gonna say like, sorry, it was a cat. I dialed to. I thought it was a burglar.
Okay.
No. Well, I'll smooth it over.
Okay. So you're gonna roll. Let's call it.
It's a reactor leak, very bad.
Everything's
It's
fine.
kind of
here.
like
How
that.
are you?
Subterfuge
How are
plus
you?
manipulation. So you have 4 dice.
Four.
And I'm gonna say that 911 operators, even in the world of darkness, are naturally suspicious, so your difficulty is gonna be a 7.
Actually, technically, the warlock alarm is still going off, isn't it?
The car alarm guy.
Oh yeah.
Because she never turned it off. She's just like, what's going on with my car?
Oh, and then I was
Would it be off now?
Yeah, they turn off after like 30 seconds or a minute.
Really? I think you would just stay
No,
on.
they
I
don't
did
stay
7.
on.
No, they're,
2
it's
successes.
like.
You were looking amazing, by the way.
And then I will also
I
be
think
like,
I really,
yeah, so, like if she mentions the car, like yeah, some asshole
I love your
plowed
cheekbones.
into a car in the
I
street.
think I nailed it.
Oh, yeah. Well, we should send a police
For
to
the
pick up
viewing
a
audience.
report on the property damage there.
Yeah.
Can you just give me the name of the street and the cross street?
Sure, I'll give the cross street. I assume
We got
that,
some legit
I know how long
blood
it'll take
right
them to get
here.
Yeah,
Gotta
response
go on
time in
me.
this part of town is 20 minutes if they decide to show up.
I even
Sure.
gave myself kind of a gremlin.
That's pretty rad.
Nice.
Yeah. Let's give it up for our.
This is what I'm gonna look like tomorrow morning.
Yeah, that's what all of us are gonna look like.
Yeah,
Actually, this is what I look like before I put on makeup.
I just assume that every 6 hours you're going to change to your appearance based on what game we're running.
Well, I was thinking about it.
Okay.
I'll be honest.
I'll go home and get
Considered
a
it.
kimono for you.
I have a kimono.
Well, there you go.
Whoa.
Remember, and I actually have a geisha wig. I was a geisha.
Only she didn't live that far away from here.
I know. Near 20 feet. So, okay. So you've defused the 911 call and you put this guy to sleep.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's asleep right now?
Yeah. What do you want to do with the Tremere?
I'm going to shove her in the
I feel like
trunk.
it's
Probably his.
His trunk is damaged.
Oh.
Yeah, because some asshole.
I'll put her in her
killed
own.
someone in the
I'll
street.
put her in her own trunk.
Okay. You put her in the trunk of her car, which is not going anywhere because you dropped a cinder block on the engine.
Which the police are gonna come and get a police report for.
That's fine. They're going to tow her car with her in it.
Good point.
Okay. And meanwhile, you're inside with the guy, and he's like, "What do I have to do to get out of this alive?"
It's like, relax, crypt keeper.
You were correct.
Watley Turnbuckle, I presume.
How did you find out about that name?
Ancient Chinese secrets. Come here, you.
What do you want?
A few words. Are you still in the
So
building?
I am.
He's in the doorway,
I am-
sort of like
I have
coordinating.
I've just thrown the staked body into the road, basically. And
I'm taking the seat and putting her
You
in the
picked her
trunk
up.
of her car.
ran
yeah,
across
yeah,
the
right.
street
So
and
I
threw her
would
in the
be
trunk of her own car.
after I would be
You
actually
basically
approaching him right
rifle through
now
her purse,
after he
get
did
her
the whole sleep
keys,
thing,
unlock her trunk,
and being
throw her
like,
in.
Yeah.
can I borrow him?
Alright, so he's not in here, so I will say
Are
to
you
Brad,
just take a snack?
I want to have a little
Yeah,
chat
put
with
him in-
you
we put
about
him inside or
your
something.
former employee.
This guy has to pay for my car.
Lance, he's dead. That's not my fault. I don't want anything to do with this.
Oh, I know.
I'm feeling.
I know.
I could use a bite.
Want to know a
I'm feeling
few
peckish.
things about
I'm feeling a bit peckish right now.
books.
All I know
Are
is
you
that
limited
Lance
to
would
eating
drop by
crab?
here
No,
Idiots.
no,
pretty much
that's-
like
that's your
clockwork,
weakness,
once a
not
week,
mine.
every Sunday. And
I actually do just
around
consider that.
10 p.m., he'd get the latest info on the books. He insisted on giving everything in hard copy. I don't know why. Old-fashioned, I guess. And then he went back to wherever his place was.
So we don't have books here on site.
Lance and I came to this town about 10 years ago from Los Angeles. I had been handed off to him as a present from an associate of his, Hugo Schiff. Maybe you've heard of him. He's kind of important. You have heard of him. The guy's like trying to name drop someone, but
Right.
failing.
Yes.
Like Kanye West, you know.
He's kind of a big deal.
When the name drop doesn't have its a desired effect,
Would Streetwise make that name drop mean more to me?
this would be more of a finance thing.
Okay, so no. Yeah. I do not have any dots in finance
I
whatsoever.
don't have finance, but I can find it. I can give it time in the computer, which I have.
Yeah.
So where
But
does
I'm
he keep
Probably
his
going to
books?
have on Thursday.
Well, I presume he keeps them at his home, but I don't stay with him.
Yeah.
Look, I live in the apartment that's just upstairs from here, but wherever he takes his stuff, I don't know. There's some sort of
Bill.
separation.
My trigger finger's getting itchy.
Look, I'm telling you, he keeps a rigorous separation so that he has some degree of deniability between his businesses and his
whatever his personal associations are. For obvious reasons. I think we both know what he was and what sort of stuff you guys are into.
And you.
Speaking of which, someone should close the goddamn door before someone walks in off the street.
Door.
The
It
door.
wasn't closed already. Yeah.
When you flip the close sign.
Right. So,
And start pushing the car with the sleeping person into the driveway.
Okay.
who knows where
Just like licking your
this
lips.
stuff is? If you
I
don't
am
know,
finding
because
it.
I mean, you're his best buddy, right?
Well,
Chris.
he had interest in a whole bunch of different
to
properties.
find his insurance.
Yeah, we know about that. Look, Bill,
Well,
I'm
it sounds like he's
gonna
gonna
get it down to the TLDR. here.
He's just gonna take a little
But
bit
you need to
of
justify your existence, or Lily Munster.
Do I look even better
Look.
now?
That's amazing.
Taking off the makeup, guys. Oh, look, no, it looks like I'm doing blackface. I promise I'm not doing blackface.
Oh, this is over.
Such a racist, Maria.
It's great. It's
Good night, everybody.
It's great.
Check, please.
It does,
It's
though.
more Blueface.
It's Blueface.
But not on there, look.
Well, the colors are fucked up on that.
Yeah.
What's Blueface?
This coming from the artist.
I accidentally
Yeah.
blew myself.
You just smurfed yourself.
You're
No
Smurfette.
smurfing way.
Smurfette.
Smurf, yeah.
So Bill, or Bob, or whatever you've been calling him, says,
Bill.
Bill.
Look, his name's Will.
Right. Bill says, look, I'm the guy that's the owner of record for all of these holding companies for him. That means that I'm the one who has control over all of the paperwork. Anyone who doesn't have a legal identity has to go through me in order to deal with all these holdings.
Guess what, Bill? You just made yourself valuable. And I'm like, meet the new boss, same as the old boss.
He says, this shitty life never gets any better, does it?
Actually, it could get a lot better if we help each other out with certain things. You might find us much more agreeable than your former, what.
Employer.
Well, then let's get off to a good start.
That sounds wonderful.
I've got records of everything in the back room, like all of the hard copy that Lance insisted that we keep. Now, a bunch of it, of course, is not in the traditional places because from time to time we get subpoenaed. We have criminal cases and things going on through here. But, we lose a box of records now and then.
Let's go for a stroll.
Okay, but here's something that you should know right away if you're going to get involved in the businesses that I'm dealing with. There was a motel that Lance was involved in.
Yeah, Motel 6.
Yeah, I was not part of this deal because apparently it's a franchise operation, and so it had to be handled by someone who had a connection with the franchise and so on.
We need the light on for you.
Lance mentioned that he was having some sort of deal with this other group moving in on it, that they wanted to take out the hotel, bulldoze it, and put up something fancier. Goombas, he said.
Oh, snap. The Giovannis. Come here, you. Let's look at these books.
All right.
So,
Okay.
That's what.
Meanwhile, on the street,
Meanwhile, back on the
You-
streets.
put an armless
The mean
Tremere
streets
woman
of
in
Portland.
someone's car. You push his car, or you push the damaged onlooker's car into the alleyway. Your car's trunk is completely fucked. You can still open it because you have buttons, but it makes a horrible screeching sound. It doesn't
Do you mind giving me a hand with this car as I'm pushing it?
I'll take the duffel bag of useful items out of
Okay.
that trunk.
All
Oh, I
right.
also take off the license plates to make it even.
Okay. Shadier.
Yeah.
So you take off the Warlock license plates; those are going to go on the walls of your haven.
I'll make a call about my car and
Okay.
I need a new one.
All right. So after you call Celine, you're like, so my car got hit and there was kind of an altercation. She says, you should probably vacate the premises within 10 minutes. You don't want to leave any evidence for the police.
Claim to be out of 5.
Okay. All right.
So I'll let everybody know that lickety split.
So traffic slows and people start sort of rubbernecking the operation, which means you have to be much more cautious about not using any of your abilities or drawing any sort of attention. And it creates a little bit of
It
a
looked
back-
awesome when I was a Smurf.
It was fantastic when you were a vampire.
Yeah, but the Smurf was better.
I mean, I had a character I could have asked you to play, so
She can still play.
I could totally be a dick to all these guys.
So
No, even better.
Interesting way.
Despite
So-
the lack of necessary equipment.
Oh yeah. So
So yeah, we're gonna basically just push the car behind the building, completely out of sight,
All right.
Right.
and I might have a bit of a snack.
Okay.
It's
So
a weird idea.
from who? The Tremere?
No.
Oh, from the sleeping guy.
From the sleeping guy.
All
Not
right,
dumb enough to
so
drink.
you're like-
I want to reply with your stream.
All right. How much blood would you like to drain from him?
Just 2.
2 points. Great.
So
So
how much does
Is that
one
nice?
normally
Is that
go?
2
a mortal normally has 10 points of blood, or sorry, 7, 1 per health level.
So yeah, I just
but,
want 2.
Okay, so you push
It's
his
enough
car
to-
into the alleyway. Some people are like, "Yeah, get that fucking car out of here," shouting and whatnot in the traffic. And you open the door, you lean in, and you look like you're just sort of checking on this guy who's injured. And then you lean down and sink your fangs into his neck. So you need to make a self-control roll because you are currently hungry. You're not starving, but you are hungry.
3 out of 12.
Yep.
Just self-control, right?
Just self-control. Yeah, it's not good.
Well, I make the success
Okay.
multiple times.
Okay, so you
3 successes.
gulp down about 2 pints of blood. The euphoric sensation washes over you, one of the few things that you can still feel. The warm blood flowing down your throat. It's almost like it's going to bring your heartbeat back, like it's going to make you live again. For just a moment, it's mother's love and heroin all rolled into one. And then somehow you peel yourself away from the man's throat, lick the wound which closes behind it, your bite, and then leave him slumbering there fitfully.
Maybe a little slow in the morning, but that's all.
That's going to attribute to the accident.
He just gave
Exactly.
blood.
Yeah.
One of the magical things that's innate to vampires is if you lick the wound after you bite someone, it heals it.
Unless you have one particular flaw.
Yeah, there are some people who don't do that. But everything that vampires do well, some people don't.
Yes.
Alrighty.
That was refreshing.
Okay,
Now let's go inside and deal with our.
You
So
guys
is
go
he
back
less creepy
inside.
now? Is that what happened? Or
No,
No,
I'm-
he still looks totally
still,
creepy.
still
I
totally
was just
creeper?
hungry, that's all.
Okay.
You don't know what's wrong with this guy, but it's something fundamental.
It just get the feeling that like he would really like to have a necklace made out of ears.
No.
Like, okay.
It's more like remember that moment when in Wrath of Khan where Spock and McCoy are arguing about the Genesis device. And McCoy's like, "Good Lord, what do you think would happen if you used it on a planet that already had life?" And Spock goes, "You would destroy such life in favor of its new matrix."
Spoilers.
And it's not just that Spock says it completely not matter of factly, but like he knew, and he just didn't give a shit.
Right.
That's what this guy is like. There is no sensation that he has any empathy or connection with people at all.
Okay.
You know,
Humanity, he's not on the humanity scale.
Not, yeah, I do not use humanity.
your mentor is a badass, and to the world of vampires in general, she generally presents herself as a stone cold killer. And most people would see her as being like, wow, she's seen some shit. She gives off a vibe sort of like Roy Batty at the end of Blade Runner. I've seen T-beams off the Tannhauser gate, and so on. She's seen some hardened shit, but you've been around her enough to know that in her private moments, she still has feelings sometimes. She still has conundrums about things. This guy doesn't live in that kind of world.
I actively try not to do things.
Okay.
I
So,
get terrible.
Or sociopath.
okay.
High functioning sociopath.
I don't know about that first one.
Nice.
It's fair.
Just high. Okay, so with that out of the way, you bustle into the store, and Bill says, "Look, I've been in this game long enough to know that we should not be open for business when the cops show up.
Hence
Indeed,
why
we
the
should
closed
not.
sign is closed.
Yeah, but that's not going to stop them from coming in the front door, from knocking, or from looking in the window and seeing if there's people in here. We should vacate these fucking premises."
With the books.
I've said
So
that.
I paused for a second, like doing a bit of mental math. We have exactly X amount of time to be
Yeah,
like
you're like-
approximately.
We have 3 minutes, 22 seconds.
We need to
We should
GTFO.
So you squeeze everyone into his damaged Lexus.
Books, Bill.
All right. Bill gets a bunch of books and he's like, "Where do you want me to put these?" Hold them in your lap. And so he's holding a giant pile of manila folders.
He's sitting in the bitch
And he's
seat
sitting
between
in
the
the-
two.
he's sitting in the
between
hub.
two,
With a pile of manila folders in his lap.
And what'd you do with the goth?
Woke up.
And then you guys take off.
I believe she's currently located in the trunk of her car.
We should probably not leave that where people with pulses can find it. You know, Masquerade. They're gonna.
Not my fault.
All right.
Basically, what's going to happen there is
I basically give you.
Let him finish.
this is up to chance. It depends on whether you get a competent police officer picking up her car or not. If you do not, her car will simply be towed to the impound lot while she is in the trunk, and nobody will notice or care. And then eventually, one of the other Tremere will go and get it out of impound, find her in the trunk, and then drop. If a competent police officer gets on the job, he will open the trunk while searching the car for signs of foul play, and he will find a staked, hand-severed woman inside, presume that she is dead, and in fact she has no pulse and has a chunk of wood sticking out of her chest.
And she's not bleeding, so she's been already dead for a very long
She's been
time.
dead for a while, presumably. And then things will get weird.
That's basically
so-
what I would say, actually.
And,
So-
and he's gonna look because there's a cinder block on it.
Yeah, this is the logical conclusion.
And-
Probably he spells it out.
And the best part is
I'll
that if she gets taken to a morgue and the mortician tries to take out a piece of wood to investigate the wound,
That
she wakes
mortician
up.
will be dead.
Well, she wakes up, and then it's her problem to fix the masquerade, not ours.
I will make a call,
Okay,
and it will be handled.
okay,
Ha! Handled.
yeah.
So you're handling this?
So,
if not, I am.
Handled.
What are you gonna do?
We can dispose of the body somewhere else.
Get rid of the damn body, dude.
Well, I have people for that.
so he
All right.
he makes a call.
Fine. Call.
You
call
have
the
all
wolf.
specs, so you've heard him call his mentor before. This is a different phone number.
He's calling the wolf.
He's calling someone
I'm calling
else.
the cleaners.
And
John Wick, like I call the cleaners.
actually, I think that probably what you wind up doing is you call the station and you're like, "Sergeant, yes, it's me." No, the one on Hamilton and 12th. Send Paolo. Yes, thank you. And you know that Paolo is a rookie cop who won't think to search the trunk. So,
I shall just stay in the trunk.
Okay.
so she'll stay in the trunk until her clam doesn't fix her up.
Okay.
All right. Cool. Awesome, dude.
Halloween.
Well done.
Okay. So we all like that, or
It'll be like Halloween.
don't worry about it.
He's calling in the wolf.
All right.
Supposed to care about that.
Accessible. I care about my survival.
So Williams says, so where are we going and who am I getting my blood from?
Any one of you feel like giving Bill a drink?
What is that?
I mean, I don't need it right now, but in about 2 weeks, I'm going to get really old if I come off the tap.
I got you covered, Bill.
I'm a bit too transient for that nature, unfortunately.
Same.
Nobody told you? Okay, here's how the ghoul thing works. I get regular infusions of blood once every lunar month, I think. As long as I get vampire blood, I'm stronger than normal and I don't age.
The moment
In
you stop
return, I do useful things for you, and I can still go out during the day, so there's that. Also, I have all these records and I own these businesses.
Right.
Yeah. So
And-
we're gonna go
and the
have a
thing I told
nice
you about
quiet
eating,
conversation
vampire
with
blood?
Bill.
Yeah.
Same thing holds for them.
Our new businesses.
He's
Well,
like,
no, they
he
end
was
up in your
blood
pocket. They end up in your pocket if they drink your blood.
Okay.
Drink too much blood from one vampire, you get enthralled by that vampire.
I'll take one
And
for
it's forever.
I'll take one for the team this time.
Does it cost me stuff to do that? Or
You'll
I
take
assume
you'll
so.
get your balloon.
Okay.
It costs blood to do so, but you give them only a small amount of blood every month. It also costs you temporary willpower, because you have to power the ghoul.
it is worth having ghouls. Ghouls
Yes.
are good.
Ghouls as minions, they do cool things for you.
Ghouls just want to have fun.
Ghouls just
no.
want to have fun.
Listen,
Ghouls with the win.
They're Naguls.
Yeah.
All right.
Can we make that joke? We're live.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, I
What's,
think most people have seen Enterprise. It's not spoilers, right?
okay.
So
Well, now they know it's a spoiler.
For
there's-
Enterprise?
Yeah,
The
cool.
statute of
Enterprise.
limitations for Enterprise is up.
Yeah.
it's true. And
So what would you recommend for the personality archetypes?
I gave you a few suggestions.
I know.
yeah, just go with this.
I don't. I
Soldier.
soldier.
Yeah, that sounds good. So
It's in a supplemental book. It's not in this one.
let's take ourselves and Bill to someplace nice and quiet where we can have a conversation about our new holdings.
Okay, sounds like a certain parking group.
I do not expect that those properties would be quiet at this point.
It's probably not
Should we
quite.
go to should we actually go to
Well-
a certain motel so that way we can kill
No.
2 birds with 1 stone? We should.
No,
He's
because that's
not involved in the paperwork with the motel.
Right, that's what I'm saying. 2 birds, 1 stone.
And we should keep this individual safe.
We need to put this
Fair.
guy because he is our legal ticket to owning these properties. No matter who's standing there at dawn, right?
Right. Any of you got a hidey hole?
I'm sure we could talk to him. I'm sure we could take him to the university if need be.
Can we take him to Mom's house?
I'm sure she wouldn't mind.
I don't. Is that a
I
thing?
would rather not owe
Which
additional favors to those individuals.
I'll owe the
Do
favor.
I have a stronghold or something? Like,
Currently, you hang out at Mom's place.
I'd rather
No one why
I'd
she's
rather
hoping
owe a
to get her
favor to
through a-
Sahara than
No
to
one-
Serene.
One of the
one in their right mind is going to try to make a move on Bill when he's under Mom's roof.
That's true.
I would still-
Conversely, Mom might go, "Oh, how nice to see you all. Thank you for visiting. You all owe me a favor."
Yeah, I would rather owe a favor to Sahara than to Serene.
Yes, Sahara is a much more reasonable person, except to you, of course.
Yes.
The other thing you could do is you could just like go to a coffee house. You could go to a Denny's. There's all number of things that are open late at night.
Those options would be safer options.
You could go
Except
to
those places have
Have
prime
mortals
years.
which can be easily influenced.
If you want.
you could go to.
wait, I have connections on the police force, right?
You have some influence in the
Put
city.
them in a cell for the night.
No.
No, 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 no,
They do.
no, 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 no,
Why is that a bad idea?
because the whole thing is we're trying to stay away from the cops right now.
And other people have creatures in the police force besides you.
Yeah. Yeah, you have some swing. There are other people who probably have
For now.
more swing.
For now, let's just find
Like there's
a,
one of the Tremere is a former sheriff, so
Yeah, let's just find a
In the
parking
North,
lot
it's not-
behind an office complex where we can just sit and have a quick conversation. We can figure out the where we're gonna hide him later, but let's do that right now.
okay. So you find a coffee shop where you can hang out in the parking lot.
After this evening,
Decide
we
to have a
don't
little
have to worry about
conversation with
the
them. Says, okay,
No review.
what's the plan? I guess you're the new boss. So what's the plan, boss?
Well, fellers, Bill here is willing to work for us. We have the deeds to the parking garage, the
It's
bell
getting kind of
barns,
cold. It's a little bit rainy.
and the car lot.
Yeah.
The Motel 6 is gonna be a problem. The Giovanni's are moving in on it.
He was working with the Giovanni.
No, he
No.
was working against them.
He said that the Goombas were giving him trouble.
So who? Giovanni's.
Giovanni are a neutral clan which have an agreement of neutrality with the Camarilla. They are inbred necromancers.
Damn neutrals. Can never tell where they
Which
stand.
means they can control vampires, right?
No,
They are
necromancers in the
Oh,
sense of more spirits or ghosts.
Okay.
They're on the fence so much they have to worry about staking themselves.
They're bad news.
But
Giving them more inroads into this area would not be advised. They have their enclave, that's enough.
Well, let's go to the stash this guy somewhere safe, and we'll go to the motel and discourage them.
So once again, I suggest the university because there's really nowhere safer.
Can you guarantee that your people aren't gonna take advantage?
Oh, they've already said that they're not interested in this. So
Opinions can change when you present the individual who handles all the bonds
Yes.
to them on a silver platter.
I don't know how honorable is Sahara.
Sahara is pretty forthright. She is a straight up sister. She's a person of like mixed ancestry from total like mutt from all around the world type stuff, who has been involved for decades at this point in the causes of various oppressed ethnic minorities when she was alive, and now as a vampire,
She still continues to agitate for equal rights for oppressed minorities.
I think if I gave her a call and
Means
offered her a favor.
But she would also probably be one of the few who at that point that I would actually give a damn about.
So
Alright, well-
if I give her a call and she says she'll do it for a favor, I mean, I would trust her for it.
Alright, make the call.
So be it.
Alright.
I call her.
So you call Sahara. Ring, 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 ring. Her phone. She picks up her phone after 4 rings, which is a little unusual for her. She's usually pretty prompt. She says, "Can you be quick? I'm in the middle of something."
We have a certain package that needs protection for at least a night. I will owe you one.
How quickly can you get here?
How quickly can we get there?
I
Maybe
tell
20
you,
minutes from
I
Portland
tell
State.
you, like 23 minutes, 8 seconds.
The whole.
Going at approximately 20 miles an hour, or 30 miles an hour.
According to my internal Google.
23 minutes and around 8 seconds.
You can beat half an hour, no favors owed. Be ready to back me up.
All right, done.
Okay.
Did she say back her up?
I'm sure it's fine.
Like, I'm sitting there with Ozpex going,
yeah.
yes, that's
That
exactly what
was
she
totally
said.
Ozpex speed.
So you drive to Portland State University. There's a little bit of traffic, but the night is getting on, so there's not any rush hour or anything like that. You get there about 24 minutes and 12 seconds because of the additional traffic. So
I wasn't expecting this traffic.
the
Ways is better.
Could have been worse.
you get out, you go over to the anthropology department, and, make your way down to the one of the basement rooms where they have all the like cultural artifacts and things like that in storage waiting to be cataloged and been sitting there for 30 years. That someday they will have top men get around to. And
No sentry, no guards, something like that.
so no, it doesn't look like anybody's keeping a lookout. You don't see any obvious ghouls or minions or anything like that, which is not terribly unusual. The Sahara specifically tries to sort of blend in with the university crowd, acting as an agitator, politico on campus type person.
She's like Marissa Tomei. She blends.
Yeah. She's like Zero's makeup. She blends.
True that.
So you come down the stairs into the basement of the Anthro building. You hear raised voices. One of them Sahara, another one's a voice that you don't recognize. You do. You've been in the city for a while. It's Johara.
Uh-oh. A new player has entered the field.
Dun 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 dun.
Persian-looking woman.
That's the night.
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
Assamites are mercenaries, effectively. Who
They're
are-
Middle Eastern assassins.
Yeah, Middle Eastern assassins, to group them.
They're not a terrible stereotype.
Who are
So
they?
you come downstairs and
Are
you
they
see.
still cursed?
No. Urshilde woke up and went, eh.
They really like to drink the blood.
So as you're coming down the stairs, you hear Sahara shouting at someone else, and she's like, "We're not going to put up with it, and see if we're not going to." And then you hear a calm voice replying, but still somewhat raised and a little bit agitated. "I'm tired of arguing in circles with you. Just say yes or no." And Sahara said,
I reach into my trench coat.
Looks like she's about
because I have
to-
a feeling I'm going to need it.
you feel like Sahara's kind of hemming and hawing. You realize she's waiting for you to get there.
Yeah.
And then you come down the bottom of the stairs, and she looks back at you and she says, "No, I told you, we work in groups." Johara is like 5'3", looks Persian, and she's wearing like a big sort of overcoat for the rainy weather, but beneath that, it's like stereotypical Greek restaurant belly dancer outfit. Like, the fuck? Why would you wear something like that? So
Initiative.
So immediately pin her as an Assamite.
oh, you wanna start rumbling immediately?
No, but I'm expecting it's going to happen, so I figure I might as well know where on the initiative order I'm at.
You can if you want. So Johara sort of sees which way the wind is blowing.
It's not a great initiative.
And she says, very well.
I understand the situation. No harm intended. Sarah says, yes, you keep that attitude as you walk your saucy ass out here. Johara comes up the staircase. She nods her head at you as she passes by, looks at your lead pipe, smirks a little bit.
As she's walking by, just be like, good evening.
Good evening. Passes you. She comes up by you. She passes you.
See you at the next show.
She looks back at him. She points to the lead pipe. And then she's going up the stairs.
I'll be like, tee.
She just go.
Yeah. When she exits the building.
Did I hear?
Very, very, very minor
No,
trouble. Very, very
you don't have Auspex, so you didn't hear. You
Okay.
saw her like do something and whisper something to Tori.
Just checking, because I'm pretty sure that might have been a frenzy check, if not. So. The
I'm
Bruja
just
do
frenzy at the
easy.
drop of a hat.
Yeah.
It's true.
Ever so.
Okay. So Sahara says
She
you
really
got
is
here
an
in just
amazing
the
dancer.
nick of time. She is, especially with a fashion.
That usually doesn't get brought out at the raves, but
Yeah.
sure. I can imagine.
May I ask what you just involved us in?
Sahara says, so Johara is trying to push or pull our clan into some sort of gambit, but she's being deliberately vague about it. It involves the house on the hill. And again, because you guys are sort of the ones who've been in town longer, there is a specific house. There is an old manor house that's been in Portland for at least 120 years. It's up in high in one of the mountainsides in the southwest part of town. And nobody goes there. Not mortals, not vampires. Nobody. There's occasionally lights on in the windows. And from a distance, curious people with binoculars have said that they've seen people moving around inside the house. But nobody enters and nobody leaves. And in Vampire Society, it's one of those stories. Something about the house on the hill, says Sahara. I don't know, but I don't like it. I don't want to get involved in that. It's too dangerous.
Are they filming a documentary?
Are there any historical records on why this all began? I'm
Well,
not familiar with this legend.
well, from the older ones, the folks that have been in this city since time immemorial, apparently the house was built in pretty rapid speed around 1860. Some wealthy benefactor decided to purchase most of the surrounding land, build an entire estate house up there. But even the prince doesn't talk about it much.
I'm sure that
Technically not a law for you to not go there, but it's just one of those sorts of things that's, I don't know, tribal knowledge, would you say, that nobody goes there.
I'm sure that any trip to the house on the hill can only end in betrayal.
Yeah, probably.
Whoa.
I think that Johara thinks that it's time to know exactly what's going on there. I don't know why, but she thought that persuading or bullying the Bruja clan would be useful for that purpose. That tells me that she expects a fight, because why else would you try and get all of us together for an operation?
Well, if anything, it means that not only does she expect a fight, she wants meat shields.
Yeah,
Could be useful resources though, at the same time.
maybe.
Dangerous, yes, but could pay off.
Potentially, but I'm not.
Are there any
keen on myself
documented
killing.
situations of vampires going in and not coming out?
Yes, there was, back when the Gangrel were still part of the Camarilla, there was a Gangrel who went to investigate the house back in 1935, never returned.
And favors are only useful
I'm
if you live long enough
surprised
to cash in.
the Tremere haven't taken an interest in it. I mean, it's
If
like,
it's-
I'm sure that
The
you
capital
have
of
an
Crete.
interest, perhaps you could ask them, but
If only we knew where there was a Tremere right now.
To be fair, we don't.
That's true.
you know exactly what Impound Box is going to do that.
Yeah.
That's fine. To be fair, we don't. I don't know, like, you probably do, but I don't know that. Or actually, no,
You would.
It's a logical deduction.
yeah.
That if he made the call, he knows where the cops are going to take her.
Or at least I have a good.
And so you start to say-
start saying, it's like, no, actually, we probably do.
Okay.
If only we cared about that, Tremere.
Well, you okay up there?
Yeah, I just so choked up by your story. Yeah, I'm fine. I get stuffy
Oh,
after
okay.
washing my face.
Whenever she thinks about that house on the hill, it just brings a
The
tear.
memories.
It actually does make me think of this really sweet song.
I would be less concerned about the Tremere having interests and more concerned about the Giovanni having interests. Myself.
They've got interest in a lot of things, like motels.
Uh-oh.
I don't wanna
Uh,
do that.
Who's got the mouse?
What happened?
Just click his face
It's
Brian.
getting ready.
It's gonna postpone and try again in 10 minutes.
It's gonna be in the back.
Yeah, I'll set it for 40.
I've added the house on the hill to the location list there, so yeah, we won't forget. Anyway, so Sahara says, how's the night going for you so far?
So far, so good.
We pull out Bill and it's like, so meet our valuable treasure.
Ah, you found an asset. Smells like a ghoul.
Yeah.
You would be correct.
Apparently he
That's what
held
they smell.
3 of the 4 locations for the X-Lands.
Okay, well, anyone follow you here?
Not that we are aware of.
Did anyone follow you here?
Okay, well, what am I doing?
She knows that since you're a Toreador,
Right.
you probably have supernatural senses.
Did anyone?
So she's implying you may have been followed by people who can obfuscate themselves, who can hide themselves from mundane senses.
Did I
So-
notice this?
So when she's doing that, I would have been, oh, and then check.
Okay.
Me too.
So you heighten your senses. You open yourself to the sounds, smells of the world around you. You hear the sounds of some of the students up above moving about. You smell the horrible stench that's coming out of some of the vent pipes.
Old pizza under people's beds.
Oh man, it tastes like being in college again.
It smells like hipster.
So many different kinds of pot.
It is Portland.
And you hear the squeaking of many rats.
Dear God.
Wait, the rats, the freaky looking dudes can control rats.
They can. They're not the only ones, but they would probably be the primary in this situation.
The furries.
We
can
might
do
have
it.
some Nosferatu.
And the Nosferatu are excellent at
Fighting.
avoiding detection. So your auspex is fairly minimal, 1 dot, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. So any Nosferatu who is any good at hiding is going to be able to avoid your senses.
But rats, on the other hand, a bit of a giveaway.
Give me an intelligence plus occult roll for those of you who have it.
I don't.
What's the,
Chance 6.
I make it.
All right. One of the other Nosferatu, who was not at the meeting, it's called Frank the Rodent. He looks kind of like a human hedgehog. He usually doesn't wear a shirt because he has these long spikes coming out of his arms and his chest.
He's not Macy.
He just unfortunately looks like a hedgehog.
He's a particularly fugly Nosferatu.
But he deals with all kinds of rodents, rats, and things of that nature all the time.
So what was the?
Difficulty is 6. It's just to know about this guy, that he exists.
Okay, I got it.
So you did that as well. Impressive.
I learned a couple things.
I've heard about him from your.
It's not surprising. I mean,
I've read his file.
they do like secrets. They do like to be in the know.
It's true.
I'll like go to the wall like, hi, giver. Call me.
No one answers.
But the point.
So, okay, so Sahara says, so you need me to sit on this guy, basically. Okay. I'm gonna move to a safer location because this area is pretty open.
Right.
And I will get in contact with you tomorrow, if that's all good with you.
Should be fine.
You guys, having been Brewhall for a while and
having to work with Sahara. I think she's pretty trustworthy. She's works pretty hard at continuing to be humane. She is, of all the people on the list, probably the least of a jerk.
The least likely to screw us over.
Yes.
Which means she's exactly the person that's going to screw us over.
I mean, Daryl probably also is.
Yeah, Daryl is all right, but he's also pragmatic sometimes.
Mhm.
So, it might be like, but I did it for the brew hall, baby.
Yeah, we are taking a huge risk by leaving our asset with this individual.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I mean, I think she also has probably proven herself a few times. So most kindred know not to fuck with her. Like
More that she could just take it as her own now, because we are, like I said, handing it to the individual on the silver platter.
but I don't think she
But
would.
those arguments were already made. We already decided otherwise.
Okay. So you hand off Bill. You have Sahara's phone number, so this is the modern age. You can call her if any questions come up. And I guess it's off to the Motel 6 unless you want to do something else, Dylan.
You mean like the house in the hill?
Yeah, you can
Well, I
always
mean,
go to the house.
we also did just take out one of the Tremere. Why don't we just finish the job, right?
Right.
Yeah,
That's-
that's a great
where do
idea.
they live? I don't know. We know that they hang out at Powell's sometimes.
Yeah,
Still look for trouble.
yeah.
Totally.
Great
See
idea.
how far his magic resistance goes. When the Tremere start throwing fire.
Actually, I guess before we leave, I asked Sarah if she has any spare stakes. I may have misplaced one of them.
I don't usually carry those around because that typically signals someone that you're going to do something awful to them, and then they try to kill you first. Sorry, no. I mean, you can break a chair or something.
I might just break a branch
Just a couple
off
of
a tree.
words. All right, so you
While
break
they're,
a
while they're doing this, I'm gonna make
sharpen it with your pen.
a streetwise roll if
Okay.
I can to see if my knowledge of the Giovanni, and since Giovanni tend to be involved in less than legal activities,
Oh yeah.
where the Giovanni have haunts or might
Nice
be
pun.
might be located,
Okay.
like
So-
what's their turf.
Intelligence plus streetwise.
Where's their enclave, basically?
Where does Giovanni hang out?
All right,
So what do you think you're on the house in the house on the hill?
target 6.
Not the house on the hill.
I'm guessing that's
Target
not
6.
All right,
I
I
mean,
got a 9,
was
2
wondering
9s
what
and a
kind
7,
of
so
gun.
3 successes.
I think the Lassamba are there. I feel like they would.
So 3 successes.
Who are they?
Two
They're-
They are basically the Natural Counterparts. They have control over shadows, and they are in charge of the Savant. Savant being bad organization.
The Cobra to our G.I. Joe.
Okay.
That's a good way to say it.
Yo, shoot.
You always have the battle.
The other half is composed of red and blue lasers.
Yeah.
I tend to only worry about 2/3 of 3/4 of the battle.
Is anybody chiming in?
Yeah. Well, again, they're on a delay, so they
I
would
mean,
remember.
how many people on the chat?
Is that the text?
Right, there's 11 people viewing right now.
11 people.
Yeah. Though I think I am.
Why aren't you talking to us?
I think 0 and I count for 2 of them.
No, I'm not on there.
No?
I closed my computer. It seriously took me an hour, half an hour to connect.
So I got disconnected at one point, and then I just got 5 and I'm back on
Are you,
Wi-Fi.
yeah. Basically, we have the worst Wi-Fi
It's pretty bad.
I have, ever experienced.
What here?
Yes.
Okay. There's a little Italy area off of Morrison Street, and
Gambino.
just on the north side of the river,
Midnight Shadow Waves.
downtown Portland,
So these are vampire Guidos.
Yes.
with some other secrets.
With a lot of money. Lot of money.
Well, they're the Godfather that can't die. So
So
With ghosts. that
so
would
their main enclave is this place you're talking about.
So they would hang out in the southwest Morrison area. That's basically a tiny little Italy. It's got a couple of Italian restaurants that have been there for like
7,000
decade.
years.
But they're pretty breezy bar type sorts of things, very modern. Apparently one of them is based on this Italian marble cafe theme, and the guy that came in to run that place has a partner who moved here from LA at some point in the last few years. So that sort of fits the bill of, secret guy who helped to finance this thing, Italian theme.
all of the stereotypes are hit.
How far is their general stomping grounds from the motel?
Actually, not terribly far. So
if they were
the
mobilized, they could be at that motel within a matter of minutes. Oh, swell.
And it probably is why they're interested in that motel, because it's close enough to them.
As fast as word gets around, I would say, and Paige is actually saying this out loud. I'm looking at the rest of you, and I say, as fast as word gets around, they probably already have moved.
So you guys come up the staircase. You're back on the street at Portland State, and you both have aspects, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you are headed back to his damaged car, and then you see across the street, looking at you, is what looks like a young girl, maybe 7 or 8 years old. She looks like she's wearing white pajamas, little booties, and she's just staring at you. And people are just walking past her without even paying attention to her.
Trying to pull up if this is something I have information on.
Okay.
What would that be?
This is an occult. So
The fact that people are
So
walking,
6 or
this is a target of 9.
the fact that people are walking past a little girl in PJs out in the middle of the night
3 successes.
says.
And the fact that they don't seem to see her, and you're like,
Nosferatu.
this is weird. You think she's a ghost?
Like what? Like Casper?
Yeah. She's not fitting the bill of any vampire in this area that I'm aware of. And
Raises her little hand and waves back at you, but
Look
she
at her.
doesn't smile at all.
look at her with aspect sight.
She looks kind of like a little Ashley Crumb Tiny sort of character from Edward Gorey cartoons.
Or
Or
Wednesday
is level
Addams.
2, right? Aspects?
Or reading is level 2.
So,
Which clan deals with ghosts? Is that the Giovanni?
Giovanni.
yeah. She doesn't smell like mortal. Or I mean, vampire.
I mean, it's impossible to get her scent from this far away with so much intervening garbage
I'm
and
gonna.
people. A group of drunken frat boys goes passing by. Look at these Nimrods.
I'm willing, I'm personally, I'm willing to cut losses
Well,
except for 3 out of 4.
What's that?
I'm willing to cut losses in 3 out of 4.
Yeah.
All right, congratulations, we finished Vampire, guys.
No, no, we haven't.
I got
All right,
3 successes.
you hold it in.
And frankly, if we don't have to do my module, I would be okay with that because I tend to remember. So it is not perfect.
I will
Let's
walk.
at least have let's at least hear what it wants to say.
I'll walk over to the ghostly child.
All right, so you cross the area, and as soon as you come off the curb, the girl turns and starts running. She runs off. You're like at the Antro building, and she's across this quad over, standing in front of the library. Let's say I don't actually know the library.
Sure.
Sorry. And she turns and starts running away from you. She runs around the corner of the side of the library.
I will follow.
Okay, so you
Where are you
proceed.
guys
You go
going?
around the corner, and she's gone. Typical horror movie BS.
And you get jumped by 20 or Giovanni.
So so what you guys see
The
is
boss.
these two
don't
guys
like it when
sort
you
of like
choose
go,
Casper.
and they get this weird, fuzzed out, distant look, and then suddenly she just starts running off, runs over to the library,
I'm like, that's
skids
a bad
around the
idea.
corner, and then stops.
What's happening?
Probably a ghost.
I chase after just
Is
because
that bad?
odds are
Ghosts are.
It's a thing.
it's a thing.
All right, so he follows hot on your heels, and then stops when you
Warn
stop.
your buddy, the Giovanni, you're sniffing around.
He knows. We discussed it.
I'm looking around. Do I see any, in windows of the library or whatever building I'm next to, do I see anybody?
There's plenty of people who are studying for their
People that don't have
classes
pulses.
and so on. You don't see
Or-
any obvious vampires.
Body
No,
temperatures
besides
in the
for you
90s.
guys. And this is known to be Bruja territory. So if you did spot another vampire, probably someone from the Bruja family. You don't spot anyone that you don't recognize.
Okay.
So when you turn around, jump scare.
So,
I turn around and shoot the 3 demons that spawn behind me.
So yeah, it looks like the G's have just decided to send their Casper to say hi. I think they're on to us.
Everyone seems to be involved in
Now,
Everyone's involved now, great.
I'm like, I just had to think. Let's just say, for sake of argument, that the Giovanni wants the motel. Do we really want a motel? Are we happy with
Do we want it that bad?
Are we happy with the 3 things that we've got?
I mean, I wouldn't mind a motel. It'd be useful for me.
I am willing to be fine with the 3 things that we have if it means not angering the Giovanni, because that's a fight I'm not interested in getting into.
Because they tend to go to the mattresses pretty much at the drop of a hat.
However,
Though
if the Giovanni did just send a messenger specifically to discuss things with us, we should at least respond.
That's what I was thinking.
not to mention, if the Giovanni take the territory, it's leaving Camarilla hands.
Not generally a bad thing.
Yes, also true. But at the same time, that is not. One might say that that is beyond our pay grade a little bit. But
If we go and have a sit down with them, we can gather information that we can take back to people who are at that pay grade.
And the funny thing about pay grades is we earn what we get.
It's the fucking future. Look at this.
What?
I
She's
can
watching the
see you
recording
on
of
my
our-
phone.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
And the funny thing about pay grades is be careful,
phoneception!
because that could really cause feedback potentially.
Could also cause paradox.
We're not playing mage.
Thank God.
No, I have basically time.
There's the lag.
But yeah, the thing about
Inception!
that's weird. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing about pay grades is we get what we earn. It's very quick. It's very easy to move up in pay grade if you prove you deserve it.
So
Well, why don't we?
to the motel.
Who is the sheriff of the city?
There is no sheriff. So
There's an next
Okay.
here.
Someone shot him.
one of
They
the
didn't shoot the
assumptions
deputy.
One of the assumptions in Vampire that has sort of carried over into being semi-canonical in a lot of the recent editions is that there's these specific positions, Harpy, Sheriff, Provision, that there's 6 traditions and so on. A lot of this comes from early first edition stuff. In the Chicago Chronicles, Loden had a guy whose name was literally Sheriff, who was basically his enforcer. And people tend to assume, as Holy Writ, that, oh, every city has a Harpy, a Sheriff, and then this is not always the case. Many princes will do things their own way because they have their own foibles and personalities. In this city, there is a prince. He's the prince there. There's an executioner. Basically, if you fuck up badly enough that the prince has to get involved, he calls the executioner his sire, and she kills someone. Cozumel sort of is a harpy, except nobody calls her the harpy. It's not an official job. It's not a title that she has or anything. She talks trash about people and gets them in trouble. There is no Primogen Council
Okay.
per se.
I don't know what she's doing.
I'm just talking to
She's
people. But I mean,
she's
yeah.
explaining.
Okay.
The prince will, from time to time, ask to meet with the representatives of various interests or factions, but there's not a Primogen Council per se. And for instance, if he says, I need to meet with each of the clans to talk about X interest, the Tremere will just send someone at random. It's not like there's a specific guy who's like, I'm the Tremere Primogen and I'm in charge. So that's sort of the way that things go here. The prince is very much a stickler for like precise, for precision, for doing things in a timely fashion, and for having an orderly agenda, but he doesn't see a need to delineate specific positions for a lot of these roles. He's just like, here's my rules, don't fuck up or you would be executed. It's that simple.
It'd be on time.
At least when you arrive, stand on a clock.
Half the damn people in the city didn't come to the meeting. I was there. I was just
Prince Flavor Flav.
You were there, but not on time.
I was a little late. They were like, the Tremere were really late because they didn't even show.
Sometimes it's better not to show than to show late.
Why has everybody got to bust balls?
Because it's hot as balls.
It's pretty warm.
A little bit.
So,
Yeah.
are we going to go pay the Giovanni a visit?
I think it's probably a good idea.
Okay.
As creepy as it's going to be. You know, it's at times like this, I wish I could still eat. Because, I mean, come on. These guys are going to have the best Italian food in in the entire city. They're all going to look like Marlon Brando or Al Pacino. And
Paige, we don't need to tell you food anymore.
I'm saying,
I think
I wish I could. You know, some people still can.
Are we just sort of mulling around like?
that's not really something
You're
we should
leaving
talk about
Portland
before the
State,
discussion.
yes.
Okay, I'll light a
I
cigarette.
like to think that
Okay.
we walk and talk.
So he lights a cigarette, causes
Look at this guy
a little
with
bit
the
of
flower.
nerve from you guys.
Look
but
at this
not all.
guy.
Do you mind?
What's wrong?
Fire. Do you mind?
I'll put it out when I'm done.
Him cute. Him whittle. He don't know what fire do.
There are two ways we can teach
It's
him.
not like
One
he's
way
gonna
is
get
more
lung
entertaining
cancer.
than the other.
That makes
It's not like he's gonna get lung
dumb.
cancer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I can get lung cancer.
Alright, I'd prefer you didn't put it on any of us then.
Okay. Fine. I'm just...
Roll your fortitude. Fortitude. Yeah.
What's that?
This guy.
One die.
One die?
Just your fortitude. Yeah. Okay, one success. So he puts it out on his hand and then throws the unlit cigarette.
I'm like, the balls on this guy.
crazy check? So no, he's got a courage of 5 and he's completely in control of the fire. So
So back to
Well,
the
we
next
know
one.
why the well we know why Serene chose him.
Yeah. FYI, fire bad. Like, bad more than it is for regular people.
his hand's not even burned.
Okay, good to know.
Anyway,
So moving on.
I'm just like, blink, blink. Wow,
You should try
that's
that.
neat.
No, you should.
All right, so you get back in the damaged Lexus.
Yeah.
And you head to Little Italy. You get there about 9:15.
Completely inconspicuous.
You get out at Marno's little cafe, and this
Do they always have to listen to French?
hostess
Sinatra?
comes up and says, "Just the 4 of you tonight,
Yes.
Yes.
inside or outside?"
Inside.
Inside, please.
Right this way. She leads you over to a table next to the windows, seats you guys at the table, puts down some menus for you,
Spidey
and your
senses.
server will be right over with some water in just a minute.
Yeah, spidey senses.
She kind of sidles away from you.
Is she
He
living?
goes back to the front. Yeah, she's alive.
Is she?
Total normal person. There's a
she
couple of
living
other
in
normal
enhanced?
people
Is
hanging out, like having coffee.
Is there like
eating spaghetti.
is this like Chipotle? There's a secret menu.
Is she ghoulish?
It's more like in and out.
Like cool.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
it's hard to.
That's what I'm
tell,
trying to
but-
figure out right now. Am I going to do the whole googly thing?
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
Can I
how outnumbered are we?
Hard to tell, but there's like a half dozen mortals in here, and they're having spaghetti and lasagna
Which
and
means
all of
not-
the
Which
standard
means nothing's going
tropes
to
of
happen.
American food.
Yeah.
And so you sit down, and sure enough, a server comes over and puts down some glasses of water and says, "Can I take your drink orders? We have some wonderful red wines, Chianti."
Do we know what to ask for? That's like
No.
you know, the
No,
house.
we have no idea.
Yeah, we just kind of came over.
Actually, yeah, I'll ask for the house red.
You think that the Giovanni might actually even be putting you on a little if they know that you're here.
I ask for the house red.
Okay, the house red, please. She goes, "Very good, sir." Anyone else?
Chianti, how do you say that?
Chianti.
Chianti.
Like can we still eat like or is it
If you eat solid food, you will vomit and back up.
what about
There's
It's pretty
a
grim.
there's a merit you can get that allows you to eat food, but you eventually have to.
You have to purge it out later.
But
what about
And eating food is generally a fairly disgusting act to most vampires. They don't find it very satisfying at all. In my vampire games, you can totally drink liquids. Not a problem.
okay.
So,
I'll have a scotch.
okay. You gentlemen? Lady?
House red. That doesn't come served chilled, does it?
It's kept in our wine cellar, so typically it's stored at a temperature of 55 degrees.
I'll pass.
Very good. And you, sir?
Like I said, the Chianti.
Oh, yes, of course, I'm sorry. She writes that down, gives you a nervous smile, and she heads off to the back.
And I would be just like, I'd rather answer regarding the nervous smile, like I don't get it.
Yeah, okay. So the server comes back, she puts down your drinks, says, "Can I take your dinner orders?" You're like,
I need a little bit more time. Just like,
Just a few more minutes then?
sure.
And so she wanders off, and then a woman approaches the table. You can tell she's got that cadaverous look. That she's dressed elegantly, like like she's out on date night for the classy dinner on the town sort of
So
thing.
when you said so ghouls have like you say a cadaverous look. It's like is
Sometimes ghouls get affected by vampire blood, but
Well,
how
but
strongly
is that one of those things
person
like
to
we
person.
notice it but normal people don't quite or is it like
Well,
Linda, you look kind of pale.
with vampires, it's hit or miss. The surefire way to identify various supernatural creatures is with aura perception, the second level of the Auspex discipline. These guys both have Auspex, but neither of them have that level of power.
Yet.
Typically, when I run vampire, you can tell other vampires, just because otherwise it's not very fun. It's a problem.
Or what have you.
Yes. Ghouls, it's going to be more hit or miss in my game. Like, in this guy's case, he's pretty clearly a ghoul. The blood affected him fairly strongly. Some clans' blood will affect people more strongly than others. If you are a ghoul to a Nosferatu, it's going to screw you up, and as a result, people can tell.
I mean, also how long you've been ghoul will the
Will
fact that he's been ghoul for 10 years.
And he might have gone a while without a drink, which would cause him to look more aged.
Yeah. So, but conversely, like sometimes I'll say, okay, this person has sort of that cadaverous vampire look, and it might be a ghoul, it might be a person, it might be a vampire. In this particular case, it's a vampire, so it's this pale, dark-haired Italian woman. She doesn't seem to have the darker skin color that Italians usually do. She looks more like someone who's been, sick for
I've
several
been
weeks.
sun for a while.
Yeah. She's wearing this really elegant, long red gown and high-heeled shoes, sort of, that kind of thing. And she comes over to your table and she says, the server says that you've had a little bit of difficulty ordering. Perhaps I could talk to you about some of our specials.
Yes.
She glances around at some of the other patrons. She says, why don't you come back to our private party room? We'll arrange something more to your liking.
Lead the way.
That sounds lovely.
I leave like 20 on the table.
So you leave the 20 on the table, you leave behind your drinks, and then she leads you up the staircase and into sure enough, it's a private party room. There's like a picture of the Pope on the wall.
Of course.
And
And Frank Sinatra.
In velvet.
The current
And who?
the
In velvet.
Pope.
Yes.
The velvet candy.
And she says, so what brings you fine, upstanding members of the Camarilla into our establishment?
We
saw a ghost.
we believe you sent us a message, actually.
Did you now? She takes a seat in a chair and leans back, crosses her legs, and says, I can assure you that I didn't have anything to do with sending any ghosts to speak to you.
What? Uh-oh, what's
We'll ask.
Now what happened?
I don't know, but it broke her.
You broke
Okay,
Maria!
Okay, you have to share.
I don't have any White Wolf cred, Adrian. Blah! I want to suck your blood!
One.
Really?
One.
From Adrian?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, Greg.
He's got exactly 3 Fred chips remaining.
Sure. I know, yay! Okay.
So she says,
I had nothing to do with that, I can assure you. You don't know if she's lying or not, because you can't read auras.
What the hell?
that's, well,
he already knew
you aren't the only member of your clan. Is it possible that one of your brethren may have sent a message our way?
I suppose that Dino could have gotten up to something like that, but to be frank, he is a complete boor and wildly incompetent in those
Could
kinds
you
of
do
magic
news training for like extra
Do we
donations?
know her name, by the way? Is
Yeah.
she known?
You do not know.
Oh,
You've never had cause to set,
Yeah, that's
to
what I'm
darken her doorway.
Could I try to, like, I keep records.
Scandals with that.
May I make that roll?
Or streetwise?
It's an occult role.
Yes.
more donations.
So, but again, you've probably never had cause to actually deal with this person. Knowing about Dino would be an 8, hers a 9. She's smarter than her brother.
Well, I just rolled a 10.
Okay.
On my first 6 day. So, yeah.
Alright. There's very little information about the Giuliani pair that reside here in Little Italy. It consists of Dino and Luna. You're currently talking to Luna. They keep to themselves, they're extremely polite, and they have essentially nothing to do with the Camarilla if they can help it. They seem to be deeply involved in some personal business that they do not involve other people in. If they chose to become involved in the current scavenger hunt, it would be actually a little bit of a surprise. Not an entirely surprise, because the Motel 6 is close to their location, and they could bulldoze it and turn it into a more expensive resort and stuff like that, but a little bit.
I kill that. Well, in 4 hours we'll have to deal with it again.
Curses! Well,
Technology, damn you.
that will be a problem for a future game master.
Yay.
In the worst case, you could pause.
So, having remembered that information slash.
Did we ever tell her what was the ghost's
You did not describe the ghost.
Because that, I don't know if they can figure out who's talking to you based on the ghost.
I'll ask her. Can you figure out who may have talked to us?
If I had something of significance to this apparition in question,
Well, could you do it off of a description?
well, if you can give me a significant description, I might be able to tell you who it is if it's someone that I've met before.
Brains?
I described a child.
Alright, so you described it's like a 7-year-old girl in white pajamas and booties. And she says,
Real cutie. Friendly. You can wave at me.
I don't know this ghost. Where did you encounter her?
At the university campus.
Was she outdoors or indoors?
She was outdoors.
It's very unusual.
Indeed. She looked a little young for a freshman.
Thank you. Since this is your first time in our establishment, I'll say that this is useful information. I'm sorry that I can't help you more directly, but you have to understand that ghosts are not solely the province of my family. Although there are the rumors and so on, sometimes people die, they become ghosts, they flit about doing whatever it is that is their cause d'etre.
For what?
Their cause of the day.
I knew that, thank you. Yes, I know what it means.
Yes. The really I'm mixing my metaphors.
Yeah,
so
you're
to
mixing
speak.
metaphors.
In any case, by design, the Bruja, it's like 2 sides of a coin. One's smart and one's not.
Those of us who were smart are exactly all that these days.
In any case, I can assure you that that ghost had nothing to do with me. I am fairly reasonably certain it had nothing to do with my brother, and I am quite interested in examining it further. However, as it was on Bruja territory, that's a little bit outside of my bailiwick. You should be aware, of course, that you're not the only ones to come calling this evening. There's been a lot of discussion over your prince's recent announcement and all of the hoops through which people are jumping in order to follow up on it. In fact, there seems to be some altercation going on at the motel. For my part, I'm happy to wait it out. Once the dust is settled, the motel will likely be easy pickings.
I just nod.
What exactly do you want, children?
Do you want to make her cry?
Did you just say pull the snowman? Because if you didn't, I was going to.
No, do you want to hurt me?
Do you really want to hurt?
Okay.
Do you say that
This
out
is
loud?
why I should not be.
No, she was saying, do you really want to hurt me? So
I know, but I'm asking, does your character say, "We want to make you cry"? I mean,
No.
it seems like something he might say.
Maybe because I'm Octavian and I was talking to the wall.
Oh, arm wrestling.
So I'll be the stupid one. I'll say, you know, so in light of the prince's recent declaration, you know, we are interested in acquiring the motel.
I see. But you understand all of the responsibilities that go along with that territory.
Yeah, folding towels and cleaning rooms and
I
making
believe you
beds.
need more along the lines of working with you and your brother.
Well, not that, but upholding the masquerade. Not just for yourself, but cleaning up any incidents that happen on that property. For instance, like the pauses and seems to be thinking as if she's listening to something that you can't hear or see. Like the incident that's going on right now back at the university. It would be a shame for the Bruja to lose that territory simply because they couldn't uphold the masquerade.
I pull out my cell phone and quickly.
Speed dial Sahara.
Actually, I speed dial Colin because if Sahara's busy.
Getting her ass beaten.
Yes.
Okay, so you speed dial Colin. He picks up pretty quickly. He's like, "Hey, how's the hunt going?"
Is something happening at the university right now?
I have no idea. Let me check. He puts you on hold. Dials back. Sahara's not picking up her phone. I'm gonna get down there. How far away are you? It's about 12 minutes away.
12 minutes and 12 seconds.
How fast can I get there? Is this way?
Faster than the speed of masquerade breaking.
And faster than the speed of your blood pool would allow.
Yeah.
Fair enough. About 12.
While they're having this conversation,
You're closer than I am.
I am watching our hostess and trying
Smiling
to,
languidly, sort of like rubbing her lower lip, like she's enjoying this whole discussion.
I'm thinking in the back of my mind, not out loud, but in the back of my mind, like, sure you didn't send a ghost to the university, you bitch.
I also should probably move.
Thank you for the wise words.
Stay safe. It's a dangerous night out there.
What a horrible night for a curse.
That's true.
Yay! Now we can go back and our guys can still listen.
As they're like, as we're all getting up to leave, I like reach into my, my pocket and pull out one of my cards and hand it to her. It's like, if you ever need any sort of club events, music, I'm the girl to call.
Thank you.
That's a good
EDM,
time.
electronica. We tend to prefer much more classical and operatic music, of course, but
I have a broad library.
and I'm willing to experiment.
It's a good way to keep in touch with the current millennium.
Well,
There's lots of profitable opportunities in dealing with the millennial crowd.
I'm always open to a profitable deal.
Smile,
Have a pleasant evening. Stay
You too.
safe out there.
will do.
She says. You cannot shake the feeling, of course, that she is toying with you.
As we leave out there, I'm sure we'll be meeting again.
Absolutely. I look forward to it. All right. You dash back down to your damaged vehicle, race back to the university.
Why do I get the feeling she just played a second fool?
Because she did.
Gee, I wonder how she knew exactly what was going on at the university that she didn't send a ghost to.
Yeah.
You know those little catnip mice that housewives and soccer moms get for their big fat
I hate
cats?
Giovanni. Moving on.
Okay. So, when you get back to the university,
Emotions are logical, Mr. Spock.
there is, on the southeast side of the university, there's a cordoned off area. There's a whole bunch of police cars with their lights and their sirens on, and a bunch of standard uniformed cops that are standing and directing traffic. And they're like laying out tape and setting up barricades and whatnot, all in front of one of the large dormitory buildings.
Getting consent.
Maybe.
Oh, good God. I look at this, I'm like, I look at you two, and I'm like, it's already on the head. The cops are here. The cops are
So
here.
when after I
The
asked
fits
you
hit the
that,
shan.
I'm basically
So-
trying to pull up reports of what's going on in this area right now.
So what's happening is you've got basically on the southeast corner here, there's
Mischief.
like a dormitory building. The police have barricaded the at the corner here.
Ah,
Got it.
yeah.
You got police cars with their lights and sirens. All of it.
Don't worry about it.
What the hell is going on over there?
I may broke Maria.
They're being appropriate.
Who's who?
And
I'll rag and she's a ruse, right?
the
AKA Zero.
there's a bunch
Best
of
dad
cops.
ever.
They're all like facing the
They
building
make
here.
your zero.
Next
I
to
think
you,
you're
next to you,
zero.
of course.
Here, and then there's a bunch of cops that are here, and they're keeping people from getting closer.
He's
And you
number
can
one.
see that there's like
But he's also not here.
young people, students,
I'm
hipsters,
zero,
and the
so
occasional
I
person
can
who's out at night that are all standing along the sidewalk here. Half of them have cell phone cameras and are filming this stuff.
Yeah.
Some of it's being streamed right now on Twitch. There's basically this door in the dormitory building is open, and there's police have streamed in here. You can see that there's like a guy standing guard next to the door here. All uniformed officers, very deliberately trying to keep people away. So you get closer, you start going, okay, let me look up Portland State University incident, and immediately it pops up a thing on YouTube, and you see this shaky handheld cell phone video camera of, it looks like in like this is a two-story building. There's windows all on the side because it's different dorm rooms, and then there's like hallways that go between the dorm rooms that also have windows on the edges, on the ends of them for the stairwells and things like that. And you see the video is trying to focus in. It's very blurry because it's on a cell phone cam instead of distance. It's one of the corner windows by a stairwell where it looks like a fist fight going on between Sahara and someone else you don't recognize. And they're both moving incredibly fast. And then it goes for like 12 seconds, and then you see Sahara comes out onto the roof of the building. The unknown assailant, male, follows her. They keep fighting with celerity, obviously from a vampire perspective. Sahara glances over her shoulder and sees that there's people filming her, and she runs this way. This is again recorded video, and jumps off of the building and is followed by the assailant.
So
We have a slight breach of etiquette and protocol,
we have a problem.
is what I see after watching that video.
Well, it looks a little
That's
more
what I
than
say.
slight if all the 5-0s everywhere.
Sahara and another individual who I do not recognize were
Did-
caught on video
Cookie,
using
does she look Middle Eastern?
No, it looks like a man.
Oh,
Or does he look Middle
It
Eastern?
looks.
His Majesty will not.
Hard to see, they're blurry.
Yeah.
So
It's
you guys can tell it's Sahara from what you see on the footage, but it's really blurry. It
Can
would be hard to identify her if you didn't know her.
could I use celerity
But
to be able
Clearly,
to watch it
super fast.
and interpret what's going on at
Well, the
fast
camera. is-
You're gonna watch it at whatever frame rate you
Yeah.
need to play that.
Fair enough.
And I like the package. We have no idea
where it is. Yeah.
So,
or how intact
Okay,
it
the
is.
other standard
what's everybody dressed like?
who can
Business attire.
Business attire. You're with
Raver.
the belly dancer.
Raver.
biker chic.
Biker chic. Okay, you're with me.
Are you the village people?
Well, I mean,
Maria gets a point of willpower.
You
some
guys-
of us that's appropriate.
It's the village people of vampires.
That's right.
We're the vampy village people.
Do you have raper
not-
bangs?
We're not playing.
No.
this in-
I basically have a
So
mohawk.
here that gets like
Liberty
standard
Street.
enough to be actually
Sides of the head are
goes up
shaved,
Yeah.
top of the head
Bruja.
sticks
Or
straight
you're
up about 6
And
inches.
Celerity is common enough though that it's.
No, I mean anyone can have it,
Yeah.
but I mean if you have a lot of it, odds are either you are really close in with one of those two or are one of those two.
Or Asimite, I suppose. As far as you know, Johar is the only Asimite in town. Now, she could be obfuscated, pretending to be a man, but
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That wouldn't show up on camera.
Alright, so what I'm gonna do is, let me know if I can do this.
Okay.
Before I go too far. I'm gonna go up to one of the cops, and I'm sure I have some kind of badge,
Just big ID.
fake ID.
Your ID says McLovin.
Detective McLovin.
It says you're 35 from Hawaii.
Dick McLovin.
This is gonna be a long 24 hours.
All right. We're just getting started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Wait,
not
what?
Detective McLovin, but it's like O'Leary or
Okay.
some sort of suitable cop name.
Alrighty, so you go up to one of the officers, and it's like, sorry, sir, this area is under an active
Flash my
investigation.
badge, detective's badge. Like, what's going on here?
Alright, roll your manipulation plus subterfuge.
Incredible.
Since they're moving in while he's doing that, I'm still out in the crowd, I guess.
Yeah.
behind the
You're over by a bunch of these teenagers and students and whatnot who are watching
I'm
it.
gonna
What
turn
do I
up
need?
the auspex
We need 60.
and scan the crowd and see if I see people that are below room temperature or minus pulses.
Shit.
No other vampires are watching at this time aside from your group.
Any creepy little kids with their PJs on?
One
No.
success.
Hey,
One success. Okay.
Alex, where was the video taking place?
In this general area. It was outside nearby.
Here, from across the street. That's your one saving grace. So far, the video that's been uploaded to YouTube is too far away to get good resolution.
Well, it's more of the, you know what I'm saying, where did it take place? Because if she needs help, I want to know where she needs to.
It
Where
took
she-
place
She
here.
jumped off that side of the building.
Yeah.
And
You-
in the videotape.
You two find.
I'm gonna try and track her down.
Selena, whatever her name is, and
Sahara.
Sahara.
Actually, I'm gonna call Sarah and start running in that direction.
Okay. So you call, she obviously doesn't pick up.
I'm mingling in the crowd.
What's up? Oh, right, okay.
I'm mingling in the crowd, finding somebody that's got a camera,
Mhm.
and it's not these guys can go ahead. But basically, I'm going to try to find people in the crowd and see if anybody saw anything else that wasn't in the YouTube video.
Okay. So you schmooze one of the cops. He looks a little suspicious and he's like, shit, I thought we had most of the precinct here already. Well, all right, let me go with you. And he accompanies you over to the front of the building, introduces you to the guy at the door. He says, we've got an active investigation going on inside, and everyone's going door to door, asking the students that live in the dorms what they've seen. And we prefer not to get people in the middle of that right now. What do you need to know?
Well, just this this incident might what's the right word? It's security. I had a detective's badge, not a federal badge. I know, you can.
I mean,
I'm gonna put,
vampires lie. This may be news to you, but
No,
Like
well, no, but
Rose.
shit, like a cop can't pull the national security card. can he?
well, you can't say that you're doing something because of national security, but you can certainly say, well, you know that the feds are going to pull national security on this one.
Right.
I mean,
So I just say like that.
that. Yep.
Well, what I want to say is like this is pertinent to an ongoing investigation that I'm participating in.
that's a good
A suspect that I'm pursuing might be involved.
Okay, so the police officer kind of adjusts his hat and says, wow, this is part of an ongoing?
Yeah.
Shit, man, I don't want your job. What do you need to know? So far, what we've gathered from canvassing the witnesses is that there was apparently an altercation involving two people who, some kind of martial arts duel, or maybe they were stunt artists. We don't know. The current theory is that it was some sort of staged event that they are going to guerrilla film or something like that, because all of the people that watched it said that it just looked too fast and too much like a special effect.
I'll make up it's like it's a front they use to cause a distraction that they're filming a movie.
Well, we're still canvassing the area for the suspects, but everyone who got video was too far away to get a really clear shot. We know that it's one man and one woman that were apparently involved in fighting each other. Supposedly, they jumped off the far side of the building, but that roof is a good 25 feet up, and it's concrete alleyway behind it. We didn't find any blood or any bodies there, so no idea where they could have gone. It's too far to get across to the next building over.
Yeah, they have some sophisticated equipment, rapid repelling.
You, meanwhile, go off sideways onto the campus and start looking around, trying to figure out where would Sahara go.
I'm trying to see if there's any.
What just happened?
Oh, we've broken 500.
Oh, wow.
Yeah!
Hey, congratulations, people. Thank you for your
All right, guys, we hit the goal.
All right, next goal, 1,000.
I'll see you
Yeah,
tomorrow.
Yeah.
No, wait, that will be later today.
Okay.
Oh, time for a thriller pose? Okay.
Okay. What's a thriller pose? Oh, pose, right.
That's on
We already did the Giovanni scene.
Frankie emo dance.
That was the thriller.
No, someone's asked for a Frankie emo dance.
There's a bunch of
That's
students
very
inside the
similar,
building.
right?
This is a dorm.
It's more
There's
like
kids
this.
living here. There's dozens of kids who are listening to
I'm
music.
so happy we got that in the game.
You guys have to be my
They said that
evidence
there was
that I did the
actually, like,
Frankie Love
occasional
dance.
altercations
I shook my
fighting
butt.
in the hallways before they made their way up to the roof.
Okay, that was.
Oh,
That was worth staying awake for.
Bunches of people saw it.
Saw what? Because we were.
The fighting inside the hallways in the dormitory. It said, this is a dorm. Students live here. There's
And it
kids
just
doing
went scream at
homework,
that moment.
listening to music, on dates, what have
Your
you.
dance just hit the screen.
Dozens of people saw them fighting in the hallway.
Is there a place where you know the fight started?
As far as we can tell, the fight started when the male perpetrator came into the front of the building as the female was leaving, and he immediately assaulted her. And then the altercation happened, and basically they fought their way up onto the roof, fought across it, and then jumped off the far side. And we don't know where they went from there. But like I said, dozens of witnesses. We've got a pretty good description. He gestures, hey, bring over the sketch, the composite. Sketch artist has taken down a bunch of information. The guy's got like a perfect sketch, Sahara, and then a sketch of another guy.
Does the guy look familiar, like the assassin dude we found earlier?
The assassin person you ran into earlier, the assassin was a woman.
No, but she had a cadre of dudes.
No, she didn't.
No,
No, it was just her?
So it was just her.
Okay, never mind.
Just her.
But yeah, so I was trying to see if there's like a path of trail, just
Path of destruction.
Yeah.
All right. So you sort of start following the whirlwind trail. Make a perception plus investigation.
Bless you.
If I don't specify a target number, it's 6. So that's the default.
Okay, that's good to know.
Perception.
All right. I'm
Yeah.
gonna look around and I'll write down, like, I'll pull out a pad.
1, 2,
Okay.
3,
Got
Make
4.
it look like they were
From-
doing a
Got
cop's
Gazoon
job.
dice from
So-
Adrian.
Thank you,
Yay.
Officer O'Houlihan.
What was that from Adrian?
Gazoon dice.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Okay, what you got?
I got
Use your
4
senses to
successes.
find,
All right. So you pass by a couple of knocked over garbage cans and
I don't have.
overthrough an area that's
But
got
you
like
can-
a small cafe that they sell coffee to the students and whatnot. And you find where it looks like the fight stopped, where Sahara went one way and her assailant went another.
Can I guess who went which way?
Yeah, because basically they went fighting past the cafe, got out onto the green, fought against each other there for a short period of time, and then Sahara went off one direction across the green, and her assailant went off a different direction to the north.
I'm gonna go after her.
Okay.
Because A, I don't. If they went toe to toe with her, I probably don't want to go toe to toe with them.
Yeah.
And B, I can probably get more information out of her.
Okay.
So.
As per requests, I'm going to attempt to find.
So we're going to investigate, and he's going to use his senses to see if we can find the ghoul guy.
Okay.
You know, my sense of smell, basically, and
So
try to
You start tracking. Okay, tracking, perception and survival.
Part of the reason why I have a point in survival.
You're like,
This is like,
For success.
I don't know.
Okay, so you're like, I'm smelling our exquisite replica of Drakkar Noir, the 25-cent bathroom cologne.
Oh.
Yeah, and you follow that up to the second floor into the women's bathroom, and he's hiding in one of the stalls, standing on one of the toilet seats, crouched down. You find Bill. It's like, it took you long enough. How are you going to get me up past the cops?
what happened here?
Some guy came in and he jumped
Wow.
Sahara.
Probably
Like, we were
later today.
moving through this building. She knows this whole complex. And she said she was going to take me somewhere safer over on another part of town. And as we were leaving the building, some guy came in the front door and just started swinging on her. She told me to run for it and get safety. And I wasn't going to ask questions when they were throwing punches at super speed.
All right.
You might be able to give me that and I pull up blueprints of the building.
Okay. All right, it's just a 2-story dorm. There's not a lot to see. There's
maintenance access.
yes, there is maintenance access. No spots to get in and out.
Yeah, that's basically that. I wanna try and find where the Nosferatu tunnels are and get in and get out.
But Nosferatu can get in and out anywhere on the campus. Now, by agreement with the brew hall, PSU is brew hall territory, but everything underneath it is Nosferatu, and there the twain shall meet. So
if we go there, we're it's
you go
our
there,
ass.
yeah, it's your ass.
Yeah.
Conversely, if they came upstairs and caused shit, that's their ass.
Could we get safe passage or not?
Yeah, you can totally make a deal if you want.
Yeah.
That'll cost us.
It'll cost you a favor.
Sure.
How it works.
Well,
I get on the phone and I try, before I try this, would I potentially have contact information for them as a whole?
The Nosferatu.
Takes up. You're
Or
busted.
a Nosferatu who is in this area?
You may have you'll have a number for a burner phone. They might or might not answer.
So
Let's see.
I will try to burn a phone.
They're picking up. All right. So ring, 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 ring. You call this burner phone number, and then after like 6 rings, it picks up, and you hear this.
I tell them that I'm requesting access, brief access to transport goods out of PSU.
Would they have a problem with that?
They are access hub.
Yes.
How many people?
3.
How long?
Minimal amount of time.
As long as it takes us a walk from.
Based on what I'm seeing from the blueprints and from travel speeds of myself and the 2 other individuals, approximately 7 minutes.
I'm guessing I'm dealing with Alex Lang.
Yes.
This is the Claw.
Pleasure speaking with you.
The Claw.
The claw.
Oh my god, yes! I forgot about that, that's amazing!
See, I was more thinking of Liar Liar.
Oh, it's the claw!
I'll get you gadgets.
Very well.
You gotcha next
Minor
time.
boom.
Accepted.
Very good. You have tonight.
Thank you.
Click.
So what does that mean? Minor move.
So boons come in different grades. The higher the grade of the boon, the more you owe. So trivial.
And you're from trivial all the way up to life.
Yeah, like swear fealty.
Yeah.
So you got like I'm guessing trivial, minor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
trivial, minor, boon, major boon.
So you owe a
Yeah, life
decent
boon,
favor.
yeah.
I owe a pretty decent favor, and if he knew my name, he knows that I'm network.
And favors get traded around.
Yes.
So he might at some point he might call Sarah and say, so Alex did you this favor a while back. I'm calling in this boon that he owed me.
Ah.
Okay. Sometimes they trade hands to people you don't like.
Such as our Chimera friend.
Yeah, the worst thing is when people start selling boons to other people.
Yeah. They are very valuable. That is currency.
So okay.
So the
So I assume it's still cops everywhere.
Yeah.
But, all right. So what
they're
we're
all
gonna
over
do?
the place. But he's now got access to all the access tunnels underneath. You've gotten safe passage from the Nosferatu.
I have blueprints of the whole area, basically.
So you know which way Sahara went, which way Rebecca went.
Yeah, so I
You follow Sahara. All right. Her tracks like head across the green. They slow down. Like her stride gets shorter, so she's come off super speed. And she makes her way past several of the university buildings. You follow the tracks over to where would she go? Let's see. Probably the university
tracks.
What's that?
Womp womp.
I made a bad joke.
She goes by the university clinic, and it's like she stops, and you can sort of imagine in your head her stopping in front of the clinic and waffling. You know, should I go inside? They'll know that there's something horribly wrong with me. I can't risk it.
Which means she got her pretty badly. She even considered it.
Yeah, and then you keep following them as they stagger off to. I don't know, does PSU have a clock tower? It does in the world of darkness because everything's got giant Gothic architecture and whatnot.
Yup.
And she climbs up. She has climbed up to the top of the clock tower. You make it up to the top of the staircase of the clock tower, and you see her sort of huddled in a little ball in one corner of the clock tower, looking eminently vulnerable. She stirs slightly when you come up the staircase, and then she slumps down. You hurt me bad.
Who?
I don't know who he was. I've never seen him before, but he came out of nowhere. Attacked incredibly fast. How close do you want to get to her? You're basically across the room of a clock tower from her. And do you wish to shoot JFK?
Then I'd have to find a grassy knoll.
You're about to hit a restart.
What?
No, it has not been 4 hours by any means.
This thing it just keeps hitting that.
At some point we're gonna have to restart. Probably after this game, we should just restart it.
Yeah, we'll probably start after the game.
And then
Okay.
taking like half an hour to get Twitch back up and all that.
Should take that long.
It's our Wi-Fi.
Not on the Twitch.
Okay.
Okay. So, how close do you want to get?
I will start by moving halfway to her. Like, she is still a cornered.
Yeah, cornered Bruja.
So I don't want to get too close.
All right, so her feet sort of scrabble on the ground a little bit looking for purchase, but she doesn't manage to even stand up. And she's got some potence too, as well as celerity, and the fact that she can't even get to her feet is a really bad sign. You smell her blood in the air. It smells delicious, older than yours.
Alright.
Maybe bring some of these way around.
I was it.
Uh-huh.
Do you need help?
I just need to collect myself. I need blood. I need to get somewhere safe. He hurt me bad. He tore me up.
Wait right here.
So you go back downstairs. And to where?
I'm going to I assume it's middle of the night, people are still kind of wandering around.
It's about 9:45. The campus is fairly active.
Alright.
It's rainy, so there's not a lot of people out and about, but it's Portland, so most people don't give a shit about the rain.
I'm sure that within some amount of time, someone is going to go past the clock tower by themselves.
Absolutely.
I'm going to use celerity to kind of and
Snack time.
and take them upstairs.
All right.
And you guys came out
I
of the building?
might take a couple of looks.
Because I'm still outside.
But
Yeah,
the rest
super
is
nice.
All right. So you nab a human. You wait until someone walks by, and it's
That's gonna leave a mark.
Portland University student, Portland State University student walks by. You grab him suddenly, drag him up the stairs. How many blood points do you want to take from him?
I'm just killing random. How many is it okay? How many can a person usually?
The person can live up to 3, and they will be woozy and probably sick for a week, but they will survive. More than that, and you just really put them at risk.
Alright, I'm gonna take one just to make up for the
one you used earlier.
for the one I just used to get him.
Okay.
And then I will take him up to her.
Okay.
But she'll finish the job.
All right.
She's probably gonna kill him, but at least.
That is her, not you.
Well, I mean, she can deal with it, and B, she needs it.
All right. So, Sahara, you grab the guy, you bring him over to Sahara, and he's like, well, actually, since you already bit him, he's now entranced and woozy. Once you bite a mortal, they just bliss out.
It's actually euphoric.
Yeah.
Unless he's not.
It's called a kiss, right?
Yeah.
Embrace.
So
Yeah, embrace is when you get
Oh yeah,
the
that's
kiss.
the kiss.
So, So he's blissed out. You hand him over to Sahara. And she's like, She seems to struggle with herself for a moment, and then she just gives in and bites down on his arm. You hear a crunching sound from the tendons breaking underneath the pressure.
That feller's going to the pearly gates.
And she draws on his blood,
All of it.
and then somehow manages to pull herself away.
Yay! Self-control roll.
Oh, yeah, and Bruhar down on stuff that prevents frenzy. So somehow she manages to prevent herself. Just, no, I won't kill him. You need to drop him off at the clinic or something. Get him somewhere safe. I won't kill him.
I'm going to take him back downstairs.
Okay.
I'm going to kind of slump him over my shoulder
You begin to brace him.
like he's drunk, and I'm going to take him to the clinic and kind of just leave him at the door.
Okay. So you just slump him down in front of the door, and then you dart off before anyone can say anything.
Yeah, like I kind of knock on the
All right.
on the window and dart off.
All right. And as you're darting off, someone comes over and opens the door. It's like, what? You bump the balls over like, shit, help me. Get this guy inside. All right. You don't feel too terrible about just nabbing some random stranger and drinking blood from him. Okay.
Some dumb freshman.
Meanwhile, you guys have the package, and I presume you're escorting him safely out through the tunnels.
Yeah.
All right. So you come down and you follow in your map. You get down and go in access room. You open up one of the heavy doors and go down the staircase into the old tunnels underneath the campus. And waiting for you in that chamber downstairs is a Nosferatu who's not hiding himself. He's wearing an all-black rubber gimp suit, and he's incredibly spindly and has really long fingers and toes.
Slender Nosferatu.
So, yes.
Did we speak on the phone?
Yeah.
I presume I spoke to you on the phone.
That is correct. He says, I am the claw.
Does he have a pierced tongue?
You don't know.
Pleasure to meet you.
He says, please remain at least 30 feet away from me at all times.
As you wish.
Please tell me this guy's gonna end up in our game at some point.
What, in Stowe?
Yes.
I doubt it, but he leads you through this maze of twisty passages and all the like. And he leads you finally to a large chamber. He says, this is a main storm drain junction. It handles a great deal of runoff that is directed into the Willamette River. If you head upstairs from here, you will find yourself only about 2 blocks off of the waterfront near downtown. You should have no trouble navigating yourself from there.
Thank you.
Of course. Have a pleasant evening. You should also have your property checked at the hospital tomorrow. Just, make sure you don't have any lumps or anything. Like Bill's like, what the hell do you mean by that?
What's in that?
Ticks.
I'm radioactive.
That's why it said stay 30 feet away.
Oh, understood.
But we're vampires, so.
Yeah, but
But he is.
Bill's not.
Oh. Well,
And radiation can still cause aggravated damage. Right?
Sufficiently strong radiation damage. Burns can cause aggravated damage, but if it was that strong, the claw would melt. So, yeah.
so.
All right, and then he
Hence the rubber
just seems to vanish like a cloud, exerting his
He used to live under 3 Mile Hill.
Oregon State University actually had a test reactor, so it's from there. But that's over in Corvallis, which is a 2-hour drive away. We moved to Portland. It's more convenient.
He likes the waterfront.
Yes.
He likes the nightlife. He likes to boogie.
Oh my god.
You can just
That's why
touch
yours
the
the
leather.
Ah!
It's rubber.
It's rubber.
Yeah. So
I love the 1970s.
there was a different game where the people met the claw, and he actually had to take off the rubber gimp suit, and it peels off his outer layer of skin.
Ah, gross.
Yes. Because he's like in the advanced stages of radiation poisoning when he was embraced.
Well, I'm sure it'll only last 1,000 years or so.
Yeah.
That'll be fine.
Anyway, so that segue aside. All right, so you get the package out. I presume call your friends to let them know what the sketch is. What are you doing this whole time?
I was hanging out in the crowd, looking for other vampires,
Handing
or
out cards.
supernaturals. Probably hanging out a few cards, talking to people that have cameras out. Basically, seeing if anybody saw something or other that wasn't seen on like everything that's going around YouTube and getting like 5,000 hits on Twitter. Basically, just pretty much.
So one of the people you talk to
Right.
says,
Like,
so
go on, make
the,
your own
the
Snopes
guy
article.
that
That's a big
attacked her,
thing.
he like came out of nowhere. It was like just one moment there was nothing going on, and all of a sudden he just jumps this woman in the middle of the doorway. But one of the other guys got it on video, and you can see the guy just waltz right up to her, and then he just clobbers her. I don't know what that's about. I swear I didn't see the guy at all until the fight broke out. I don't know if it's situational blindness or what, but it was weird. While you're having that conversation, you've been like paging people for a good 20 minutes. You see Colin pull up and get out of the car over there. So waves in your direction.
Oh, he
because you
does?
stand out from the crowd.
Oh yeah, I would hope so.
Yeah. I mean, it's Portland, you kind of blend in, but
Yeah, I look at the one guy and I'm like, so was he wearing like kind of like a Batman costume but minus the ears?
no, nothing like that. He looked more.
You ever read that comic, The Authority? Because I hear they're doing a movie.
Oh, like the Midnighter.
Yeah, dude.
No, this guy looked more like Kurt Cobain-ish. Total grunge, like dirty jacket. He had like 5 o'clock shadow and shit. And I don't know.
Weird. Maybe they're taking some sort of liberty, and that's
What was really weird is that the woman, like, she was boxing or something, but he just kept just making these crazy wide swings at her, and they were moving so fast. It was nuts. It was total
Baller.
kung fu fighting.
So,
Wow.
It looked like one person was skilled and the other one just had power.
Well, so
I-
you get close enough to Sahara after she's, taken some blood from this guy and pushed him off to see that
I'll
she's
head over towards
now
Colin.
up.
I think I know why. They were
You don't
taking
know
wide-
this yet, but
wide
Sahara was
swipes.
flawed.
When I hear that, I go over to Colin.
So
It's like, hey, so what's the situation?
So I figured,
I don't know, have claws.
I'm like, we should probably talk away from the hoi
Really
polloi.
fast.
And I'll like imply that we need to have a conversation away from, prying ears.
did I not recognize the guy?
Once we get out of earshot,
It's not the one
Not
I
your
taught-
side.
It's not the, well, no, I'm saying it's not the one I taught. Like, it's not the game where I taught. It's already did, right?
No. Something else. All right, so you guys head off down the side corner. It's like, what the hell's going on? This is really bad for us. If the prince gets on our case about us not keeping the Masquerade on our territory, fucked.
you've got some other issues too. One of the guys that I just talked to who saw some of the altercation said that the person that was attacking your girl was doing stuff like this. I'm not talking about jazz hands.
What the shit? Why now? There aren't
Uh,
even any gangrel living in this shit goddamn city. The city's full of fucking trees and not a single goddamn gangrel. What the hell's
Like,
going on?
Well, let's
He's
let's
looking
do.
very agitated.
I'm like, just work with the facts here. So, the guy who just got his head ventilated earlier tonight was doing a deal supposedly with the wolves. Who else hangs out in the forest besides wolves
Just
and creepy park rangers
why us?
and Boy Scouts?
We didn't murder their guy. Why us?
Because you guys have a tendency to go Billy aggro when somebody goes after you. Maybe they're trying to pick a fight.
There.
It's such a stereotype, man.
That's racist.
Racist.
It's okay. I know you guys all think Notoriors are a bunch of, dumb art pooftas.
You could tell them that
We can talk about
He
stereotypes.
sort of turns to the side.
Also,
Kirby guy.
good plan. You should know there are Italian eyes on this situation.
He turns and just buries his fist in the concrete of one of the walls nearby. Goes in
Damn,
about 2
son!
inches.
I look around to make sure that there are there any mundanes that just witnessed him?
This whole area's been cordoned off by the police, and you guys basically went over to one side
Sure,
of the
but,
building
you know,
over here
it's a campus.
that's
Somebody
next
could
to
be,
the police cordon.
somebody could come
Might
by.
have been spotted by someone who's looking out one of the windows upstairs, but most of the people that are in the dormitory are talking to cops.
Okay,
Probably
so
got
there's nobody standing like.
Someone might
between
come
two
to find out
buildings
what was
going,
that sound. But
Yeah, someone might come over and be like, "How did this 2-inch hole get in the wall?"
It's about that big.
But
Okay, we gotta
so
go.
he goes, "Don't give a fuck about the Italians right now. Let's get out of here. Get somewhere that we can safely talk to our crew."
So while we're
Sure thing, Chief.
I start posting DMCA takedown notices on YouTube.
Okay, fantastic. Google responds to those like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or at least they go down really fast, and then it takes a long time to get them back up.
Precisely.
Yes.
Yeah. And then I was telling him
And phrasing.
Yeah.
he should
Yo.
he should hack in a fake Snopes
Yeah.
article about how
I'm-
it's,
Yeah.
it's not
I'm
real.
posting DMCA takedown notices. I'm starting to write up the Snopes articles for this whole situation. I'm on damage control right now.
All right.
Turns out it was just a stunt for an energy drink commercial, and
Yeah.
All right.
Actually,
guys
it was
make
filmed
a
for
couple of phone calls.
Supergirl.
And you wind up meeting up over by the waterfront. Colin says, "Okay, as I was explaining to our friend here, this is a giant clusterfuck for us because Masquerade has been impinged upon. Damage control is good, but depending on the prince's mood, he might just
I would consider this a full-blown breach at this point in time.
yeah, this is pretty bad. I appreciate that you're getting this shit under control, and we need to figure out who this attacker is so that we can hand him over to have a meeting with your sire."
Do we have any information on the attacker? And also, is Sahara still alive?
so have we all met up yet?
You have,
Yeah.
where do you
I'll
want
say-
to
I'll
put Sahara?
say
You can
it's-
take her back to.
I mean, I'm gonna ask her what she
Likely-
wants. If she's not ready to deal with Colin right now, I'm more than happy to let her not deal with Colin right now.
So I like whoever did it had
She's-
claws.
I mean, if she's feeling better enough to
Could
deal
either
with it.
be a gangrel
Yeah, I'm going to
or
dramatically say
a
that she's
wolf that
incapacitated.
isn't all the way
She remains
wolfish.
conscious by blowing through all of her willpower.
I'm thinking
She's
it's a
now
gangrel.
out.
Okay. Like she used the
Witnesses
blood from that guy to
describe
heal
how
herself, and now
witnesses
she's like
described
letting her
she's
body
this
Yeah,
for
restore
attacking
herself.
She's
rather
gonna
than punching.
Take several
She took
nights.
aggro. She took
She's
aggro.
gonna damage. She's gonna take several nights to regenerate from this.
Okay.
She's lucky she wasn't destroyed.
Right.
There are no known gangrel within Portland, correct?
Correct.
Could it have
Occam's
been a
razor would state that it's a werewolf.
Can a werewolf
Well,
do celerity?
Could be a werewolf.
Werewolves can. Okay.
But moving
Maybe
that
mechanically,
fast.
werewolves can move super fast.
So in theory,
What you guys know about werewolves is
countable on a piece of, on a fingers. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but in theory, it could have been a werewolf that attacked her.
in
not.
theory. The werewolves are kind of the boogeyman to vampires. They're super fast, super strong, super tough, and they come out of nowhere and tear you up. Oh, and they all hate vampires.
So pretty much everything you just said it describes what just happened.
And we also know that
Does-
there's an
yeah.
individual who is
But
Are we all back together now?
yes,
or?
Colin basically
We were just
told him,
we were just
reassemble your
confirming
crew.
that we're all back.
You've reassembled your crew. You're at the waterfront, and Sahara has been dropped off in Colin's car. It's the safest place.
So-
you don't want to leave her in her haven on the
Either
University
a
because
werewolf
she's attacked here.
Right.
Or
You don't want to put her leave her in the clock tower.
who
She's
have-
unconscious. So.
Beef.
Yeah. So you put her in
Like
Colin's
all of
car,
us.
Yeah. So I
roll
called.
up the windows,
So I
ship her.
probably called Collins and said that I've got a napping Sahara at this point.
Well, Colin had met up with him over
Right.
there. So
but,
yeah.
but I mean, I let him know
When you guys
what
meet.
our situation is, so that she
Right.
because
So-
he probably brings the car over to the clock tower, so it's easier to put her into it.
He's not going to
With
drive her across the green.
semantics, yeah.
But
Fair.
whatever. You meet up, you get her in the car so you don't have to drag her all over hell and gone.
Right.
And then you're on the waterfront with Colin and doing your process of elimination. You're like, we think it's a fucking werewolf. But that raises the question of like, why did he stop fighting her? Because werewolves always kill.
She might have gotten him. She might have hurt him pretty
Could
bad.
have lost him.
It's possible.
I don't know
She
if it was a werewolf.
She didn't lose him. They definitely split at that spot.
Well, I hear the word werewolf, and then I go into the double bag.
Okay.
And,
Silver.
and basically I swap out my magazines.
Yeah.
Really, you have fucking werewolf equipment?
It makes sense. He is the executioner's side, that is something she would need to take care of it as
Was
a
that a-
possibility.
Yeah, but
So-
I mean, she just freaking like sired him. You
And we
think
didn't
it?
just see him cut the arm off the
No,
tree.
no, no. Yes, but I'm saying like there's usually steps. First you learn about vampire society before you start worrying about fucking werewolves.
Clearly he didn't follow
My-
the standard protocol.
My training is very, very strange.
And it seems
You know,
like
Colin says, I think that so Serene's MO is prepare to kill anything, everything else is secondary.
So I may not
shoot
know.
first, ask questions later.
I may not know who can control ghosts, but I can kill the ghost.
Speaking of
Actually,
ghosts,
probably.
Yeah.
speaking of ghosts, the Italians knew this was going on.
They have eyes and ears everywhere, unfortunately.
Well, we see a ghost on the campus.
It's Colin says it's kind of he like grabs onto the railing and looks out over the water. It's kind of stupid. We ostensibly live in this society of secrets, and everyone's got some sort of crazy, awesome information network, except us, Bruja, of course.
Well, we have Alex.
Different.
Be a little nicer than an Nosferatu. You might get all sorts of helpful information.
I don't have a problem with the Nosferatu. They're all right, but we don't have an interface, We don't have
Everybody
an-
needs a hug now and then.
That's debatable.
Alright, well, if it was a werewolf that came here, the question is why?
Well, wacky theory time.
I don't understand the werewolf motivations, says Colin. I don't know how to get inside their mind. Assume it's a werewolf.
Okay.
And why here? Why us?
Okay, so assuming it's a werewolf, maybe it's a friend of
Lance.
Broken Lance.
Right. Nice.
So if it for whatever reason could smell him, it would come looking for something, maybe revenge.
It's looking for revenge. Why not go after Serene?
Oh, I have a theory. What if, say, a couple of people who have connections to the Sabbat were trying to undermine the Camarilla in this fair city?
I swear to God, this is not me.
What I'm saying is, what if, say, our Italian friends have closer ties to Mother Sabbat than they let on? They're here as agents to, stir up the hornet's nest. Maybe they and the dearly departed Lance have been trying to broker a deal with our furry friends in the woods, and this is all orchestrated. They attack you guys, I point to Colin, because as we say, no offense, but you guys do tend to get violent when you're provoked.
Okay.
Going after me, and they're not, no one's gonna miss us. Ventru, you guys are rich.
Having been a
The
vampire
Prince?
for a while, I believe conspiracies are a real thing. I could see.
That's a bit of a stretch.
There's
I could see this being arranged, he says. It seems a little weird to put together Sabbat and Giovanni and werewolves. We're kind of like going through the entire pie. But I don't have a great alternative.
the butt bugs are here too.
Yeah.
If the Giovanni,
The Asnites.
the Giovanni love to have other people do their dirty
Jara.
work for them.
Yeah, she and Sahara had words.
I don't even know what the deal is with that woman.
I just realized they both end with heart.
She wanted to take action and do something with the house on the hill. If that has any meaning to you.
Language roots, probably.
It might, but
Yeah, Jahar was trying to recruit us through Sahara to deal with the house on the hill,
That is probably one of the stupidest ideas I've ever heard.
which is why Sahara said no.
Yes.
let me ask you
It is
this,
a
Colin.
sensible woman.
Out of all your guys' holdings, which one was the weakest? Be honest.
Cranks.
Yeah.
Heard from him lately?
Crank mostly hangs out at this shitty biker bar down by Beaverton.
Okay. So kind of shitty and no one's gonna care.
Right.
A college, people are gonna care.
Portland State is prime territory.
And
There's great feeding grounds, plenty of people to nab.
pretty
Lot
brightly
of-
lit,
It's pretty
easy to violate the masquerade.
There's But conversely, it gives us a lot of benefits, which is why it's meaningful for someone to attack it, to take it from us.
I may be crazy here because, I play music. But I'm telling you, this is all orchestrated. The whole Masquerade thing is going to be something that's going to have the prince coming down on you. It's misdirection. It's look at my hand, look what my hand's doing, while the other hand is sticking a knife in your back.
So we got to find out who did it.
Could the Tremere do this?
I mean,
In
they would need someone.
theory,
They would need someone who had those kinds of powers. Someone messed up Sahara really good.
Right.
Claws, super speed. Doesn't sound like the Tremere, but
and the point of the fact that she is still actually intact.
Well, here's the thing: is if she gets killed, that might be a bigger problem than the Masquerade breach, which makes us the victims, not the incompetents. By her surviving, then that makes us look like we're just incompetent.
Her surviving potentially also rules out werewolves due to the issue of they kill. They do not maim.
I mean, unless it was just as close to dying.
I think this is some kind of political move, says Colin. But I don't know who could have done it.
Right.
Because
The
it's
gangrel aren't an issue.
That we are aware of.
it's probably not a Bruja. We know all the Bruja in town, as far as I know.
What about Warren?
Warren?
Warren. The other Ventrue. I mean,
That's
if
far,
Orange,
far
that's
outside.
orange.
yeah, if one was dealing with the furries, could another one?
Better be careful.
Orin and
Somebody
Lance.
else is a Ventrue.
Orin and
I
Lance.
look at you. I look back at you.
Yes, but we already
But the
saw
two of them
Orange
two
get
of them were
slighted by the prince. You might not have seen it.
Occasionally,
Orange got
Orin-
slighted by the prince today.
Well, so Colin thinks for a second. Says this is an interesting theory. Orin always treated Lance as if he was second rate, like he didn't want to deal with him because you're a failed businessman. But that could have all been a ruse.
I mean, for all we know, this could be his way to try and improve his way of getting the four territories by showing that he's more powerful than the other.
We do still have the issue of that the perpetrator is somewhat at large, and unless we are able to present said perpetrator's head on a silver platter, the prince will probably be displeased.
Who wants to go hunting?
Hunting werewolves.
Want to is not the correct term.
Yeah,
Who is prepared to?
I guess I'm prepared to.
There's another question, Colin says. If this is purely political, then this is probably all that we're going to see tonight. But if it's got a different motivation, the motivation is really just fucking up Bruja, or more probably vampires, then this attacker could strike again. So we should...
Wait. Why don't we ask the ghoul guy? Wouldn't he have information about who Lance was working with? And
Yeah.
Potentially, but when I talked to him earlier, he gave me the distinct impression that he basically did the books, gave reports to Lance on a semi-regular basis, and he didn't know where Lance's lair was. He didn't know a lot of the details about Lance's operations outside of the properties that he managed. Like, he knew nothing about the motel other than Lance bitching about the
Yeah,
GMI.
Lance apparently kept stuff pretty compartmentalized.
So,
Have you seen the footage, by the way? The video?
might have been live,
No, I haven't.
but
You might have a difficult time finding it at this point.
Well, the
he's
question
a-
is,
he's
would
a
you
ghoul.
recognize the guy?
Oh, I
Show him the video that you got on YouTube.
Yeah.
That you had downloaded to your phone before you sent the takedown notice.
good point.
Not an idiot. And Colin's like,
it's on Vimeo.
I do not recognize him. He's not one of ours. Or if he's Bruja, he's new to the city or has been hiding out somewhere.
So he either is a werewolf, a Sabat, or distinct out of town.
Could be anything. We don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I take it back. He's not mortal. We know that.
He's not mortal.
It's clearly powers of some kind.
And he's obviously not a friend.
we could talk to Sahara and see if she could give us a better description.
She's unavailable right now.
Completely?
Yeah.
for now.
She was messed up badly. She's lucky that she didn't get destroyed.
Is she a torpor?
No.
She's basically taken enough lethal damage to knock her unconscious, in addition to having a bunch of ag.
Yeah, she's recovering.
Sure.
So the question, I mean, there is a possibility we could bargain with the Italians to find out if they know more. They knew this was happening. They might know who he is.
I think the Italians are the ones behind all of this, and they're
Distinctly
getting this
possible.
death.
That's distinctly possible, or they might be willing for enough of a trade.
I would prefer we did not go that route right now.
Well,
Can you-
they might still know more than
So
yeah, or we
this
can
hotel
try and
seems
ask the
really
non-profit.
significant. Can you go through the public records and
You
see
said
if
that
anyone
you
wants to develop it
a
and
non-profit
over
there.
there?
There is also
There were a lot of
the
rats
issue of
around.
So maybe they saw something.
the Giovanni.
Undoubtedly.
The Giovanni
Good
did say
information
that there was
brokers.
something going on at the hotel as well
Right.
before this all came out. Maybe
Correct.
we should go check out the hotel as well.
Well, I'm wondering if
Can
we
we-
might-
Let's do a drive-by.
Can you rally the Bruja so that we can like have a safe
Like a
place?
show of force.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got.
The only thing vampires understand is show of force.
I would
Sure,
call it
and
and say.
I mean,
Unlike
I
many
mean-
of the clans, if you put out a call to the other Bruja, they will show up.
Okay, shit's going down tonight. We need to stick together.
Especially if you say that Sahara got taken out.
Yeah, just we
Do you want to contact them or should I?
You make the call.
I think you better go to the mattresses and chief.
It's your time.
I start.
All right, you start dialing the phone tree.
Yeah, I go down the. I start
Alright.
going down the Rolodex.
So it's about 10 o'clock. You start dialing your phone tree. By 10:30, you have all of the Bruja with you, except Sarah's still unconscious. Technically, she shouldn't be unconscious because if you have lethal damage, you can spell what healing. But dramatically, she's.
well, because what?
And Leroy doesn't show up. But
Oh,
Daryl shows up.
Which is-
Crank shows up.
If Daryl showed up, Leroy probably would show up.
But what's
Crank looks a little bit bruised and scraped up.
What's strange is that Leroy had left early from the party as well.
mm.
He's not doing himself any favors by not showing up. That's for sure.
I mean, unless he's at the motel right now, for all we know.
You don't know.
Great, where
Well,
is this from?
Or he could have
Let's-
just taken
let's
Got in a
just-
fight at the bar.
Anything out of the ordinary?
Had a bottle broken over my head.
Okay.
Nothing I can't handle.
Can you trace a number?
Can I what?
Can you track a number?
Leroy's the
What
skinhead,
Yeah,
isn't he?
it's child's play.
Oh,
Reverse-
yeah, that,
reverse
yes.
index,
Yeah,
I
of
mean,
course.
let me give you Leroy's number. See if you can figure out where his phone's at.
And that's the skinhead, right?
Just turn
Yeah.
the microphone on.
Yeah, he didn't show up. So it's about 10:30. Okay, so
Because if he's in trouble, we should find him. If he's not in trouble, we should find him.
So you have
What
that.
you're saying is we should
I
find him.
proceed to start tracking it.
Or at least know.
Well, yeah, I'm sure you have that $20 software that lets you basically be your own NSA and turn on. Turn
I don't know what, I do not know what you were talking about right now.
It lets you turn any.
It
I
costs-
do not know.
It costs
what you-
$35, not
okay, give me an intelligence plus technology roll. Unless you have at least 6 dots.
You waited for the
You waited
the
You waited the roll.
iTunes sale.
Okay, so you make the smart call, and you're like, okay, Leroy is somewhere like north of the city, by about 30 miles right now.
Seattle.
That would certainly no, Seattle's 2 hours away.
Yeah, that's a little more.
But that would certainly explain, like near the border. That would certainly explain why he didn't show up to the call.
Is he continuing to move?
Turn the microphone on.
What's in that area?
You look up the GPS on his location. Since he's not moving, it's a little harder to get the specific location. But he's just out in the fucking woods.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, turn on the microphone, see if I can hear anything.
Okay. You
Out
hear
in the woods.
Yeah.
You hear the sound of someone walking through underbrush leaves.
Leave it on for as long as I can.
Okay, so you leave that on for the time being and just sort of leave it in your back pocket. So
Just Bluetooth
if something
to
comes
your-
up, you'll be aware of it. Ready.
If all of a sudden he's meeting Giovanni's in the woods, being like, yeah, those fucking
Or
Bruja.
werewolves.
werewolves. Yeah.
The two of those are far more likely.
Yeah.
You
Of
know,
those, the werewolves.
Daryl says honestly, I don't think that boy could get along with anyone, much less werewolves.
You are somewhat biased.
Well,
He's a skinhead. They're not known for their intelligence.
This is the thing. I think that he is so full of hate for anyone who's not like him that unless there are skinhead werewolves, I don't know that he would be.
Anything's possible.
Yeah, I don't see why there wouldn't be, but you do have a valid point. Still, it's suspicious.
How much should he hate Sahara?
He certainly didn't like her. She's, mixed descent, fighting for minorities,
And a
things
woman.
like that. Yeah.
I'll look at him and say, hey, Hitler worked with the Japanese.
Well, Leroy's no Hitler. He's not that smart. He's not that charismatic. But we'll see, I guess. I could go find out what he's doing.
How do you plan on doing that?
Well,
Going out to the woods?
Yeah, right now going
I
out to the
don't-
woods alone seems like a really bad idea.
it sounds like a terrible idea. Conversely, we can't see what's actually going on there. We can hear. So if he has a meeting with someone and talks, then that's good. But if he's going to some particular place, picking something up, we don't know.
Right.
Why the hell else would he be out in the woods in the middle of the night?
I don't know. Why the fuck do any vampires do anything? We all have personal agendas.
Probably making moonshine.
Right. So in the meantime,
Crank's like, no, that's me.
we should probably hit up the motel.
Yeah.
I think we should actually take care of this package as
I
well.
gotta get back to the
Well-
toilet before dawn or it'll explode.
Well, because my thinking is, okay, we got the Bruja army assembled. They can protect Sierra,
Sahara.
Sahara,
yeah.
whatever.
Right.
And we can
He
leave
cares so much.
our buddy with them.
2 birds with 1 stone. It's not a bad idea.
And the 4 of us go up against whether we can pair up. That's not a very good idea.
Well, no, we're in the motel, right? Well, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Are we going for the motel or are we going after?
I say we go drive by the motel and see what's going on.
With the package. And
Oh, we leave the package here and behind the Bruja army.
okay.
Well, I mean, do you want to lug him around?
No, but
He's old,
you
he's
need to
crazy,
stash
he
it
smells
somewhere.
bad.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
All
Like,
these are true.
behind these 30 some odd Bruja that could protect him.
That could assist in taking out whatever took out.
Crank behave.
Well, I mean,
Alright, sure, the 4 of us can go check this out.
well, I'm saying, like, what's a better plan? We can
Well,
do-
no, so we have two. There are 2 things that are worth looking into. There's the motel and there's the whoever attacked Sarah.
We should definitely try and take a look in the motel because we have no lead on the person who attacked Sahara.
We're having this conversation with an earshot of all the assembled Bruja, right?
Yeah, you're keeping the Bruja together. You've put out the call for help, and you're sort of in a little mob over on the waterfront by one of the big statues of a battleship that they have as a
I would
memorial.
suggest that the Bruja just patrol the university to just try and keep an eye out and be ready to able to contact someone at a moment's notice.
Daryl says, I say that we should always move in groups at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, move
Yeah.
it
How many Bruja?
And everybody's
You have an
strapped.
odd number, unfortunately. You've got Colin, Crank, and Daryl here. Leroy didn't show up, and Sahara's out.
Oh, so that's all the Bruja? I thought it was like 40
Oh,
of
so
us.
just the 3 of us.
There were 5 Bruja plus these 2. But that's 7 people, which far outnumbers any other clan.
Okay.
So the 3
There's
of them
not-
basically operate
most-
together.
Most
So
cities,
my
vampire
clan-
society is pretty small.
So, like, my clan's like me and my master.
You, your sire, and the other guy, James Olin.
Okay.
And there was Lance, and he died.
Okay.
Basically, it was like 2 birds with 1 stone. There was an opening in the Ventry ranks, and as a result, that opening was filled.
That is
We
actually kind of how
have,
these things work.
we have an open rec for
For a Ventry. Well,
That is kind of how it works,
Yeah.
actually.
That actually might be one of the reasons
You gotta be
why
the head count.
Eli was okay with a new venture showing up because it was just status quo.
So we head out. I think we should.
Where do you want to go? You want to go to the house on the hill? Is that what I heard?
No.
Hotel. Okay.
So we're stashing the Sierra and
And Bill.
Sahara.
Sahara.
Colin says, okay, I will take Bill and Sahara to my place at the museum. And the museum where I reside has private security as well. So if this guy decides that he's going to jump somebody, he's going to have to mow through a bunch of mortals first. And I'll at least have warning and I can let you know. Daryl, Crank, you two patrol the university. Daryl will keep Crank on leash. And if this attacker shows up again, let us
Okay.
know. You guys, Good luck. Alright.
You
Alright.
won't need it.
That's right.
Alright.
Big money, big prizes.
You get in the hoopty and you drive over to the Motel 6.
Yes. It is. It's empty now.
Yeah.
It is, yeah. It really is.
So, only one game to be rear-ended.
You had one job, Connor. One job.
So,
Well, someone had to kill someone in broad dark light.
Hey, kill anyone. I haven't killed a single person yet.
Oh my god.
As far as everyone else was concerned, you murdered someone right on the sidewalk.
With a piece of wood.
Yeah, with a bit of wood.
Yep. A little bit of the hickory.
Sometimes you just got wood.
Okay. So, two important things happen. When you arrive at the Motel 6, we'll leave a line out for you.
The lights off.
It's a,
Yeah.
it is a low rent strip motel, $49.95 a night. Includes Wi-Fi and
$20
street
an hour.
TV.
HBO.
See some people milling around in the parking lot who look like they probably buy Cranks products. It's about 10:30. So it's still early in the evening. You guys have gotten a lot done. You pull the car up. This woman comes over, and I'm gonna pull something from real life here. So this woman who's maybe you'd guess in her 40s, but the meth has really taken its toll.
Yeah, she's
23.
chronologically, yeah.
Comes over to buy your guy's car while you park, and you're in a parking spot, and then there's like a waste basket here, and she goes over to the waste basket, and she looks over at the car at you guys, and she like makes eye contact with you deliberately. Then she turns and she bends over into the waste basket and starts digging around in it, and she's like wearing a short skirt and the usual streetwalker sort of attire, even though she's got a rough road going on, and she goes, "It's pussy eating time!" And she starts digging in the trash can while bent over.
Good lord.
Is it highly
Not
awkward?
interested.
It's highly awkward. So, thank you, Rob, for that story that we have now turned into fiction.
So there's no signs of violence. There's no like exploded cars.
There's no exploded
bullet
cars.
holes,
No, it doesn't-
shattered glass.
Doesn't look like there's been a war.
Didn't she say that there was like something going on?
She would have been lying, and something may have actually been going on here that wasn't
May
quite as
already
violent
happened.
as our altercation.
Uh-huh.
Adrian wrote, "Oh no, the crazy lady story.
Yep. She knows.
Did it actually happen?"
This actually happened to my friend Rod Telmar in Sacramento.
Yikes. It's
Sacramento is a very sketchy place.
He was just like, "Okay, guys, nobody's leaving anything valuable in the car."
It's pushing it time.
Yeah. So no signs of violence.
Orphan time.
Is the
There's
Person in the trash.
There's like the front manager's office, lights on, bored-looking kid behind the desk.
person with the trash pulse breathing?
She's alive.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to call that life, but
anybody milling around?
she's been having a rough time.
Anybody that's
So
milling
are we
around
gonna
outside?
get out?
Yeah,
dead?
you see a couple of guys that are hanging out at the far end of the parking lot. One of them's white, one's dark skinned, and they seem to be sharing a pipe.
All
Can I
alive. Both
Right.
alive.
Yes.
I'm gonna
Can
try
I survey the area, look for anything suspicious?
All right. So you give the area a quick survey. There's
Survey
about
says-
half the rooms are occupied right now. You see people sleeping or watching late night television, and there's cars in front of the various rooms that are occupied. But on the surface, nothing seems to be suspicious. There's no sounds of gunfire, no sounds of knife fighting, anything like that.
nothing that looks like an ambush.
Doesn't smell like an ambush.
It's quiet.
It's quiet. And then the second thing happens, which is Alex's phone rings.
Ah!
I answer.
So you have to switch from Leroy.
Yeah. Put Leroy on hold,
So
basically.
Leroy on hold.
Wait, Leroy.
The
Oh,
had
right.
the open mic on the
Oh,
side.
he's still walking?
Eavesdrop.
Still walking somewhere.
Holy crap.
And Alex, this is Walter. You recognize Walter as one
Time
of the
to clear.
Good evening,
Walter Fleischer. He's sort of a nebbishy looking guy with unkempt hair, and let's see where tweed jackets patched elbows.
So never she. It's a great word.
Yes. This is Walter.
Good evening.
Have you seen Wendy tonight?
Yes.
Would you be so good as to tell me where I can find her?
Sure. She's located at. Just a second. Where is Wendy's location?
Something.
Windy?
Yes. Tremaine. Where's her location?
What? Just refresh my memory. What?
The
Where's
trigger
the impound lot?
Oh, the ladies.
Where's the impound lot?
Where's the impound lot? Oh, I'll give the.
Yeah.
Who is this? What?
It is one of the Tremaine.
Oh, they want her back.
Yes.
No hard feelings. Sure. She's. I'll give the address.
So you give the address.
So I give him the address.
Okay.
She will be within her. She's currently located within her trunk.
Very good.
I apologize for the inconvenience.
I'm very glad to hear that, Alex. Thank you.
Tell her we tried to handle it politely, but she was angry.
She understood the risks. Thank you for your time. Your associates, how much have you told them
In what regard?
about yourself, of course?
Not
Only
a
that
great deal.
at this point you see my head go
Well, little
and look over at you and arch
say,
a slender
"Oh,
eyebrow.
Only what they need to know.
I'm willing to accept that price.
Wonderful. Have a pleasant evening.
The same.
And you switch back. I have nothing.
Yeah, my mouth goes open and then it just clicks shut and I look over at the crazy woman digging in the trash. And I'm like, damn Indiana Jones, have you found the Ark yet? No time for love.
So are we getting out?
I
now,
got time for love if you got a 20.
Is that just
No,
all of her full
big cup of no.
When you drink blood from people, if they have drugs in their system, you feel the effects.
Yeah, that's how junkie
That's why Crank
vampire
is always
junkies get high.
messed up. He drinks from
In fact, the
people.
only way for a vampire to get that high is by feeding off of someone.
I look at you and I
Crank
go,
breaks the
I
cardinal
interrogate
dealer's
her,
rule of never
I
get
don't
high
think
off your own
she's
supply.
perceiving reality in a functional state right now.
She's like, she got problems.
Being an
Like,
addict is actually a problem because you have to find other humans who are,
or make them.
She's digging for gold in the trash.
Yeah. She gets a couple of empty soda cans, puts them in her bag, and then starts marching down the street like she's on a mission.
Should we go check out the office?
welcome
Of
to
the
world of
motel?
darkness, where desolate is really desolate.
Sure. Let's do that thing.
Bleak. Okay, so who wants to go into the front room of the motel?
I'll go.
All right, so you go on inside. The guy behind the desk looks like he's a college student who's working nights to make a little extra cash.
Yeah.
Says, "Welcome to Motel 6.
We left the light on for you.
Do you need a room tonight, sir?"
Actually, I'm gonna do this again. I'm gonna flash my detective's badge. And be like,
Bing.
investigating reports of unusual activity in the area. Have you seen anything?
He says, there was a couple of people went down to check out the basement area. There's a bunch of old backup generators and a steam room down there from when this place was first built. Similar kind of building. I don't know the whole history of the place, but
Can you describe the men?
yeah, it was a pair of men, and they said that they were looking into some sort of problem with the steam machinery, but I mean, they didn't have an official badge like you did or anything, so I was a little bit suspicious. But they went down like an hour ago. I guess they're still banging around down there because I haven't seen them come out. But then, like, they're not hurting anybody or anything, so I don't have any reason to call the police. I figure they'll just do whatever they're going to do and leave. It's not like there's anything to steal down there or whatnot. I don't know, maybe they're shooting up or something. That would be new junkies, some new excuse. But
Well, if you don't mind, I'll go check it out.
But they were both pretty lean. Let's see. One of them was this kind of rumpled-looking guy who, I don't know, I'd say he looked like something out of a noir detective novel. More than a, like if he had said he was a cop, I probably would have believed him. But he said that he was working with the city utility company, and it didn't seem really to make any sense. And then the other guy was another fellow who was wearing a similar hat, but he didn't really have the coat and stuff like that dressed down. Just a blazer and blue jeans. Interesting. From that description, you think that the guy that's described as the noir detective is probably Luke Winsklaus, who is a Tremere. But he's a Tremere who's known to be, he used to be a mortal sheriff, and so he's known to be a little more familiar with dangerous situations.
I want the other guy.
The other guy, Tremere to have ghouls too, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Does this guy seem ghouly?
Seems like a college kid.
So are we all together? Like,
Now that I was.
I'm probably outside.
That was just you, because if
Yeah.
you went in there, he would have called the police.
What? It's not my fault. I don't even look
It's
weird.
totally your fault. You made a choice.
you chose poorly.
I don't. It's not like I look weird. I just,
Yes, you do. You look like a corpse.
no. That's not.
So you don't. Okay, you don't look like a Cappadocian. You don't look like your lips are blue or anything like that. But you're definitely pale. You look like you're about to pass to the next beyond. You know.
Okay, fine. Yes.
Yes. You clearly
You look
look like
sickly, boy.
you look like you just got out of the hospital with consumption.
He's a lunger.
Or I guess it's 2015. It would be AIDS.
He's a lunger.
Yeah.
Right, because that's not gonna be
Yeah.
bullshit. Yeah.
So
John and Rico, we cross.
so what's it going to be, gentlemen?
Well, if you don't mind, I'll take a look at what those boys are up to.
Help yourself, officer. Do you need me to call the station house and tell them to send back up or something? He sort of perks up a little bit.
Shouldn't be necessary just yet.
Oh, all right.
If you hear a commotion,
You know what 911 is for.
If you hear a commotion, you actually probably still shouldn't call 911 because that's probably bad too.
so well,
Do you come back out and tell the rest of us since I'm not allowed inside?
Where is this? Where is the steam room? Is it off the
college
office,
town
or do you
outside
have
the
to go
window.
elsewhere?
Sees the cop
It's
go walking
down
out
under
to
the
talk
utility
to a corpse,
But
probably a
it's
hooker.
I just
Like
wish
John.
I'm
unlocked
someone
it
who's
for the guys
easy.
went down earlier.
so it's not in the hotel; it's outside.
Yeah, you have to go outside of this.
Okay,
and
fine,
down
so-
at the end. So you don't have to worry about him passing through.
A corpse,
Okay.
a hooker,
I
and
can
a
also-
biker.
So I'll
I'll walk into a bar.
I'll come
I'm
out
loitering
and
in the parking lot.
Let me
of
know
a
if you
hotel.
heard
I
this
can
one.
also, depending on how we handle things, I can potentially get around the individual.
so I'll come out and tell everybody like some weird guys that went down. I'll just basically give all the same information that
Either of them sound familiar?
Yeah, sounds like one of the Tremere.
They're still sniffing around. Come here, keep beating you to the punch.
If
They haven't learned their lessons yet.
so I'll just take
What a
Fortunately, I have a new Mr. Point.
we've already taken properties from them. If we take this too, they will be hell to pay.
So what do you think? We should just give it to them?
Well, no, the other one said she knew the risk. So
Yeah. He probably wrote that off as, fair trade. We got there, we threw down, she knew the risk.
yeah, that's the whole purpose of this entire event is like
Yes, but
if you
you
can't.
take everything, grudges will be held.
Well, this is fucking vampires. This is what's gonna happen. You make the wrong.
Chris gets the game.
Chris gets the
First
game,
time.
yeah.
You make the wrong souffle. I take umbrage, sir.
So are we going to make a deal with them, or are we going to
Well,
walk away, or are we,
We should at least try to make a deal. Is my,
If
I
they-
not think we should
Let's go
that.
see what they're sniffing around
should we
for.
ask them for assistance with our other situation? Because maybe they can figure something out that we can't figure out.
Time's wasted. I
I'd rather
start
not make
walking.
that.
All right. So you go down into the utility room.
Yep.
You come down the steps and you see sitting on the bottom step is Luke Winsloss, the aforementioned Tremere. He's taken his hat off and he somehow looks even more rumpled. Sitting about 3 steps ahead of him, lying on the floor, is the corpse of his friend, a pool of blood all around it. You sort of adjust your eyes to the lighting. It's dim red light down here, like there's a red bulb somewhere in the background that's giving this dim utility room lighting to the place. And you see another person on the far end of the utility room, past like a couple of boilers and backup generators, and on the other side of this fence.
So there's blood everywhere?
So there's blood all over the floor.
Do we need to all make rolls? Do I need to do rolls?
If you have less than 5 points of blood, then you will.
I do not.
Okay.
I have more than 5.
You are not
points of
hungry, so you're
I'm
not
not
at risk
down
of
there yet.
frenzy.
Okay.
And I did feed.
It's
No, that's
definitely
sure that's pretty
noticeable. Like it's pungent in the air.
Yeah. And I'm not
Gives you
down
this,
there yet.
this desire
Because he
to
just took off on his own.
take a
overarm.
nibble. Or
she, excuse me.
Yes. Luke, what did you do to Uncle Owen?
He goes,
He says this?
yes. Just holds up a finger. Goes, he doesn't even turn and look back at you.
Okay. What's the other thing? You said there was another person?
Yep, there's another person
Prospects.
far into the room. All right, you focus as best you can. Looks human, but there's something off about him. It's not quite like the people you're used to dealing with in Canine society, but he's just weird. He looks Chinese. He seems to be wearing just like a button-down shirt, slacks, regular shoes.
I assume it doesn't look like a ghoul.
No, I mean there's nothing that would give him away looking like a ghoul. He doesn't have sort of the cadaverous look that like he has. Just something off about
Does it look like he's about to ruin an entire setting?
him.
I like Blake, gotta take him. Turn around and go back upstairs.
It's not the guy that attacked the university. So,
I go
because you
back.
saw the sketch artist's better pictures.
I go back upstairs.
All right, so you go back upstairs.
I poke my head out the door. Say, fellas, I think I found a mystery. You might want to come down here and have a look.
Ruh-roh.
We should get the mortal out of there.
All right, come on down and.
Are you guys coming down, or are we,
Sure.
you don't have? I suggested that doesn't mean you do it.
I think I'd be at least curious to see what you found.
If my presence will get the mortal called cops, then
It's not. It doesn't require us to go through the main door. We're going around the outside.
It's like an access thing. It's a shadow
Yeah,
back, basically.
the mortal is
There
getting.
is-
Yeah, the mortal is
Oh.
going to see it.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
I also feel like we're about to interrupt something. But okay.
All right, so you come
So-
trampling down the stairs like any good group of veterans.
As they approach, because the first thing is like, hey, I found a mystery. You might want to come have a look. And as they approach, I say, Tremere, winked out by something, dead guy, probably his partner, creepy guy, Asian. Can't put my finger on it. Ain't from around here. Something rotten going on in the Bill, there's something strange going on at Circle K.
Bill's not here.
Well, I rolled a 10. I'm trying to make an occult check.
You haven't seen him yet.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't know.
So
You're looking for-
Asian brings up some potentials, but who the hell knows?
Just saying,
That will be the check when I actually see
Yeah.
him.
you might want to keep your heat handy. Something funny going on down there.
All
And
right.
then, if they go in, I wait till all 3 of them go in before bringing up the rear.
Alrighty. So you guys come downstairs. The Tremere holds up a finger and once again goes, and then you can just make out the guy at the far side. You can sort of see this humanoid shape. You don't have their super senses. You can just make out the guy about 30 feet away in this dim red light, and then all of a sudden he says something in what is probably Chinese, you would guess. I don't think anyone here is a Chinese speaker. So I know you're not.
I speak 2 languages, English and bad English.
And all hell breaks loose. So let's get those
You don't speak
initiative
Dutch?
rolls.
Huh?
You don't speak Dutch?
Wits plus.
Well, sure.
Base drop?
That's right. What's it, what?
Wits plus. She speaks.
That's right.
Yep.
I speak,
Wits plus
I speak
alertness
double
is a
step.
What's that?
The 18 versus the woman.
No, no. I said she
Oh,
speaks.
It's wits and
She
what?
speaks big guy.
Awareness.
Wits and alertness.
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 And we're trying
Awareness
to
is
be what?
generally used for finesse.
We're trying to be 4, correct?
Fours. Yep.
Wow.
4.
4. It's 4 as well.
4.
Okay.
2 5s and a 7.
Go too fast.
9, 7, and 10.
I haven't even used celerity.
Oh, that means you got 4 too.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Tremere gets 4. And my antagonist
Gets 0. Because he's clumsy.
2, 3, and he'll spend for 4 of those
So
successes.
suddenly he's a Hanna-Barbera villain.
Okay, so here's what happens. The Tremere holds up his finger, he says, shh. The guy says something in Chinese. And then suddenly he starts backpedaling. He hits the wall behind him, runs up the wall backwards. As he does so, it's like he's sticking to it like he's Spider-Man or something. As he does so, green fire erupts around his hands. And he starts launching it at the Tremere. But it's not like firebolt, like a mage. It's like these weird dancing green motes of flame that come out and swirl through the air. At the same time, Luke jumps to his feet and he starts shouting words in Latin and throwing up weird magic gang signs, and similarly launching the more wizard-like firebolt back at the guy.
Wow.
So,
Eastern versus Hermetic magic.
yeah, shit has gone crazy.
So, I mean, like, there are no fucking disciplines that do what that Chinese guy just did. Like,
Yes.
there are just no disciplines that do that.
Correct. So,
Welcome to a Jesse game.
No, I mean, like, I'm just
switched it up.
confirming that there's no way to possibly
It's
be
cool.
like, oh yeah, it's totally just a
BRB.
vampire.
This is the vampire.
Yeah.
BRB.
There
okay.
are things that are like
The
vampires.
Toreador is like, I'm out!
I'll be back. I just need to use the
Metro.
The Toreador decided
Holy
she might piss
Moses.
herself right now.
2, 3, 4.
Does the fire feel flaming?
7, yes. So everyone's going to have to make courage rolls in a moment. All right. So,
You are the worst 4-hour
Wow.
rider ever.
4 hours every 10 minutes.
Seriously. Piece of crap.
All right. So Luke managed to hit the guy with a couple of his fire bolts, but the green flames that erupt out of the guy's hands sort of like dance and swirl around the air. The Tremere tries to dive to the side, dropping his hat in the process, and the things home in on him. And he lets out these horrid screams as they start burning holes in his flesh. And this green fire starts eating away at him. And wherever it envelops his skin becomes transparent, and you can see the bones under it. Yeah. So,
Magic.
he heard him. And everyone makes a courage roll, please. I'll think this is a 6. Yeah.
Is that plus
Oh, wait,
anything?
sorry.
And we just need at least one success.
Just, we don't, just one.
Yes.
Oh, no, that's fine.
1? Okay. So something primal rises up in you, and you're like, this is terror.
It's bad.
This is
Just bad.
this
So
is
bad.
something that would destroy you utterly if you were exposed to it.
Fire bad.
Someone will roll for the Toreador.
At least he's got a decent courage.
I don't add any, like,
No,
Nope.
it's just your
Nope. And remember, you can add spend a point of willpower if you absolutely need to.
2 successes.
So you stand your ground, at least for the time being, against the gouts of green unnatural fire that are shooting out of this guy, who's standing on the wall and backing himself up onto the ceiling for reasons that are unknown. Let's see. And everyone had 4 on their successes, right?
that's
5?
Well, no, I was
For
I had 4.
For initiative.
I had 4.
I
I
had
had,
courage for you. You got 2 successes.
I had
Oh,
7
what
and 9.
was it?
For the green fire.
Oh, fire.
Which just lit the shit up out of the Tremere.
Where it hits him, he like burns with this green fire, and his skin becomes translucent. You can see the bones underneath it.
Fire bad.
And then he's doing the firebolt. I am a blood mage thing that's much more conventional and still awful and terrifying. Doesn't seem to be doing too much. Okay, so 4s on initiative is you two, right?
3. The 3 of us.
I had.
They go first because they have celerity, right?
But you have a 4 as well?
I rolled a 4.
So all
I
of
have
us
a
got
4.
4s, so then.
Okay,
Yeah, I got a 4.
so 4, 4, 3.
No, 4. You had 4.
Yep.
4.
5.
Because you had a 10 as one of them.
Oh,
10.
all right.
So all of us got 4.
We all got 4.
Nice.
So I got 4.
I thought you got 5.
And
I
you got
had
4. It was,
I had a 7, a 9, and a 10.
yeah, so it's 4.
Oh,
Well, I'm at the back of the
Go
party,
in whatever
so
whatever order you would like.
I will go last because
I
I'm at
am
the back.
getting the fuck out.
Yeah,
All right,
I don't
you're
know.
like,
I'm
done.
I don't have a gun.
getting fuck out. Phone is in my hand, and I'm calling back the number that just called me.
Okay, so you call Walter back. Walter.
Fuck this shit.
Okay. Anyone else? You're out.
I mean, if everyone leaves, I'm closing the door.
Okay. Chris.
So we're all leaving now? Is that?
If you want to fight him, you
He
can.
leaves in quite a hurry.
Yeah, practically knocking me down since I'm
Yeah,
the back.
I'm
Yeah.
like bowling my way out of there. I'm just like, nope!
No.
Yeah. I don't do range, so nope.
Oh,
I have 1 point of firearms if I needed to use it, but I don't have a gun.
let's see how good guns are.
Yeah.
Is there dual wielding in this game or?
If you're
Look at
ambidextrous,
your second page.
are you ambidextrous?
I am ambidextrous.
It's like you know how to build a
What's his
character for him.
Yes.
I'm ambidextrous.
Jesse
as well.
gets me.
Alrighty. So you're gonna fire both guns.
Yep.
You're gonna roll dexterity plus firearms to make your attacks.
4 and 4. So I add another 4 dice.
So yeah, 4 and 4.
Okay, that's all my dice.
Are you getting out as well?
I'm debating.
You kind of want to see what happens with this, and then you're like,
I mean,
I'm gonna-
realistically, it's all happening kind of at the same time.
When I start hearing the gunshots at your Dallas, I'm like, Serena make another kid,
"Four is
right?
not gonna."
What?
The 8
Serena
doesn't.
always make another kid, right?
4, 8.
I'm just calling
Okay.
you.
Wow, they're all
I'm calling
fours.
reinforcements right now.
Does that happen? Does that make something?
But that doesn't mean they
No.
arrive before
There is
the
a
game
difference
turns
like
set on fire.
Okay, so that's 4 successes. So that hits. The damage for your heavy pistol is what, 5 dice?
Yeah.
And then since you had 3 successes over the one that you needed to hit, it does 3 additional dice of damage. So you roll
And
8 dice of damage for the first shot.
The first
So I'll just make a note of that. You have 8 dice for the first shot,
Okay.
and then you have a second attack. Go ahead and make the second attack.
Same cool?
Yep.
Oh, cool.
You're firing both guns.
You don't even have to spend any advantage.
Yeah.
All you need is the cup.
Yahtzee.
Use the cup.
I know. 1, 5 doesn't cut it. 6,
No, 6 dice.
6 wins. 8 wins.
7 dice.
4 no. 7 yes. 4 no. And a 9.
Okay.
4 and 4. Not bad.
Yeah, the other one
Alright.
I had. Oh, they were all 4s though. All the other ones are
So 8 dice of damage with each hit.
Holy shit.
Mama,
Damn, son.
Mama put me through some boot camp.
It is still dashing though.
Not if he's a mage, that's lethal damage.
We don't know if it's made.
Right, we don't. But we suspect he's not a vampire. So unless he's a werewolf,
Roll
it's
it.
still potentially.
Difficulty 6 for damage.
What
8 dice of damage.
D&D
8
with-
days damage.
Because you roll the attack and you roll the damage, just like D&D.
Okay. And then I
All
add
sorts of
5.
horrible
No, it's
feats this
5
could be.
plus the 3 you got.
Well, I don't think he's a
Extra
race.
successes
Eastern
when you hit.
vampires aren't
So,
exactly the nicest
When you
thing
when you
in the
hit
world.
when you
It's
shoot
true.
or swing a gun or a sword or whatever,
They don't really
you need 1 success to hit. Every success you get beyond that on your attack roll is gravy that becomes more damage dice.
Okay.
So you get 5 dice of damage from the gun plus 3 more because you got 4 successes on the attack roll itself.
I think he's a mummy.
It's a mummy.
1.
Could be.
7. 9.
Not if he's Chinese.
There are so many
College
rating
mummy.
systems.
That's a 1.
Colin's not actually a mummy, but Colin is loosely based
Probably
off Colin
not a
Silver,
James
who's the
Lang.
mummy developer.
I think I guess it's I wouldn't Sahara be the
Which
mummy.
is awesome. No,
It's a gnome.
Okay, so I
The dead mummy?
got
but the Bane mummies.
No, I'm saying Sahara would be the dead
7.
mummy.
So you got
Oh,
5.
So that's 5 levels of damage.
Yeah, 5.
Okay, and then the second shot. Go ahead and roll 8 dice again.
I'm really liking this.
Yeah. We're liking it too.
I'm still waiting for him to say, nope, none of this actually does damage.
Yeah,
He negates all of it.
that's a 10,
Nice.
6.
The bull just stop in midair.
3, 4, 8, 6, and 9.
Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'm
So
good.
11.
I can roll a lot of dice.
11 damage.
So you start going boom, 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 and just putting bullets into this guy. And at first it seems like it's just not affecting him, and then he starts staggering and twisting, shifting, as he's getting hit. And then he actually kneels down, and it's the weirdest thing because he kneels down on the ceiling, upside down.
And he's not dead?
No, he's not destroyed, but he has taken some serious hits. Okay, and who's next? You are.
For a penny. Quad low!
Take your shots.
I don't get it.
You ever saw Tropic Thunder?
Apparently not.
Yeah, well, that's a discussion. You know what I'm talking about, right? I'm a neck farmer, motherfucker. All right, so I'm going full daddy gotcha.
There's a scene in the movie where one of the guys pretends to be a rice farmer, and
Right.
the bad guys show up, and he's got like a really bad Vietnamese accent, and they keep questioning him on it. He's like, well, what kind of farmer are you? And he's like looking around like, fuck it. He pulls out 2 machine guns. Like, I'm a lead farmer, motherfucker.
Well, he basically is like, just like empties the clip and then he goes gangster. And he's like, quad low! I'm a neck farmer, motherfucker!
Oh, nice.
Quan Lo, my cousin actually speaks Chinese, and apparently that's basically like slang for house style. So he's pretty much doing Wu-Tang. Anyway, I got 2 10s
Okay.
and an 8. So
So
that's
it's 5 successes, so you get 4 overflow successes to damage.
So
So whatever the base damage of the gun is,
4.
plus 4 more dice.
4 plus 4.
Yep.
Okay.
Boom, boom.
I can't tell you how long I've been waiting to drop that line. Alright. 8 dice. Let's go.
That's a lot of ones.
Yeah. That's a whopping 1 success. God, on 8 dice, that's awful.
Alright, so he soaks that.
Yeah, I figured he would.
Okay.
It was really impressive. And pretty much Pulp Fiction. All the bullets go into the wall.
Alright.
Well, no, they hit.
You're just like,
They hit, but he deflects them. He just like swats them away.
One
Yeah.
would have potentially hit him.
Son of a bitch.
Alright. Next turn.
Are you not taking an action?
I went with you.
Okay.
Probably with.
yeah, you guys ran away.
And then I'm looking at
I'm
you and I
looking-
realize
The Mr. Killy stab this entire session and
I'm
ran away.
calling for reinforcements.
I'm
So
looking
the
at you and
triumph-
I see the 2 clouds of
I'm
smoke.
covering him.
stops, drops, and rolls.
I see the 2 clouds of smoke that are shaped like these guys' bodies, and I look at you and I'm like, we have big trouble, Dr. Jones.
So the Tremere runs up the stairs after them, still burning with green fire, and then he gets to the top and he immediately hits the ground and starts rolling, trying to extinguish.
Okay, him
Does it-
running, I
does
can
it work?
understand. Let's see in 6 seconds.
Do I still have like a movement I can do? Or?
Yeah, you can move if you like.
Yeah, so I'll
I don't
notice.
know how you want to get to the ceiling.
Well, no, I'll kind of notice how everybody's
Get the hell
running
out.
away, so I will.
Not everybody.
So like as I'm shooting, I'm just kind of like back up the
All right.
stairs.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow suit.
I am fudging a little bit because normally in core storyteller stuff you can't move and attack easily, but that makes combats way too static. It screws up certain things in the game. So
And it's
All
not
right.
as cool.
yeah, it's also not as cool, which is very important. So you back up the stairs. Rule of cool trumps. So you back up the stairs. You hear that, internet? Rule of cool. So
And this is why Mage was ruined.
Rule of cool. if you're role playing, you're probably not cool. Oh.
So I have phone in one hand, gun in the other, basically, right now.
okay, and so you guys start backing up the stairs as you're shooting at this guy. So you continue backing up the stairs, and he seems to concentrate, and then you hear this tink, and you see the bullets are coming out of the bullet holes and then raining down onto the ground.
So he's healing.
So he's healing as
Oh,
you guys
no,
are
wait, no.
coming out. So you keep firing as you're like backing up the staircase, and it gets even weirder, which you didn't think was possible. he's no longer like conjuring green fire and stuff, but he's still sort of kneeling on the ceiling, and then he just starts doing these weird sort of like Spider-Man maneuvers, and your bullets just bypass him somehow. He's like got fucking spider sense or something, dodging bullets. Like even with celerity, that doesn't generally happen.
He's doing the Neo thing.
Yeah, it's just like, I know where to be so that your bullets don't hit me. So you back up and you like slam shut the door to the utility room. And you're like, nope! And the Tremere puts out the fire.
What
It's like,
is he?
Cathaeum. Gesundheit.
Bless you.
One.
Of course.
Two successes. So I have a general idea,
Yeah,
maybe?
fucked up pseudo vampires from Asia. So I have no idea what he's doing here. I was just coming to see if I could get eyes on. He knew that I was coming. When you guys showed up, he shouted something about, and now the balance has shifted.
What the hell does Chinese Lionel Richie want with a Motel 6?
Well, I mean, I guess if they wanted to flip
If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't fucking be here. Ow! Says Luke. He gets up and brushes off some dust from his coat and ashes from his body. Ugh.
We need to GTFO.
Yeah, I think that the Motel 6 is off the res.
Word.
We're using heavy.
I think we
guns.
might need to house on the hill this Motel 6.
Oh, jeez. Don't even joke about that. I don't know the whole story behind the house on the hill, but Walter apparently knows something about it. He says it is not to be trifled with.
And now neither should this place.
Yeah. Well,
This
if
could
this,
spread.
that's the problem. If this keeps up, this whole city will be not to be trifled with, and
Fair
we're all fucked.
I'm assuming it's just brain.
So do we
Or-
bring the
has
ceiling down?
Has the creature under the stairs, come after us?
Not yet.
No?
Do we bring the roof
Because
down?
I'm basically sitting here.
Lucius, no, I don't want to demolish this place. Couple of reasons. First, we still don't know what the hell this thing wants here. They can talk and think like us, so it has some sort of goal, sure, however obscure it is. And second, this night is getting shit fucked enough without us bringing down an entire Motel 6 in order to endanger the Masquerade.
Okay,
So-
right. I look at you. I'm like, I think you know who you need to call.
I heard your friend had a really bad
Ghostbusters.
night.
Yes, I'm
You
gonna.
need to call Mama San to sweet.
I'm gonna call Senpai.
Okay.
And
So you called some.
Yeah.
Remember she said, if you have any troubles, I think we got troubles.
yeah, it's like
And then you pick
Irene
up and you hear, hello, Serene's voice on the other end, and you hear on your phone, hello, Serene's voice.
I see you're aware of the situation then.
we call it.
You're listening on Leroy's phone.
Interesting.
The skinhead, remember? You had the open channel on his
No,
phone.
he was calling Walter at the time.
So
Oh! Okay, then
yeah,
I
you
will
didn't get a pickup from Walter.
Yeah, okay, then I'll just, yeah.
So
Serena and Leroy. I would have never suspected.
So I
Ew.
will say, like, yeah, I think I may have run into something that's a little bit above my pay grade.
I'm somewhat occupied at the moment. Can you give me a brief description?
There's some sort of Asian wizard is at the Motel 6.
Asian vampire.
Asian vampire wizard.
Can,
Vacate the premises immediately. Notify the prince as soon as possible.
Okay.
And you hear the whole side of the conversation from your phone tap on the voice phone.
Someone's getting BH'd.
so what's the other side of the conversation then?
That I hang up.
So you hang up, and then you hear another woman's voice that you don't recognize saying, "What was that about?" And you hear Serena say, "Asian vampire, apparently." The first woman says, "Should you get back and deal with it?" And you hear Serena say, "I need to know how the prince wants to handle it. These sorts of things can be very delicate. I need to wait until he tells me what he wants to do."
just sending in my child and his associates would be clear suicide for them.
Goddamn right.
First woman says, "Very well then. I suppose that's only a mild interruption." Strange, says, "True. But the problems are only going to continue to intensify, you know." The first one says, "Well, that's why I left the city in the first place." Strange says, "I'm not going to be able to keep a lid on everything by myself. That's why I had to sire a child." First one says, "You know you could always just leave. Like," and Serene says, don't even bring up the house. Can we just let that one lie?" First one says, "I suppose that's fair enough. It's not like it's any of our business at this point anyway." First one says, "I suppose that's true. Well, let's get back to, where were we? Oh yes, you were telling me more about your neighbors. What was it? The Chumash? The other one says no. I have to look this up. Kikuwa, something like that. She mentions one of the Indian tribes that used to live in Oregon and Washington. Go back to some sort of conversation about anthropology of the tribes.
Who left when?
Interesting conversation.
I'm already pale, but I'm getting paler. Need to talk quickly.
So I assume that is basically all that I get.
Yeah, they returned to a more banal conversation.
Do you know someone who had left the city a while back? Some woman who that could possibly be?
Possibly. I think the bigger problem is that they're talking about Native Americans. A lot of those in the Northwest could be werewolves.
Oh.
They have a big tribal connection, you know.
Either way.
Who's got the prince on speed dial?
Yes.
Call the prince.
None of us.
Do I have a contact that I?
Normally you would call your sire and then have her call the prince. But
I-
apparently she's doing something else.
I quickly call Colin.
Okay, Colin's like, right. I could get a hold of him. He doesn't like it, but I can do it.
This is a 911 situation here.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
Conversation about why the executioner is out in the middle of BFE.
We also
talking
need to
some-
figure out what happened on that hill, because clearly a lot is tying back to it.
BFE, bumfuck Egypt, you know, out in the sticks.
See, I thought you were going to go BFN. Oh, no.
So Colin gets a
Same
hold
thing.
of the prince, and then through various channels, it gets back to you. And he says, "Well, this is a little unprecedented. The prince started off the evening with a meeting, and now we're going to have another meeting at midnight. Just you folks." And
We're going to die.
We gotta go, I'm like, oh shit, now we gotta go to the principal's
Just
office.
us.
just you four and Luke, the
Okay.
Tremere.
Right, because
And,
we saw the
He was there. And you guys are going to meet with the prince in a club downtown. It's called the Cathedral. And
I roll my eyes.
vampires fit right in there. You'll like it. They're doing trance night.
Trance was so 1995.
hey,
Portland is the dream of the 90s.
And I giggle at that.
Okay.
I'll try to give at least a shoulder or something to Luke because I want the favor.
Okay. I'm gonna head back. I was going to head back home and see if I could patch up, but I think I'm just gonna go to the cathedral, sit quietly in a booth, and try not to smolder.
Well, if you need to return the key to the motel guy, you could probably get a
Fuck this motel.
you could probably get a quick bite on the way out.
Not worth it.
No.
No, hell no.
There's too much supernatural heat going on here already.
Fair. Let's
And
go.
still no sign of our mysterious friend from the east in the basement.
He seems happy in the basement.
We'll see you at the cathedral.
Okay. So the cathedral is aptly named. It's an actual abandoned church that was sold off and then converted into a nightclub. It has vaulted ceilings and everything.
The acoustics are amazing.
Yeah,
That's right.
fantastic. Since it's trance night, everything is like Moby and ethereal stuff, and
Just imagining Gregorian trance.
yeah, lots of neon, and it's pretty bumping. You get in. Let's see, with the Toreador, basically it's just like, no, they're VIPs. They're with me. You all get in, and Luke, true to his word, finds a small booth that he can sit in, and he just takes a seat and waits. You guys sort of sit down and you wait a little bit nervously for the prince.
While we're doing that, I'm like, okay, we need to if we don't have this conversation in the car on the way there.
You basically got everyone, and you're like, they know you here because occasionally you played here when they're doing nights that are more appropriate to your tastes. And so the bouncer, Leroy, is like, oh, hey, yeah, you and your friends, come right on in, put you on the VIP list.
You're a sweetheart. So we need to get our shit straight. We need to have
Sorry, that's your Leroy's the
we need to have a unified front because we're talking to His Royal Highness. What are we going to say and what are we not going to say? Because we've had our fingers in a lot of potentially dangerous pies.
Luke says, I have only one thing to say to the prince, and that is I just got my ass smoked by a Cathayan, so shit has gotten real.
Yes.
Vampire law is just like samurai law, right?
Well, we're
In
supposed to
what
tell him
fashion?
about the
In what way?
plan. We don't have to.
Rank is right.
Generally true. If the prince says this is what happened, then that's what happened.
Right. So if the executioner says this is what happened, then that's what happened.
It's probably true.
So it's our words against her, and
We aren't going up against her now.
no, I'm saying so. It's
Well,
probably better off not to say anything
And
about that.
so she's my boss. She told me, tell the prince about this dude, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do. And I don't think, unless he inquires about other things, I don't think we need to talk about it.
Mysterious
That's fine.
conversations out of the woods.
Yeah.
No, we should not bring that up with the prince.
You don't think so?
No.
I
It's
do not.
It's our word. It's our word versus hers, and she can probably come up with an excuse that gets us killed.
Celine's business is hers.
You're already on the shit list with the prince. I don't think you need a reason to be on the shit list with the executioner as well.
And if you're on her shit list, you're on my shit list.
I see.
just
The worm has turned.
file it in the back of your mind for now.
Just
Yeah, under T for treason.
Luke says, I don't want to be any part of that conversation. You guys
I don't blame you, neither do I.
You guys apparently have had a busy night.
Yes, we have.
So-
Indeed, we have.
That's what you.
Yes.
So has
I got shit burned out of me.
It's been a busy night for a lot of us, actually.
Yeah. And I do apologize for wait, what was her name again?
Windy.
Wendy.
Windy? She can take care of herself. Not very well.
Boy, I wish I could still drink vodka. Alright, let's get this shit over with.
That is a person who doesn't really understand emotions attempting to suck up.
Yeah. Okay, so you're hanging out, have some drinks untouched in front of you at the table.
I'm drinking.
Okay, so drinking scotch.
I'll take care of it later.
Very good.
There's a toilet.
And then yeah.
Actually, well, what's
No, with liquids I don't care.
Someone's purging in a club.
What's flammable? You want to drink something flammable?
yeah?
You're just asking for trouble, huh?
That's
You just
that's a
gotta
really bad idea.
just spit it at the
Yeah.
can.
That's a really bad idea. But hey,
That's fire back at you.
those 5 dots of courage are for.
He's filling himself up with liquid courage.
Oh dear Lord.
Okay, so
Anyway.
you're sitting there, and then all of a sudden the prince is sitting right there next to you. He's right next to you, in fact.
Hi,
Good evening.
Your Highness.
Greetings. So, he says over the loud, strains of the music. You apparently encountered a Cathayan.
Yes.
Seems that
He seems to be renting a room at the Motel 6.
the basement.
The basement.
The utility room of the Motel 6?
Yeah.
And he seems to be able to throw fire.
Yeah. And stick to walls like Spider-Man.
And shoot bullets and make them fly and yeah.
Well, I think you've already learned the first and most important lesson, which is do not mess with a Cathayan. Now,
He didn't exactly
He
give
did-
us his
yeah,
ID.
he wasn't wearing the I'm a Cathayan t-shirt.
Luke, why didn't you say anything? I was having a battle of wills with him. And we see how that worked out, says the prince. So, this explains a great deal, though.
I'm like waiting for the the ellipsis to end.
And what perhaps what for a second.
And then he goes Malkavian on it. He just sits there thinking. He takes out his pocket watch and he looks at it. Portland had a rail system before Seattle did, and it was used for transporting a lot of the lumber that was the backbone of industry for the foundation of the city. And of course, we all know it built the railroads. So there's a rail center that actually goes through that area of downtown, but some parts of that rail center included encampments or homes of people of various ethnicities, shall we say, who came here to conduct rack-breaking labor, which over time were demolished and turned into other buildings. My understanding of the Cathayans is that they have various obscure goals and motivations, but they still practice filial piety, I believe is the term, showing respect for their ancestors and the like. So my suspicion is that this one is looking for something related to Chinese dead. And that piece of contested real estate happens to be, well, it's the next best thing to an Indian burial ground, I suppose you'd say.
So what is the Camaria's view on them, given my limited knowledge?
Don't antagonize them. We're not sure yet what they really are. They seem to be similar to us in some ways. They are definitely very dangerous, easily agitated and angered. There's apparently a, what do they call it, Mandarinate in San Francisco that has some sort of diplomatic ties with the court there, but they're strained at best, as far as I can tell.
So do we tell him he's cool for now, or?
I think we leave the motel off limits for the time being. Sorry, gentlemen.
Accepted.
3 out of 4 ain't bad.
There's the problem of that Masquerade breach in Bruja territory.
Yes, we need to find the
We got most of
responsible
it
party.
contained.
For which I applaud you, but you should postpone the reboot of your computer.
Thank you, Travis.
Use Malkavian.
Your knowledge of things that exist beyond that fourth wall is very useful. Well, we can try and find the actual responsible party.
See that you do. Someone will have to be blamed.
Yes. Oh, so let's based on what we've learned, the perpetrator in question had claws.
There've been no gangrel in my city since. Curious.
And almost killed one of the Bruja.
And well, a former launcher did have clawed friends.
I doubt that it's a werewolf. But I have been wrong in the past. Don't hold me to that, though. It never behooves the prince to admit to any sort of careful flaws.
If you don't mind my asking, Your Highness, you clearly had damnable evidence against Lance and ended his existence. There was talk about werewolves being involved. Can you perhaps give us some more details on that? It may certainly aid our investigation.
You're keenly aware at this point Lance was involved in various low-grade operations, some profitable, some shoestring, most of them considered fringe, the sorts of elements that are not part of high society. He was recently involved in attempting to broker a deal with a group that apparently was associated with one of the loading facilities along the Willamette River, and this group had a connection to some sort of group of urban werewolves. Details about the werewolves are difficult to come by in our society. I think it is safe to say that they are antagonistic to us in the extreme. That he was able to broker some sort of a meeting at all is rather surprising. That he came away from it with some sort of deal is even more so. For various reasons, I'm sure you can understand, I could not let such a thing stand.
Is it possible that these werewolves may have had other allies that have chosen to remain unseen until now? Gangrel, perhaps? Other tribes of werewolves that
Anything's
are
possible.
lurking in the woods?
I consider it unlikely. If you are inclined to stake out the docks where they reside, you're free to do so. Just don't make any deals.
Is there any way that tonight's events have anything to do with the house on the hill?
He suddenly takes on a very serious cast, and he says, "Absolutely not."
Okay. One more thing to cross off the list.
And I would recommend that you do not go there. It is not forbidden. I have expressly chosen not to make a law against it.
Yeah.
But there is nothing good that will come out of
It's,
that.
it's like a level 30 area, not quite regular area.
Must be this tall to enter.
Just making sure.
Ernest, do you have any other parties that you may have been investigating but do not have concrete evidence that could be approached by the creatures as a plan B for the loss of Lance? I mean, if they are trying to gain a foothold in your territory, they may try to seek other dubious characters as a patsy, perhaps, or an avenue to attack.
My suspicion is that they were stringing Lance along so that they could get more information about us and our meeting places. Destroy Solomon, which I think is what you were driving at.
Yes. Having lost their first patsy, they may seek to find another.
It's possible, and if they do so, they will try to seek out someone among the either extremely ambitious or the young and uninformed.
What's earlier than me?
Are we allowed to kill if we find the person who gave Sahara the run for her money and breached the Masquerade?
He thinks about this. I'll grant right of destruction on this individual. Pray be certain of who you kill.
Blink, blink.
Note that this is not a blood hunt.
Understood. Understood.
Is there anything else?
Sounds like we have a creature to apprehend and destroy.
Chances not very much. Another 5.5 hours. Adequate. Very good. And
Was
we're
that
gone.
checking to
Yep.
sunrise? It's like, actually, no, it's 5 hours. Oh, it's not.
He's gone.
I forgot to ask him. He disappeared before I asked him a question.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Well-
that's peachy.
Now what?
Let's go to the house.
No.
Why not?
Go for it.
We've got 20 minutes left
You
in the
can go.
session.
If this runs longer, I'm okay with this at this
Oh.
point.
Me too.
No, more, I'm not ready to run this.
That's why I'm calling you Elvis back.
Yes,
Yeah.
I am terrible.
I'm fascinated. I mean, I would like to keep going to
Okay.
get to the bottom of this Scooby-Doo mystery.
There are many things going on because
I think we should-
everyone has an agenda.
We should touch back here.
Yeah,
With Sahara.
I have notes.
Sahara's
Well,
still.
she's still out. It's gonna be a couple of days, right?
She could be.
She'll probably be awake tomorrow night,
But that's too late.
and yeah, that's too late for this mad world run. But,
So our best bet is either go back to the scene of the incident and track, or
Well, we already tried that, didn't we?
well, I found the point of where they split, and I went after her.
Let's
Alright, well, let's
try picking that trail up again. Let's probably.
let's go back and try and find the dude.
What's the role for tracking? Is something in
you
survival?
hear from your open tap on your sound. Yeah, it's generally perception and survival. The sound you've heard some more
I'm
walking,
not bad at that.
and then you hear the sound
Great at it.
of a car door opening. So sitting down, a chunk of another car starting out.
Why is Leroy's phone?
And why is Leroy meeting with the executioner?
Well, technically, he might not be. She might be just walking around with his phone, for all we know.
What?
He hasn't said a word yet.
Yeah, he hasn't said anything.
I mean, for all we know, she's killed him and is walking around with his phone for some reason.
And she was talking to some other woman who is as yet unidentified.
To the scene of the crime.
Yeah,
To the Batmobile.
All right,
To the Batmobile!
return to the university,
Batmobile.
and by various
Batmobile.
means and byways, you return to the campus screen where the tracks were. Who's got the best tracking? Perception plus survival.
I have 4 dice in that.
If you have all specs, you can add that.
That would be 5 dice.
Yeah, 5.
I got
I have 5.
3
Alright,
for
sounds like we should
And
team
how much
up.
survival do you have?
0.
So we have a whole bunch of people with 5 dice.
Okay.
So it sounds like the 2 of us should team up. 1 lead, 1 assist.
Sounds good.
All right.
Roll them.
I might as well assist as well.
Oh, that's a pretty good
We're
roll.
aiming for 6s, right?
Yes.
So
I got a 7.
8
5.
and 8.
Okay.
I got 4 successes.
As did I.
Okay, suck it, bitches.
We also
The guy without the auspex, 5 successes.
So you start following the easy tracks through the muddy ground, since it's rainy. They head north off the campus, and then muddy footprints cross the street, go several blocks north away from Portland State, past Hillcrest.
These footprints,
Person's staying on foot. They're not getting in a car.
human-sized and wearing shoes.
Yep.
Nothing unusual about them other than they're in the mud.
Yeah.
So not like abnormally large, for example, like say size 12 men.
Correct. They're not werewolf sized.
Are they?
They're
And
not like Lon Chaney.
okay.
Mine are actually
Just-
normally large.
And
size.
these could be possible clues.
I have like probably size
Enormous.
14.
Yeah. You should have mentioned that when you were describing
I
the
probably
character,
should have, yeah.
Depth of the tread.
I did
Is
say
this
this
a heavy
large.
man? Is it a man of average height and weight?
Pretty light and wiry.
I'm looking at you. I'm like, okay.
So you follow it for a couple of blocks, and then you get to the point where you're basically relying purely on your supernatural senses, because most of the mud has been walked off for a couple of
And
blocks.
it's been raining, so it's probably watching
It's
it
been
off.
raining and so on. Following just what you can smell, what you can sense by touch, and occasionally people give you these weird looks as you like bend down and are doing the Boy Scout tracking thing on the sidewalk. But it's midnight in Portland. It's raining. There's not a lot of people out, and the ones that are doing whatever weird business they're doing and do not want any part of your weird business.
Keeping the 90s alive.
Yeah. So, well established, and it must continue. The tracks lead you up to a bus station, and you're like, okay, well, the buses here run until like 2 a.m. So you could have gotten on the bus, but then you could have gotten off anywhere north of here. You look at the
The answer is north.
what's that?
Everything turns up north.
Yeah, it's true. It's because all the bad things are coming from Seattle.
Seems like it. Nothing
is
good
true.
comes from Seattle.
Damn those bastards and their Starbucks.
So
Amazon and their Kirkland.
you take a look at
Costco.
the map for the bus route, and you think, okay, well, it goes through a couple of like a bunch of residential areas. That's the primary sort of thing for people who use bus lines, and then it gets up the far north and it goes to an area that's mostly like industrial and light commercial, where it's warehouses and small factory type establishments and that sort of thing. The little like strips of bizarro buildings, like we make signs and we make fresh water.
Yeah.
Sort of. And he's like, okay, so they may have gone to this block where it's apartments, and they go to this block where it's all housing loans, and they go to this block it's all industrial and like commercial. Hard to say.
Alright, time to split the party.
I'm looking at it like,
Well, you've got a car, you can just drive there.
if this went as far as it could go, would this put a person close to a wooded area that we know
Well,
someone went to earlier this
Not
evening?
that area. It's closer, but it doesn't go that far north.
Okay.
However, it goes north to the edge of the city, and then everything around Portland is covered with trees.
Can
Does it
place
also
senses, like,
does it
kind of
pass
sense this
the
guy?
does it pass the dock areas?
Yes, passes over the bridge, goes past the dock to all of the area with the shipping, cargo loading, ship repairs, all of that nonsense.
What do you think, guys? I mean, we're getting into needle and haystack, but
But you're getting two intersecting things there, so.
Well, can you sense, like smell this guy or something with your heightened senses?
docks I could try, but you got a lot
Probably,
of
probably not.
You are really getting a needle in a haystack
Yeah.
territory. You could always call up a different vampire who might have that ability and ask a favor if you think it's important.
Finding a needle in a haystack's pretty easy. It's very magnet.
I mean, do we know someone who could be of help that we would actually want to deal with?
Either of the Malkavians could do it, but you already have leaned on the prince's time tonight, and owing the princess is generally a bad thing.
Right. Jerome.
Cozumel could do it.
How about Mr. McKay? You on good terms with him?
Bob McKay. Yes, you can call Bob.
I
He could
will
probably do it.
I will give Bob a call.
Alrighty. So you call up Bob, and you
Someone else is
phone
trying to
rings like
favor.
5 times and picks up in the background here. It's like, oh hey, haven't heard from you in a while. What's up?
Oh, you want the full story or the TLDR?
I mean, we have forever, but the night is young, and I don't want the gas in my chainsaw to run out before I'm done. So
Okay.
keep it brief.
Potential breach of the Masquerade. Individual
Not potential.
individual is Claude. Could either be Gangrel or Furry. Been trying to track him. Trail's got a little dry to the point where my senses aren't doing the trick. Was wondering if you might want to, lend a hand and your senses.
Tell me more about this assailant.
I fill in the blanks.
Okay, so fill in with everything you know.
Got into a
This,
tussle.
this guy's your mentor, right?
Yes.
Okay, roll your manipulation plus expression to sort of get across your sense of desperation about this.
Ooh, I have no dots in expression.
You can still roll expression because it's a talent.
Okay.
And you can add your mentor dots.
Alright, so I have 1 dot in mentor. So I have 3 dots in manipulation, 1 dot in mentor, and
Alrighty.
0 in expression.
Still, here's hoping. Worst
If I throw a willpower into this,
that's an auto success.
so I don't even need to roll.
You need to roll and not botch.
Right. I'm gonna put a willpower in this.
Okay.
This is pretty important.
Alright,
So let me make a note of the X.
just X that.
So 1 success plus what I roll on this. Alright. The force was not strong with me. I got a 9.
Okay, so that counts as 2 successes. So
Okay.
you say something really kind of endearing and slightly vulnerable to Bob, and he's quiet for a little while, and then you hear the boom of the chainsaw dying down, and he says, "Okay, I have a theory. No one's gonna like it. Has to do with your friend, the big one.
If you could be a little more specific, I have several big friends.
Talking about.
I'm huge size.
He's almost 7 feet tall.
Okay.
I should have mentioned this at the start.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had
I was looking at the right side and I forgot to look at the left side.
And says, so your friend, there's been some rumors about him, and he apparently had some ties to the Sabbat in his past.
I see.
And they generally don't like quitters. I think they call them apostates. They're kind of a religion, right?
Yeah, you know, kind of like Scientology is.
There's a group in the Sabbat
Now we're gonna get sued.
called the City Gangrel. They have claws, but they're also really fast and they can vanish.
Oh, that sounds like our guy.
Yeah. Go on.
All right. Let's say you don't want to start an all-out war with the Camarilla City, but you want to start discrediting people and weaken the city. And there's a particular person that you'd love to discredit, especially, so why not go after their family first? You follow?
I'm right there with you.
Normally I charge for this little lesson, but I like you, kid, so.
You're the best sire a girl could ever have.
Bob may or may not be your sire. I just picked him as your
He's not. He's not.
Okay.
My sire is in London.
Okay. Says, be careful getting mixed up in that. Sabbat don't take prisoners and they don't pull punches.
I wish I had the best sire. You guys would have
No, your sire's in the Sabbat, so.
Yeah, that's not terrible. Just weird.
So, what about this this tracking? Can you or can you not?
I can. Hang on. I gotta put my chainsaw in the back of the truck.
Good plan. To bring extra gas.
Yeah.
There's lots of.
Where are you? He says.
I
You give him the
I give
location. He
him
says, okay,
the location.
I'll be there as soon as I can.
Well, okay, I'll wait till the phone calls down because I'm
All
sure
right.
you haven't told us yet.
Thanks.
Okay.
Click.
What do you want to tell them or not tell them?
All right.
Bear in mind, someone knows.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Spying on each other's conversations. See if nothing better to do.
It's great. I mean, it's what
So-
birds do.
Friend of mine on the Toreador side is coming along with his truck and his chainsaw to give us a hand with the tracking of our little bugaboo. And he has a very interesting theory about the potential identity of Mystery Slasher. So, remember we were talking about Gangrel? Well, my chum's theory is that it is not a werewolf, but a gangrel of the urban variety.
Am I familiar with Urban Gangrel?
How much do you know about the Sabbat? Just that your sire was one of them?
I mean, I was being raised as one for a while, and then
You may have met one. So,
They,
then I realized that we were on the wrong side.
I'm looking to see if there's any spark of recognition amongst any of your three faces.
Are you talking about his former ties?
to do what?
Do you say that out
See if
loud?
I understand what he's talking about.
Even though I already know the answer to that question.
Too young to know this weird.
I wasn't going to say that out loud out of courtesy, but yeah, since you just let the cat out of the bag, Spock.
What happened?
Nothing.
Anywho, these city gangrel have some of their bag of tricks: claws, speed, and obfuscation. Sound familiar?
Yeah.
We might be dealing with a city gangrel who has beef, and I kind of give you a look with the brouhaha.
All right.
Well, should we
It's personal.
go back? I mean, I have a feeling that when we get back there, they'll be under attack or something.
Sabbat certainly do not give a rat's ass about the Masquerade.
Absolutely not.
That would make sense, given that.
Until we get a little more evidence other than, you know, a crazy lumberjack's theory, we may not want to go.
Let's call.
It is not a bad theory, though.
Somebody call.
Swell
what's his
theory.
face? Let's
I will
see.
call.
Let's check in with
What's his
the brouhaha.
I'm going to at least call Colin and
Yeah.
the three and basically suggest hunkering down for the time being.
Alright. Everything's fine down here at the moment.
Everything's fine here. How are
Everything's
you?
all fine. How are you?
It's like, are you serious?
Who is this? What's your operating number?
I'm not giving more details than basically, you guys just hunker down for the time being.
Right.
Just to explain a few things like why the guy wasn't furry. I'm telling you.
Yeah, we should. It's looking more and more like there's a game involved, and they do not care about the Masquerade.
Okay, let's take a quick break so that I can use the restroom,
Good plan.
and anyone else can too.
Should we?
Reboot the machine.
Should we
Yes,
reboot?
reboot the machine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
machine.
Yes.
Sure. Alright,
We will be back.
we will be back.
After
Back
this
in a
word,
bit.
yes.
Bye bye.